It should have played. Did it not play? Well, we might be live already. Yo, what's up?
Salud. What's up?
Oh yeah, not much. Let me open up this chat here. Make sure this stuff's all live. Looks like it's live. Let me check over here. I don't care about the third destination as much, but I am curious about this one. All right. Looks like it's going on. Except for that little snafu at the beginning where I did not set that new video as the intro. That's cool. We got a little outtake at the beginning that we can turn into a short, right? So how's it going, man?
It's good. I like I like that intro. It gets you pumped up, man. Well done.
That's what it's supposed to do. It's the music is from Alexander Nakarada, and he'll give it to you for free, and as long as you attribute him, or you can pay his Patreon. You can remix it however you want. You don't even have to give him attribution. He doesn't care if you pretend that you created it. You could say, "Hey, this is my music," and he doesn't care. He's a good guy.
You want to get up and grab a sword immediately when you hear something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's got probably like 750 tracks now, and they're fantasy, metal inspired, or whatever. I'm glad you like that.
Absolutely.
So we got DLSD 25 in the chat, and he's right. It's not a real live stream without at least one flub, and he happens to be. I think he's live streaming a lot lately. But he's one of the good supporters in this particular space in the live stream and indie space. Yeah.
Well, this is my very first live stream anything. So
yeah, nice and welcome. And I'm glad it's here.
I expected it to be completely flawless. So we're gonna need to start over, I guess. I'll give you one more chance. Dooms. No,
very well, if it's going to be flawless, it would require that neither of us would be here. So I could start by her to flawless, or whatever.
I appreciate that right there. That was pretty awesome for dyslexia, epilepsy combo I got going on. Not here,
I could throw up a fireworks background or just like a flashing red, green, blue, RGB thing behind me. So hey, if you're going here, I'm just gonna show it.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, that's actually a metaphor and analogy for our entire lives together, because I've known this man since he was in 6th grade. No, I'm sorry, since I was in 6th grade and he was in 8th grade, but it was the same school. So there's been a lot of cherry popping throughout the years.
Indeed. So that leads us into this. So who's DMD? Are you cool with DMD? Does that work for you, or you prefer the long version?
I don't really give a shit. It's fine, whatever.
Right. So, who are you? What you about?
What am I about? Well, you
can do it in it.
You come and ask me on this show. You need to ask me what I'm about. I don't know. I'm about playing some D&D. I know that, or some gaming in general.
Yeah,
absolutely. So, and I guess. I know recently I've just got into the virtual medium over the last year or so, but we've been gaming since I don't know, I'm on turn 50 here in a minute, and so that would be like 42 years of gaming with you.
Yeah, pretty much, pretty much.
That's
And
right.
I mean, there's been little separations here and there and all that kind of stuff, and we've had
Okay.
to do more virtual now and whatnot. But so I know how I met you, but what I don't know, even now, I don't know because man, when I'm like 12, I'm not asking you, hey, how did you get into D&D? Uh, I just care that you play. So what brought you into D&D before having met me, right?
I think that was actually your first question to me. If you don't remember, you rolled up. No, I'm kidding. Um, how'd you get
Right.
into D&D? I was like, okay,
That might have been something that I would have done, being the awkward, poor nerd,
right.
whatever that I
Well, I mean, I guess I got
was.
into it like anybody coming out the 70s into the 80s and 90s would. My dad, who's passed away, he read The Hobbit to me when I was super young, and then Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. And then,
Right.
I got older and I kind of liked that fantasy stuff. And then I remember reading a magazine when I lived in Orlando, Florida. My parents had gotten to a condo there. I was in third grade. And the magazine had some stuff called Dungeons and Dragons in it, and it was a red box set. But the thing about this magazine is that it was actually a thing where you would sell stationery, and then you would mail in the money after selling so much, and then you get these
Oh
points in
yeah.
return. Yeah. So
Oh
one of the
yeah. That was.
things,
I'm sorry. That was the. I can't remember what it's called, but my mom collected those booklets with the with the stamps.
yeah,
You would like, yeah, exactly. I remember that. Um, I can't remember what it's called, but they probably had it elsewhere. You know.
right. Well, they had many things like that back in the day where you would sell stuff. It's called a pyramid scheme, I think. I'm just joking, but
Right,
yeah, you
right.
basically
But it's
go.
the same. Yeah,
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 as a kid, it's awesome because you go around, you sell stuff, in your apartment complex, which I did at the time in third grade, and then you get points for everything you mail in. Well, I remember towards the end of the book there was the red basic box set, if you
yeah.
recall, and it said
Yes.
Dungeons and Dragons. That's the first time I'd heard that term, Dungeons and Dragons. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this shit. It looks awesome. This looks like The Hobbit or something like that. And so basically, I
Right.
went around my apartment complex for I don't know a long time. I don't really remember, but it was some time. I sold the shit out of some stationery, and then I mailed it in. And then it arrived, and there it was, the red box set, which I devoured immediately. Um, and
Yeah.
in all possible ways. But at that time, there was no other gamers, of course, with me, so it was just some kid, with a D&D set, which was problematic in that case because if you remember, the red box set has a solo adventure in it.
Yeah. Yes,
With
indeed.
yeah. Well, the problem is that I was too stupid to realize when they said go to end like you'd play it. It was a solo adventure, right? And you'd go to like entry one, and you would make some decisions, like a choose your own adventure book, right?
Right.
And then, this had the same thing going on, but it would say, okay, do this shit and then go to entry number blah. Well, as a dumb kid in third grade, I kept thinking the entries meant the page numbers. So I'd flip over to that third page 34 in the book. It had nothing to do with the adventure. You see what I mean? When it was actually referring to entry numbers. So that was highly confusing for a while. That was confusing for some time.
Right.
Even after I learned how to play D&D, it only dawned on me, I feel like it should have dawned on me sooner, but that's my initial memory of it. And ever since then, D&D has been a collaborative thing, a social thing with a whole bunch of different people. And, through, I don't know, by hook or by crook, come to know a lot of different people. In fact, all my most steadfast friends, I'd say, I've met through some kind of gaming experience from back in the day and today. So,
Yeah,
sorry, that
and
was a mouthful.
that's an excellent story. I really like it. And my kind of thing was very similar. The thing is, and most of the people probably watching, I've explained my kind of introduction a few times, I think.
Mhm.
But I think the big takeaway is that most of the people who grew up in our generation and were introduced into D&D during that particular group of years where there was like the BX stuff by Mulvey and Cook, and then there was the Beckme stuff, and there was the AD&D stuff. Generally, people our age have a similar story where
Mhm.
they didn't know it existed, but
Right.
they fell victim to the advertising campaign, and what it ended up doing was opening their mind generally for the rest of their life. And like the people that I don't meet,
Mm-hmm.
mostly, and it may just be because they're just not around in the places that I would have conversations. But the people that I don't meet are generally not people. That's a double negative. The people that I meet generally have the same story
Mm-hmm.
and have grown up through the game the same way and have stuck through it their entire life, and it's shaped in a way everything about them,
Right.
whether that's the English language, vocabulary,
Mm-hmm.
arithmetic, understanding of complex scenarios and explanations for things, a love for fantasy art and
Problem solving. The end.
yeah, problem solving, big time.
I could submit to you that all my ability to honestly read and do fast math derived from that being able to play D&D. Rolling
Right.
dice, adding things to it. All those are logical puzzles that help develop the neurons, man. And I've seen lots of studies that show people that read fiction books, which kind of came along with D&D, are a lot more empathetic as adults, and I can see that. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of benefit that comes out of it from kids. I mean, sometimes kids end up worshiping the devil. I understand, but that's nothing I ever did. Yeah, and then going to those steam
Right.
pipes. Remember the steam pipes? Yeah,
Yeah.
dumbasses. Told them not to. Not kidding.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, did D&D ever teach you to cast a spell on your parents or whatever?
No,
Or when you threw the books in the fireplace, they screamed? None of that?
no. But I did go to a medieval fair thing where there was this Wicca guy. I have no problem with Wicca or anybody's belief, but he was trying to explain spell casting to me. You know what I mean? I'm a nerdy young
Right,
kid,
right.
and I'm thinking, well, he's like, oh, it works this way and it works that way, and you got to do this and that. I don't remember the exact details, but at the end of the day, I was like, well, hey, just catch something on fire real quick and I'll believe you. He's like, oh, it doesn't work that way. And I'm like, all right, well, just like move that leaf. Just do something. Like do literally
Right.
anything. Anything. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't care.
yeah.
I'll move one atom, and I'm sold. And then I was like,
Right.
in D&D, you could cast fireball or magic missile. And I was kind of joking around with the guy, but yeah. So
Yeah. Well, it's like that skeptic award prize or whatever, where the guy was like, hey, I'll give you $1 million or whatever it is if you can come to me and bend a spoon with your mind.
right,
Prize never
right,
been claimed.
right, exactly. Well, I mean, I wish you could, believe me.
Well, indeed, especially the good spells, or the
I thought
calming
teach
ones
him.
or charming ones or whatever.
Well, see,
Hmm?
my point I was making is I could have taught him about magic missile and specifically
Right, right.
third level. This is what you should be able to do. So, what level Wiccan are we talking here? You know, what I mean, cantrip zone here, cantrip zone, or it's actually less than cantrip zone. How about rabbit and hat? I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, right.
But no, D&D never taught me how to cast a spell, unfortunately.
Yeah, me either. It would have been really nice if it had. Um, so a little bit beyond that, obviously, we went through a bit of the story about you and I meeting and stuff and gaming together.
Mm-hmm.
We made it through various editions of the rules, like in the early days. Being that we were kids, we didn't. I don't think people might want to. People might imagine that it's like, oh my god, that must have been awesome. You guys were playing D&D all day, every day, and you had nothing else to do.
Right.
Which, to an extent, is correct. But we also had merging or emergent technology with video games, the Commodore 64, plus going outside, doing things like fishing,
Oh yeah,
going in the
absolutely.
woods and all that.
Right.
But the one thing that I personally always took with myself wherever I went and whatever I was doing was about D&D. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
how is this related to D? You go through the woods
Exactly.
or whatever, and you're like, hey, I bet I could do whatever to find out whether or not this berry's medicinal and stuff like that. And
Right.
it's a fantasy sort of mentality that I
Mm-hmm.
think young people wouldn't have
Mm-hmm.
if they haven't taken up the game or other forms of role playing.
Well, precisely. I mean,
And
I've accidentally told in-game stories to people that don't know about D&D and forgot that they didn't, and then forgot briefly that the in-game story wasn't real in general. And then they'd be like, "Oh, are you serious? Well, that's crazy." And I'd be like, "No, none of that's real. That was a D&D game. I'm sorry." Yeah, like that. All those three people you mentioned and the voices you did were not real. Like, not real. No, no, they're not. No, they're not. So they're yeah. Sorry, but yes, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Welcome to True Dorkness. Yeah. So we did. So we did basic stuff, or at least back me stuff. And I was doing and reading like basic and home stuff that I found at thrift stores and whatnot around the time that I met you. But I think the first thing we did was probably AD&D, right?
I can't remember. I think so. It was in the gym at the end of the day, I feel, and we were in some kind of line, and you were reading Dragons of Autumn Twilight, Dragonlance #1, I believe, could have been the third one, not remember that exactly. And then I remember seeing that, and I walked over and I said, "Hey, you play some D&D?" Because I'd read the book. And then I forget exactly what you said, but essentially it was yes. And there you go.
Essentially, it was something particularly dorky, no doubt.
I'm pretty sure it was yes.
yeah, probably. Yeah. So I think we did AD&D first, and we played quite a bit back then, but we were also, we were young, so we all had our superpowered characters, right? We all had our little module collections and our individual books and stuff. And then what was it? Maybe Matt's game where we really got organized? Or was it before then?
I would say that's about right. It wasn't until we were playing hardcore second edition that we got real with the rules. Prior to that, we had been incredibly young, played a lot of first edition and basic, but we always had DMs, and you were a DM a lot of the times, and kind of relied on them to know the rules. So yeah, I mean, you were kind of superpowered characters, but they were kind of like your alter ego at the time. I remember I had an alter ego named Hawken, and he was remember him?
I remember him well.
Yeah, and it's a ridiculous name at this point because like you hawking a loogie now, and it was, to me it was like hawk, like but at any rate.
There's a place, by the way, and I don't mean to interrupt because this is a great story, but there's a place, and I can't remember where it is. It's either on 75 or 95 driving north from Florida. And there's a place, I think it might be in Georgia, actually, North Georgia. It's called Hawkinsville. And every time I've driven past there, I'm like, fucking Hawking, man.
Spit out the window, right?
Will had Darken.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Darken. Just to fuck with you, basically,
Right.
Like, he's the opposite of you and better by 10. And anytime, and I'm the DM, you would say. So whenever you encounter him, he's already protected by DM God power shield. So he's essentially there to mock your character.
Right.
That's super fun. So
yeah. So then from there, clearly you went to. So let's approach this from the end. So what's your preferred system now? And why?
Well, I mean, I like Pathfinder. I really like 3.5 the best. But Pathfinder just added a couple things to it. I really like the combat maneuvers. It just makes it easier to do the grappling and stuff like that. It's cooler, in my opinion. It makes it just kind of simplifies it. But 3.5 is really the foundation. I mean, 3.0 especially, I thought was kind of philosophically revolutionary if you think about it. I sort of categorized the times of second edition back from the game's perspective as being a time in which it was DM Fiat ran the day almost exclusively. The rules were set up that way. That was, made for, you didn't know a lot about it exactly. And you, of course, try to play by the rules entirely, but a lot was sort of left up to the DM in many ways. And it's a lot of times, you would end up in situations with certain DMs where that would make you miserable in some ways because, everybody's got their preconceived ideas about how their character should behave given the physics of the game. The deeper you understand the rules, the more you understand the physics, the more you understand how your character can behave given those world physics, right? Occasionally you would get DMs that would, sway that or eschew that rather, and kind of going with some DM Fiat stuff, which you can't really argue with. I mean, it is DM Fiat, but you would then realize as the player that my character is now not, we have certain norms that are being ignored here. So now I've got a disconnect between what my character is experiencing and what he thinks they can do based on the stimulus and what the DM is going to allow me to do based on whatever mental idea they've got going on in their imagination. You see what I mean? I felt like it was a lot that way. Once you got to 3.0 and beyond, for me, it like leveled the playing field. It's like we're all playing the game. The DM is also a player, and they're going to manipulate this game world, but they're going to manipulate that using the physics of the game if they're skilled. You see what I mean? A lot of people will think that limits a DM. And if you don't know a lot about the rules, it absolutely limits you as a DM. You feel very constrained. You see what I mean? As far as what you could do. And the rules kind of become your enemy. And you're like, well, those rules, they get in the way of the game. The rules is what binds it and makes it a game, you say. But I found that time and attention spent with the rules themselves through play, and also being open during your games to adhere to the rules and look them up. Once you master that or get it down really good, then it interweaves itself into the game perfectly, and you realize you've got a whole bunch of options that you can bring to bear in any given campaign with these rules. They're not short on options. So I hope that was understandable, but basically to me that feels like there was a transition there. So now I'm at the table, and when I run for you guys, I feel like I'm on your team. I'm actively rooting for you. I'm trying to wear the monsters out, and as you know, when I play the monsters, I try to make them be logical as far as how they would act. I try to role play them out, so I'm not always looking for the best way to min max a scenario against you guys. But I kind of feel like I'm on your team given the rule set. And I'm like, yes, I hope you guys can do it. It's really going to be hard. I'm going to play the guys to their max, your enemies. But at the end, I want you to win, well, primarily because the 1,000 billion hours of work I put into it, it doesn't need to be wasted immediately for one good reason. Plus, it's awesome when you guys do win. So for me, I hope that made sense. That was kind of the changeover for me. But that said, I have a deep respect for all of the editions, and I'll pretty much play anything, and I think they're all fun. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to the DM's mastery of the rules for me, and then the delivery of a couple other components that I really value as a game master. So that's why I kind of took off with 3.0. I felt it gave a lot of agency to the players, and instead of making it, hey, we think we can do this. Hopefully, the DM's cool with it in his mind. And it went to, this is how it should be if we're all playing by the rules, and the DM is expecting these things, and so are we.
All right, so before I respond to that, I don't know if this meant something. Did this mean something, Michael? Did you need something from me? Did you have a question or anything like that? Because if you did, I apologize for not paying attention, but post it back. I'm gonna hide this. So that that's actually the best answer that I've ever heard to that general kind of question, because you laid it all out. You laid out the idea that, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. You laid out the idea that there's a particular philosophy in gaming that needs to be maintained. And I'll note that I find it ironic that the best version of AD&D in my mind outside of first edition AD&D is actually 3.0 and then further 3.5. So Dungeons and Dragons, all wrapped up after being bought by WotC, is actually the best version of AD&D other than first edition AD&D, because and I talk about it sort of ad nauseum. It's not that I dislike second edition; it's that second edition was a failed and missed opportunity. Right. And 3.0 was the first thing that actually fixed that. One of the things being, one of the primary things being, it's mentioned in the Dungeon Master's Guide. It's well known throughout the Dungeon Master's Guide, Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, that there was prior art, and that this prior art was related to wargaming in general.
Right.
And then we get a couple of paragraphs about how you can zoom in to create skirmishing type battles by having a ruler, 3 1/3 foot squares, miniatures of the official Dungeons and Dragons line,
Right.
and some sort of grid. But not once, even with second edition, did they tell us exactly how to do that.
No.
And third edition did. And that's why third edition was revolutionary in terms of game mechanics, because you finally look, when we were playing back then, I had miniatures, you had miniatures, all of us had miniatures because they were cool to buy. Then we got into painting miniatures. We like to have gridded things. I didn't use the ruler much, we like to have gridded things and all the fun stuff to play with, and the DM screen with the DM behind it. It was all part of the experience of that time, and you would do anything you could to get your hands on those play aids. But we had to either really dig into the rules in 1E to figure out how that stuff is supposed to work, or we could just look at 2E and say, okay, well, it just erased it, you're on your own. So 2E not only took away the entire concept, which should have been the biggest improvement of the editions, is how to play with miniatures. They expanded on battle system and created battle system skirmishes and stuff. But again, ironically, Dungeons and Dragons third edition is the first example of Dungeons and Dragons that actually shows you how to handle miniatures on a small scale in a dungeon type of environment, a party instead of a group of warriors.
A good example is if you think about, so what's that, the way we had it. So when other campaigns I played the second edition afterward, and I guess more recently in terms of decades, you had to take say your character could move 120 feet, which I think was a movement for most people in second edition. Could be wrong. Well, every square was like 5 foot, 5 feet. Your average battle map, I think, was enough. You could run across the entire battle map with one movement and still attack for the most part in second edition. That's how little time they spent. They did have attacks of opportunity where if you ran past somebody, you get a whack. Then you have the spell areas effect. And again, those are all in terms of 5 feet increments. So what you basically had to do was take a battle mat and just consider every square to be 5 feet. You see what I mean? And that's what we would do. But yeah, so and then of course you get to third edition, and it's actually like, oh, I can't run across the entire battle mat, do 3 circles around the guys, come back and attack. You know what I mean? So, and you can basically
right. And there might have been a reason for that. It might have been lag or something like that. So that's what prompted that. I haven't forgotten your comment there. And this is Stephen Martin 4242. This seems to be an indictment of you. So you say you're on your player's side, but you start every session with, I'm going to kick your all's asses today.
And I will, because there's 2 layers of trying to set up an atmosphere for the party. So again, we know it's not a real game. You've got the first off, the in-game setup and the doom and gloom and describing it, and the voices and all the in-game the threat in the character, the dialogue with the enemy or that kind of thing, right? Outside of that, you have the psychological interactions that you do amongst the players. You say nobody's worried about being dissolved in the game as if their face is really going to be dissolved in real life, but they're all worried their character might die or lose something. So, by threatening you outside of the game, Stephen, not only is it fun for me, it's also, it's important because that's why you're essentially shitting yourself every time you show up.
And and that's actually a really good point, because the DM can use out of character talk as well. right? Because the players use OOC all the time. I mean, back when we would used to play, and there's some contention regarding the subject of role playing and whether it's just a bunch of theater kids and whatnot. You
There's
know,
no contention.
you're right. You're right. So, anyways, the DM should use voices for his NPCs, and if the DM is going to use effort to use voices for his NPCs and interactions as the actual character for his NPCs, the
Right.
least I can fucking do as a player is to create one for just my character, right? So,
Indeed.
mark that. Yes.
Well, also, it's like when I make those threats, I'm also kind of assuming that, the universe statistically will be on the side of my dice. Since it hasn't been, those threats have fallen on empty, basically been like an empty promise. I'm like threatening you, and you're like, man, you got monsters that roll ones. I'm like, that's right. You got nothing to worry about. So that kind of steals my chi. So, you know what I mean? I'm kind of front loading the fear before I'm disgraced by some super high rolls. And
yeah. Right. And to go back to what you were saying prior to that, the philosophy, it's the spirit of D&D or AD&D or anything like that I consider to be the most important aspect of the game. And 3.x, I'll call it, right? Because it's 3.0 and 3.5. That nailed the spirit. Okay. Far better than anything. Second edition, man, that was I don't even want to go into it again because I'll get started. But that's like basically painting over the masterpiece and drawing something on it.
Right.
Whereas 3.0 actually went back, stripped off that layer that was covering the masterpiece,
Right.
and then enhanced it and regenerated it in a way that was, I dare say, better than the original. I don't agree with every design decision, but you're not going to.
Well, for both parties, both the DM and the player, too. Gold and magic items would be a primary example, right? So if I was in first or second edition or basic, and I was throwing the craziest thing out there, I was a paladin and I wanted the Holy Avenger, right? Well, in those previous editions, there's absolutely no economy in which I can purchase that particular item, the Holy Avenger. If I'm playing a paladin, I'm dying to have that thing. It is entirely up to the DM to make that occur. Now, if the DM is trying to be as fair as possible and not be biased, then there's tables they would roll on. And if you got lucky, you might roll the Holy Avenger on the right table and therefore pick it up. But in general, that's not going to happen. Very low chance. So usually it's DM Fiat whether you're getting something like that. You see what I mean? As you get to third edition above with how you can purchase magic items with gold, well, now there's a reason to spend gold. I enjoyed spending gold in second edition and before to build keeps and castles and build up armies. And I would always take the, what was it? It wasn't Warhammer. What was the D&D one? Battle system. Yes. So we would have
right. Battle system.
Yeah. I'd use battle system rules.
We used to use,
Yeah. I use battle system rules, and that would kind of affect your ability to have battle system troops and things along those lines, plus the storyline. You know what I mean? But in general, hey, we've got 40 billion gold pieces over here, and outside of a role-playing thing, and maybe we are not even in a position where we're going to build any. It depends on the campaign. If you're wandering adventures with no intention of settling down whatsoever, and you hate everybody because you're evil and you don't like henchmen, you know what I mean? Well, then you got zero use for gold whatsoever, unless you just want to wear jewelry and bling out, and then eventually you got so much it would weigh you down. Well, you get to third edition and beyond, and now you have some options. So it might take you a while, but eventually you can guaranteed be that paladin with the Holy Avenger. At some point, it might take forever. You'll probably still get that through DM Fiat anyway, and cool stuff if it's a good DM. But if you didn't have one like that, then you would know at this level, if everything works out and the game is balanced, I should be able to buy one and make it happen, or upgrade my sword, something like that. And see what I'm saying about how it changes the perspective of what players can dream of and do, and when they envision their characters.
And that's very wise, and it goes back to something. It reminds me of something I wanted to say related to your prior point. Is not only with AD&D or less codified systems similar to that, did you have an expectation as a player because you would play under a DM and then you might go to a tournament or to another DM's table, even within your community, and he might do it entirely differently than what you're accustomed to. Okay, and
Right.
even if he lays that stuff out in his house rules and whatnot, there's still the difference between what you're accustomed to, because it's always going to surprise you at some point. And that's not ideal for either the player or the DM. But you would often also have the situation, because it's human nature. Okay, it's human nature that nobody is going to be able to be consistent at all times.
Right.
So even if you have the best house rules in the world, if they're in your head and it's not some sort of actual physical document that everybody can look at
Right.
and understand and re-reference to bring back up your own house rules in your rulings, then it is just going to be DM Fiat. So DM Fiat is baked in to earlier versions of the game. And
right.
it's
Well,
the
that's and the thing about the
codification.
house rules. The thing about the house rules is, yes, you have to explain up front what's happening. But a lot of the times with the house rules I've seen from most people, they're not necessary. They tend to look at things in the short term. Hey, for first through third level, this house rule's got to be, because look how much the regular game, messed up. And then you say, well, back up, zoom out a minute, and then, hey, but look at 10th level, why this house rule is going to screw you over and is not important. And a lot of times it's that zooming out and considering the rules as a whole that makes you understand them best and play with them best. And you think about players too. Say with the DM Fiat, if I would go to another AD&D second edition person's house, well, there's that expectation they're going to run it the way they want to. So it would kind of be like, I hope we play by the rules. Nerf. You know what I mean? But they could still make it fun in doing that, but it's just kind of different.
Much.
That's the problem with that. But as we got further along to hit the third edition, it's kind of everybody needs to be invested in the rules. You know what I mean? The idea of have the rule ready, have the spell ready, have the quote ready. In all of our tabletop games, I mean, for every time you cast a spell, you had to have your finger right there in that page ready to pop that spell. Even the things we knew about, like magic missile, just in case we had to check something out or check a caster level or something like that, or components. You see what I mean? So So that's kind of the point that I'm making about it. When you look at the games in whole like that, you've got a lot more ability with your character to understand what's going to happen in 3.0 and forward. So it changes the perspective for the DM. It changed perspective for the DM because now we're all playing a game together that's been established. And like I said, when it comes to house rules, probably everybody will hate me for this, but I hate Rule Zero. I hate that idea. Rule Zero. I mean. I guess if you're an awesome DM and your mental masturbation fest is that vivid and awesome that you can just run right through it. You know what I mean? With DM Fiat, and you're essentially a director of my brain. Well, then roll out. That's all I want anyway. You see what I mean? But a lot of times I find that to be compensation for a lack of understanding of the rules. And usually the motivation for that is that rule makes this bad. And no, I've yet to see a rule that needs to be house ruled, to be honest with you. At least in 3.0. And I've never had any use for them for the most part. I've never had anybody explain to me, this is all situations where we're going to use this. And oftentimes I would ask about it and you'd be like, well, hell, it just doesn't seem like a good rule. We're going to nix that right off the bat because it seems stupid. How many times have you heard people say it seems stupid?
Right.
Well, it seems stupid now, but just give it a shot and see what the game developers envisioned, and you might realize they play tested the shit out of this and probably caught that.
Yeah, and I think that's one of once again, a bunch of stuff to unpack here. I told you that there was the viewers, whoever sees this later, that there's going to be a bunch of stuff for everyone because, basically, I introduced the smart version of myself to you guys, and there's some brilliant insight there, and
There's a smart version. Well, hell yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't you. It was actually it was my extra person that I'm stepping into now to describe or respond to you.
I thought you were suggesting you had a smart person. I was like, man, that's fucking 40 years, and I ain't met that guy. Where'd that do that? I've known a raging
No doubt.
barbarian.
Yeah. So the right the and that's the big thing, because we did it a bunch of times. I guess I want to start with this is we did it a bunch of times at conventions, and we would go to the convention, and it would be in the 1990s or whatever, and we would go to the convention, and then we'd sit down with, for lack of a better term, a loser, right? They knew nothing about AD&D, nothing whatsoever, even though AD&D had been touted as the version that you would use in tournaments because the rules were codified. The rules weren't codified at all. Okay. That's a system where you have to have some sort of house rule system or some sort of rule set based on AD&D that keeps everybody on the same page. And 3.0 did that. Second edition did not do that, and that's what they should have done. They were instead interested in being charismatic and rewriting the thing in a way that could appeal to whatever it was they were trying to achieve, and erase the previous staff's names off the prior work. And we didn't really get an honest non-disingenuous version until later on. And I think it's the codification that makes all that difference, because you're also right. If you go to a convention and you're going to play with Gary Gygax, you're going to play with Frank Mincer, you're going to play with Dave Cook, you're going to play with any of those guys back then who were running the convention circuit. And there's a bunch of them now who run the convention circuit with 5e and old versions of D&D and AD&D, whether it's a BX thing or an OSR thing that they've moved on to. You're playing for the experience of playing with that individual. If that individual says, hey, your character dies, like Jim Ward, he was well known for just killing characters and everybody being kind of happy about it because they just happen to play with Jim Ward. If you're just run-of-the-mill DM guy and I'm expected to play in your game every week, don't expect me to sit here and have this rule be one way this week, a completely different way the next week, and me not to even say anything about it or have any say in it. Right. So the lack of codification of those things, which leads to DM Fiat, if we're looking at DM Fiat as the extreme outlier, just DM making stuff up as he goes, is undesirable for everybody at the table, because it's going to stretch out the game. It's going to make people feel uncomfortable. Hey, yeah, this guy is doing this. I like his game well enough. Everybody who's playing seems to like it fine. I don't want to stir the pot or make any waves. I'll just accept the ruling. It's all those kinds of things that makes for unenthusiastic players and eventually an unenthusiastic DM.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's when a DM runs that way. You can't trust the situation to make you, I guess, feel the way that you need to, because in those environments where the DM Fiat is 100%, it's reactive. It's reactive D&D. Okay, so you're the stimulus and you're giving the DM. The DM thinks about it, especially if they're not really prepared and they're kind of running out of their head, which does happen in improv. The DM thinks about it and then they react to it from their perspective, on everything, as they are as a person, you see. So in other words, you see a door that's trapped, right? Well, in the DM's mind, it's a trap that like fires a massive amount of fire straight down the hallway. Nobody can get out of the way whatsoever. You were just so stupid when you saw the dragon head on the door to open it, right? So that might be what they picture. You know what I mean? Now you have no idea this is about to happen to you as you was about to play by the rules here and go up and search it and things like that. So, here comes the DM going, well, I'm going to, so then the player's like, well, I go and I throw something over the picture of the dragon head, right, to obscure it. And then the DM gets mad about that and make certain thing happen anyway. So see what I mean? It's more reactive when you don't have a plan. I like to know as a player that I'm overcoming challenges that were pretty much pre-made and that are authentic to the situation. You know what I mean? When I overcome that
Right.
legitimately, I don't want it to be, oh, the DM had a really cool idea they thought I would like, or, oh, this was a better idea or a cooler idea than the rules could provide. Wouldn't it be neat if we just do this? Another example is positioning the players, right? I don't railroad the players because I don't like to be positioned myself. So an example would be a positioning where you'd walk in and let's say you hear the final boss monologue talking to you. You know what I mean? And as this monologue is going on, the DM's reading a description or talking about it. It's like you gather forth before the evil enemy and you hear the monologue, right? And it's like, well, wait a second. The evil enemy is 30 feet inside that room, and I never said I walked in the door. So I'm not just there in front of the evil enemy for this experience.
Right.
I'm playing a thief, and I'm like, hell no. You know what I mean? We attack now, while he's running his mouth, that kind of thing. You see what I mean? So,
Yeah.
and you like to be able, so I don't like to be moved around. I've been in starting combat in a non-advantageous situation. And as I try to run the games, I try to make sure. That's why sometimes it'll go slow with us because I want to know for sure, do you want to do that? Just if you just say yes, let's do it. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to scoot you into a spot to then have the players go, well, I wouldn't have walked there. That was terrible.
Right. And I want to get to Greg's comment here real quick, but I want to say something first is that being positioned can be a physical act or it can be, I'm not trying to be some kind of woke tard or something or whatever they call it, but it can also be a rule sort of way of forcing you forward in a social or non-combat type of situation as well. So railroading isn't just moving the piece. If I lose agency as a player through the lack of the DM having consistency in his rulings, always consistency, then I've lost a little bit of my ability to move my character within the world, not just on the battle map. Right. So Greg says, I've quit games and abandoned DMs because of unannounced rule changes and DM Fiat.
Yep.
Right. And I agree.
Well, if the DM is going to play like that, again, if you find the right person, I guess it's probably the greatest game you could ever possibly play. And if they can pull it all off where it doesn't seem like it's ad hoc, then sign me up. You know what I mean? But most of the time there's a player DM reality mismatch that occurs. And that's where frustration comes from. And literally you're like, well, I think I could do this. No, I think you could do that. When it's just much easier to look it up. You know what I mean? And just play that way. And then we all know.
Right. Yep, absolutely. And that's the last thing that I want. I don't want to show up. And it happens all the time with these kind of off the cuff sort of games. And it really goes back to what you were talking about with the rules era, right?
Right.
The same types of people, and I don't want to beat on that, but I have to say it, the same types of people who will decry story games and stuff, whether they be video games or role-playing games or board games or books or any movies, television shows, all that. Right. They don't mind taking AD&D or even 3.5 in many cases and turning it, or even 4E, and turning it into a story game.
But okay? Right.
It's not a fucking story. I'm just going to talk freely tonight. It's not a fucking story game. And there are actually rules. There are load-bearing rules. There are considerations to be made. You must always be consistent. You must always be consistent as a player, too. And the DM would expect that the player will be consistent, or otherwise they'd call them out. Well, the DM needs to be consistent as well, and the player needs to reserve the right to call out the DM if he's not. Right. And that's how we get along and continue campaigns.
Right. Well, and when it comes to story, I know what you're saying. You're talking about only story, where you might as well not even have rules. You just sit there and listen. You might as well close your eyes, listen to the guy talk, and just say stuff. Right.
And I'll add, I'm sorry, because I know you've got a pearl of wisdom here, but I'll add that if the DM cannot codify his rules and changes them and is not 100% consistent, then it is a story game. But sorry.
Right. Well, it's more of a story game. Exactly. And I get exactly. So the further you get away from playing a game, then the more like I don't know, an improv set fest it is, which again can be fun, right? And again, if you got the right person, the right group of people, there might be people that love this. You know, there's no direct way to play the game, but there's things I'm going to play in and not play in, and enjoy and not enjoy. At least on, you know, when I'm ready to play me some games I want to play. You know, and that's why I think that it can all be done, though. You see what I mean? It can absolutely all be done, and it's not easy. But, you know, if you consider the trifecta of gaming for me, then you're looking at, you know, thirds, right? You have 1/3 rules, right? So we're playing by the rules. We're playing the game the way it's meant to be. Then you've got 1/3 that comes down to adventuring, like the stuff that you do while you adventure, the actual pulling out the rope, climbing down the pit, solving the trap, the adventure self. And then the final third is the role playing / story. You see what I mean? And they all should come together. You know, at any moment, if you're in a role playing encounter in a game, and it needed to shift into a combat mode, it should be there, right? And I try my best to cater to all of the styles because I like a story too. You know what I mean? I mean, ultimately, what I'm looking for in a game, and not that it's easy to create as a DM, or it might not even be possible, but essentially I want to play Game of Thrones and roll dice doing it and XP and be like one of those guys, you know what I mean? But I want that level of depth going on in the background, at least for the game that I run. That's what I'm trying to do, something that's all inclusive. So, you know, that makes the party feel like they're actively involved in something, but but that it's really working. You know what I mean? Not, oh, hey, we saw this thing in the sky and that's just random non-rules DM Fiat crap. So who even knows? But no, that thing, if the thing is solvable, right? If at that very moment you did certain things, I'll give you an example. I probably shouldn't say this because of our campaign, right? Kind of give some stuff away. But if you recall, we had a player looking up in the sky and they saw the two streaks, metallic streaks go by, the one blue one and the one silver one, right?
Right.
Well, that individual could cast fly if they wanted to. And so at that very moment, you see what I mean? All of the mechanics were in place with that situation to begin a rules-based interaction in the event that the guy, you know, he had been crazy enough to cast flying, go up there and see what was going on way up in the sky. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was prepared for them. And so what you want to do, what I want to do is I want to create a shell that's reactive naturally. I don't want me to be the reactive one because then I'm kind of making it up. It kind of be like a DM who goes, "Ooh, this is a real hard combat." Like imagine some of my combats we had where you smoked them because I rolled crap, right? It would, you know, in my mind, it should have been more epic, but it was epic for you. So that was fine with me, right? Now, if I had got butthurt over it, well, here's another. You ever hear like another wave? Here's another wave. Oh, the next wave, the next wave.
Oh yeah, plenty.
Where's the evidence of any of these waves? We didn't hear shit. There was no tracks. There's thousands of these guys here all of a sudden when we've been staking it out. So where'd the wave? Well, you just didn't notice. Well, no, they weren't there, right? And you're upset with the combat, and now you want to wear it out. Let the players be victorious when they're victorious. You know, I think a lot of DMs take that personally. It's like, oh, you beat my combat, right? And I don't take it personally at all when it comes to that. I think it's great, you know, because the characters get a chance to be victorious. I whine and moan when I roll ones over and over again, but I think that's just playing the game with you all and, you know, griping at the dice. You know what I mean? But if you think about your average fantasy movie, like something like Conan the Barbarian or something like that, think about like the regular guys. Conan and them roll through. Your regular dude runs out with a sword. Conan's like hack, and they move on towards the bad guys, right? So that's okay to have that in the games where the characters are allowed to be successful and victorious. You don't got to smush them every single time. Of course, karma does build up when I get smushed every single time but one. So I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, and I'd like to present the other side of the coin as well, because those are great points. The other side of the coin is don't act in the favor of the players, right? So it's okay if the monsters win. It's okay if the players win, right? It is what it is.
Right.
So, you know, I'm worried that there's going to be a TPK or whatever. Everybody's going to die. They're not going to like anything anymore. I got this one player who bitches every time he has to create a new character. Who cares, right? It's a game, and that leads me back to something you had said about tabletop games, which should be expanded to include board games. It would be preposterous, right, to play a board game like even a more advanced board game like Hero Quest. It'd be preposterous to play that with no rules, right? Who would do that?
What are you
It's
gonna
like,
do?
okay, well, I happen to be sitting in the fifth seat or whatever, so I just say that no, that
Right.
didn't happen. You know,
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
and the RPG can be looked at as a sort of a breakout from the confinements of board games and war games, but I don't think that it should be considered a breakout from the rules and norms of it as much as a breakout into expanding the opportunities that are available within the game, right?
Right.
So dice are fine. Dice are our friends.
Well, because
right?
because that you want a true challenge to occur. If it's not,
yes,
if you're in a dangerous situation in the game and you know it's essentially up to the DM whether you win or lose, and if maybe you can say something cool, then you don't even know if you're truly being challenged, right? I want to think there's some logical things that are prepared for me by this DM. It goes with the story of the game. It's going to have some interactions that make sense with the story. There's going to be some kind of theater that goes along with it. And at the end of the day, I'm mixing it all together by adhering to the game rules. You say, that's what I consider
right.
Now, and then, it's not easy to do. It's actually incredibly hard to do. So to achieve that kind of trifecta, and consistency is hard to do too. Again, to truly have consistency in the game, in my opinion, changed when you got to the 3.0, because now I feel like consistency is the responsibility of the group at this point. You see what I mean? Think of those DMs. Think of the DMs that were called. Well, think about it. I've been called a rules lawyer many times, right? When I'm just trying to get consistency in the game, and you can see various reactions from DMs that are, I guess, insecure about the rules, or don't care, or don't want to do it, or don't like you, or something like that. And you're just being a rules lawyer. Oh, the rules are getting in the way. Well, yes, when I run, it's like, please, all I expect my players to do is jump on a rule screw up before it has a lasting impact, and we got to retcon too much. You know what I mean?
Yes.
If you see me go in, and I screw something up, say it right then and say, well, show the rule, and then I'll back up and reconnoiter. What I don't want to happen is go through all of the labor of putting together an awesome combat, get to the end of it, and either win or lose, depending, and then go, oh, that whole thing was invalid because remember on round 2, this should have occurred. They all should have been
right. Yeah, then you have to back out all kinds of crap, or you have to
too late then.
Yeah, or just expose the game's mechanics in a way where it's like blown up. It's basically blue screen of death, right?
Right. Well,
once something comes out, you get, because look what happens if you let that sort of thing go, and it happens way too often. And then the player will say, like the following round, once it's already commenced and halfway through, the player will say, wait a second, shouldn't I have been able to do this in the last round? And the proper answer to that is hell no. But because we're in a new round now, that's all in the past. I'm not retconning nothing, whatever. But the only way to have that confidence to do that is to have a mastery of your game system and your rules. And the only way you can have a mastery of your game system and rules is if they are written down and everybody understands them. Right. So I was very excited myself when 3.0 came out, because it was just a few years earlier, a couple of years earlier. I was real stupid. I'm still stupid, right? But I was real stupid in my 20s, and I just left all of my D&D stuff someplace, because some storage unit or something, because I didn't want to pay the bill and I'd rather spend it on booze or something. Real dumb. But the next, right after that, it was very, very shortly after that I went to the hobby store. I had a little money, right? I went to Enterprise and I found 3.0 stuff. And at that point, the 3.0 stuff, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm buying all this. Bought it, read it, and I was like, finally, finally somebody has laid out the stuff that's the contentious stuff that everybody used to argue about without, and now I at least have a framework for understanding what's a load bearing rule, how the rules should interact with each other in a parameterized, the kind of sometimes unspoken but sometimes purely spoken, as in the case of things like what is it, the monster templates, right?
Yes.
So now all of a sudden in 3.0, 3.5, whatever, I don't remember which particular one introduced it, but now I can create a zombie of any type and I have the framework necessary. He could be an ogre zombie, he could be a hill giant zombie, he could be a pixie zombie, he could be anything. And I've got an undead template. And it's just little things like that that improved the system and it made the game easier to run. And there's, unfortunately, I think that there's a rift between a lot of old school players and third edition, and I think that that's primarily because a lot of the old school players don't understand what third edition did right. And a lot of the people who are only about third edition and beyond refuse to understand what old school did right, even though it's right there in the book, but a lot of it's probably controversy.
Well, think about fighters for a minute, coming from second edition and before up into third edition. Think about fighters, just fighters, right? If you look at previous editions, okay, my character is a typical knight in shining armor. This other character is some kind of swashbuckler fencer guy, right? That's our character. It's from previous editions. That's our character concept. You see what I mean? What's the mechanical difference between the two? The weapon they're holding and the armor they're wearing.
Right.
And one of them has a severe disadvantage in that situation when it comes to armor and weaponry and the older editions. So essentially, yeah, you're this fencing pirate guy in 15th level. Here's your 15th level guy with the full armor on. You don't stand a chance. You see what I mean?
Right.
And then you got to begin those ideas at first level. So at first level, I can decide, okay, what kind of that, and I always love fighters the best and thieves. And what they did with fighters and thieves is they made it where you had some diversity. Your first level fighter in previous editions is typically a factor of either proficiencies you pick, or the stats you roll, or the stuff you can buy, or the shit you get in the adventure. Those are what allow a character to become what the character is going to be outside of your just general imagination about your own character. But at the end of the day, hey, I'm Zorro. Stab. Oh, I missed, right? Oh, I did no damage to you. Oh, I just got cleaved in the head. If I'd only had good armor on, I guess I would actually be Zorro, but I'm dead. So you see what I mean? So now, So now you can actually, so you were actually able to sort of customize the fighters and stuff like that didn't get a lot of love, in my opinion. They're all kind of the same. You'd always hear about the expendable fighters, just having the same character sheet, rolling some basic stats, putting a name back on it and sending them out. To me, I would think in those situations, why don't we just fast forward through all the guys that die a billion times and get to where somebody does something cool? And that seems to largely be, since your setup is about the same with all the characters, that cool thing is, again, the result of A, DM Fiat, or B, luck.
Right, exactly. And that's and part of that comes from something that I tend to evangelize and with other people in my same sort of social circle who play AD&D, and they have to be within the social circle in order to understand this idea, because there's a whole bunch of people outside of that circle, and the inner social circle is the people who understand, in order to make fighters interesting, weapon versus armor type, or some sort of system that makes the fighter's weapon choice be integral to his growth as a character and to his class as a whole.
I would jump on that and say, though, but that's not a factor of the skill of the individual that's holding a weapon. In other words,
right, but
you're only the fencing fighter with this, right? Because you happen to have that in your hand. Watch, I'm the same level. I'll pick it up. Look, I can do the same thing. You're not a fencing fighter. You could pick up a great sword, but same thing. You're not a great sword fighter. Your concept translate is what I'm getting to. That's stuff
right, and yeah, I get that, but I want to point out that that in AD&D, you might end up with more weapon proficiencies, vastly more as a
Mhm.
fighter or whatever than you
Yeah.
might as another character. So you
Yeah.
have more weapon choice, and that weapon choice provides some sort of layer of versatility on the class that other classes don't have, except for maybe the thief, who's
Mhm.
versatile because of his thief skills. Um, but uh, I mean, you're right. If you really want to make it versatile, you don't have to depend necessarily on a whole bunch of skills that are specific to an individual class
Right.
as much as the ability to say, okay, my fighter started as a thief and then took a level of fighter,
Mhm.
or my fighter started as a fighter and then took a level of thief. I
Right.
mean, it can end up becoming absurd if you allow it to,
Mhm.
but generally speaking, using core rules does, by the melding of classes, even though you must keep them unique. I disagree with the sort of some of the ideas in more modern games that everybody can just do a little bit of everything equally the same. I disagree with that, but I do like the idea of melding the characters without restricting it to either a multi-class character or b a dual class character. Because in AD&D, you can say you can dual class. You can say, okay, I'm a fighter. I reach this particular level. I'm going to take thief, go to the level beyond that, and then I can now use both of these skills. But you can't dual class twice.
Mhm.
I mean, you can if you're a bard, it's a requirement of the class. And if you're human, you can't multi-class, although there's no such thing really as the multi-class in 3.5, right? You can't play two or three classes at once,
You
right?
do.
That would be like a,
Right.
huh?
Well, I mean, you just take levels in the various class, and it has a general
Yeah,
level
yeah.
that you get.
And that it cleans it up pretty nicely.
There's
I'm
restrictions and
not
stuff
gonna,
like that too. So,
yeah,
well, it's
yeah.
also it also is all about how it comes across too. I mean, you can see some goofy situations where, hey, what's your character class? All of them. You know what I mean? Like, okay, but
Right.
you know. But
Right.
on the flip side, if there's where the story element comes into it and the role playing element comes into it, right? On the flip side, if Homeboy comes in with this amazing thing, this description of why it just works, and you don't feel like you're hanging out with a min max, right? In the role playing, which I would expect, right? I mean, if you came up with a characterization that made sense for that, it wasn't stupid, you know what I mean? Then go with your bad self, you know what I mean? An example would
Right.
be like, so let's say you were like let's say you was like a thief and you were going to pick up some wizard levels. Now, in role playing, I would expect something prior to picking up those wizard levels going on while you're a thief in some kind of role playing. Hey, I'm interested in this book. I pay attention to this thing. Something going on in role playing or a backstory where you have some kind of intrinsic a reason why you care about being a wizard is what I would need to see in role playing. Then it would make sense that you pick that particular class. So that's where you need to meld the two together, as opposed to, I'm sitting here as a thief and now magic missile. You know what I mean? It's like
Right.
that
Right.
don't make no
Right.
sense. You know what I mean? So, and it can be anything from like, hey, in my backstory, I've always been able to do this, but it was hidden, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? I just think having those reasons for these rules, role playing reasons for the rules make it so much better, within the rules. A lot of times people who are big into the role playing will think, well, the rules stop the role playing. No, it doesn't. The rules challenge your ability to be creative and role play within them. What doesn't challenge it and what is not fun and what is mundane is that people think their own little brain is sufficient to entertain six people by talking for X amount of time, which I guess is
Right.
what we're doing right now, but still.
Yeah. Well, it kind of is in a way, but I think I like to think that it's a more meta analysis
Mhm.
of the ways that we can become better DMs and better players,
Right.
and there's nothing wrong with that. I want to
Before we
ask.
do, you think we could take like a 2-minute break real quick so I can use the restroom?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and
Talk about that.
if chat, I'll do that. And is so I don't know how many people are in chat. I'm not looking at that, but I got a question recently. I'm wondering if you guys have any questions, we'll we'll also answer those. Maybe it's that Dungeon Master D here is exceptionally magnetic and nobody needs to ask anything.
That's absolutely what it must be.
Howdy, Dave. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we're going to take a little break, and I'm just going to turn off my camera and my mic, and be right back in a second. And if anybody has any questions, I'd love you to ask them. Thank you. All right, I'm back. Yeah, you guys enjoying this? Most of you listening or whatever. I mean, I hope it's enjoyable. I assume it is. Uh, Thank you, Michael. How you hey, great old ones. How you been, Dave? You been all right? Not like I know you well enough to ask or whatever, but I feel like it's polite. Oh yeah, right on. Well, thanks for jumping on, man. I appreciate it. Always nice to see you around.
All right.
Yeah, and we got Goo in the house. And Michael Dale. That would be DLSD25. I have carte blanche to use his Michael Dale name whenever I want. He gave it to me personally. Dave Mills is doing great, and he'll catch the beginning later. Appreciate you guys showing up very much. Yeah, so we just finished up talking. I mean, mainly it was talking about progression through the editions and leading up to your choice of game presently, which would be Pathfinder,
Right.
And why, right? So we could have an entire other conversation on Pathfinder versus 3.5, but I think that you basically laid it out right with the grappling stuff, the combat maneuver related stuff being streamlined down to a single roll versus having to go through this complex system for something that happens all the time, right?
At the end of the day, you roll a d20 and you add or subtract from it.
Right, right, and that's easy to remember, particularly since you have what a CMB and a CMD,
Right.
the right combat maneuver bonus and combat
Exactly.
maneuver defense, right?
Right. And it's just a small thing. And then of course, just to be clear, describing the various editions, they're all great. And you say what you want about second edition. At the end of the day, I played the shit out of it, had a good ass time, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And also keep in mind,
That's what I tell people all the time.
That's all there was too. So we didn't have it was amazing when you're comparison, you don't have comparison. So I always try to keep that on the brain. That's part of the evolution of the game. We're getting somewhere with that. You say?
Right, absolutely. And I think playing through the editions is something that people who stuck, because you got various types of players without getting, or DMs or whatever, but players of the game, encompassing DMs and actual players who run characters, right? You've got several different types. You've got individuals who grew up on the game and lost interest and came back. You've got individuals who grew up on the game, continued for it to be part of their life or whatever, and always stuck with it through editions. You've got the people who didn't get into it until they were stationed at a military base or something like that, or college or whatever. But I think we all sort of have a common thread. The big difference would be whether you've played all the editions. So you did some 4E, right?
I did. Yeah, we had played fourth edition. And I mean, it was exciting at the beginning, but it was kind of like, I don't want to dog on fourth edition, but I had a really good time. If you recall, I had played a sorcerer or a warlock rather, in fourth edition. And, I've got lots of great memories of fourth edition. And one time I remember, you know how cautious I am when I play casters. I'm like stupid cautious, right? I won't use my defensive magic most of the time because I will use battle mat tactics and maneuverability not to have to. You know what I mean? And if you recall, I was always very specific about where I would go. And I don't know if you remember that one night, but it got super late. I don't even know what was happening. It must have been 3 a.m. We were out on the porch, right? And I remember passing out. I don't remember passing out. I remember waking up. And I come out to the porch where the D&D battle mat was set up, and I look down and I see what appears to be a cave with an island in the middle of it, and my miniature laying down in the middle of the island, and all your miniatures standing up on the other side of the lake. Yeah.
Right.
So that, because apparently I had got really tired and decided I didn't want to cast the Eldritch Blast and decided to swim across with the dagger, was what I was told. So point being is that, whatever I think about fourth edition, again, all the editions have great memories, you know what I mean, of doing it. And I had, they all succeeded in helping me have fun many times. So, just to be very clear about that. But fourth edition outside of that was kind of Magic the Gathering. Yes, I thought, you played cards, which gave us some kind of speed, but it was again, we kind of went back to limiting, right? So it was like, okay, here's your card options. These are your ability options. You got the you spend the one card, you got your combat cards, and you got your day cards, and you flip them back over, and you got your dailies, right? Was it dailies and combat cards?
Yeah.
Then the free use cards, I think it was. I don't remember what it was called anyway, but I think that was it. We had categories of cards, and essentially what you're trying to do is increase that category of cards through a variety of things to do, which is pretty cool initially because it was kind of novel. So we had played through that one campaign. I remember the one that came stock with it, or at least the first level adventure. I forget what it was called.
Well, but right before that, we played Return to the Temple of Elemental Evil.
But that wasn't fourth edition. That was 3.5.
No, that was 3.5. But we got through that whole thing of a little over 2 years at my house or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was all day on Saturday until somebody fell asleep, which would often be me, and it was sometimes partially Friday night, sometimes partially Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So when fourth edition came out, it was worth a shot.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And why not give it a shot? Plus, it's a new thing. It's kind of shiny. You know what I mean? I have not. I want to play first edition and give it a shot, so that before I form an opinion on it. But I got all the books and I read them all. I mean, I didn't read every monster, but I read all the things that you read to know what was going on with the game. And I don't know. It's again talking about arbitrary things here and taste, right? So my brain is still back in Lord of the Rings. You know what I mean? I think of things from that sort of humanocentric sort of position that you would get in some earlier stories. I like when elves are different and halflings are different, you know, and there's different cultures that come around by interacting with them, as opposed to the more the game becomes like Star Wars Cantina, you know what I mean?
Yeah, good point. Well
when it turns into the Mos Eisley spaceport, the game has gone beyond. And I'm not even trying to make it slight at 5th edition that it has, because that's the one thing great about the game. At the end of the day, you get a DM who gets first edition and goes, I chuck all that stuff out that's weird, and we just use the stuff in it that makes it more like Lord of the Rings.
Right. It's
I always keep that on the brain, that it can always be done. And so when you have these arguments like I'm making why I don't like it, people can easily come in and say that. But what I'm talking about is the raw experience of the game, how the game's meant to be played, and just without modifying.
And right, and I'd even argue that the original, the core rule books in 5th edition also managed to do that particularly well. It managed to condense down the proficiency system, provide the advantage disadvantage mechanic to simplify things that would otherwise normally be under Rule 0 and whatnot. But then, of course, they release things and release things and release things, and each one gets more fringe, and that's at least something that 1st edition managed to avoid. Is going into, you know, people call them splat books, but there's not a whole lot of splat in there. There is in later editions. 2nd edition and so forth carried that on, but I think and 5th edition took it to the freaking extreme. But if you just open up core rule books, you know, from 2014 or whatever, you're going to get a completely perfectly playable game, regardless of how people feel about it.
Right.
Now let me show some of these on here. This is my buddy Kev. Greetings, program. How you doing, man? I hope you're doing all right. So Great Old One says he's played in some form all editions. And I think that's important, particularly if you're going to make the argument against different editions, which a lot of people do online. I feel like it's kind of important to at least have played them all.
Right.
In order to.
That's right. That's why with 5th edition, I don't really have any judgment. How I'm going to try to play it and see what's up. I don't know how these things are going to manifest when it hits the rubber hits the road there and we interface with the action of the game. It might be just fine and cool. So
yeah,
you know what I mean? And that's the thing with all the games. You know, all of the games that have existed so far for me, again, have just been continuously fun in all of their aspects. So, you know, I mean, I like it all. It's like you said, and it ultimately comes down to the group of players and the DM that you got. So,
yeah, I agree with that. And one thing, just jumping back to 4E real quick, one thing they did, and they took it to sort of an absurd level, but that doesn't matter to me too much, is that they really codified gridded combat,
right?
And what a character could do, and you know, sort of led to the rise of kind of the action economy and stuff like that being the central piece of the game. Right. But if that's what you're playing and that's what you're into, that doesn't bother me.
Well, that's the thing. You don't want to. There's no reason. There's no reason to. You know, I mean, we can have it. If we want to analyze the games and why we personally think that we enjoy one versus the other, that's a great conversation. As long as people realize that's a conversation that's occurring. You know what I mean? It's when people cast a broad generalization. They say, "No, this is just the way it is." Well, no, it's not. It's a game, and at the end of the day, if you walked into somebody's house who was playing with no rules whatsoever, everybody had their eyes closed. It was a drama club fest going on. and you told all those players and DM, hey, you're playing the wrong way, and they all looked at you and said, oh, well, we're the ones having a good time. You seem to be the angry one here talking about ways. Have a nice day. Then they're right. You see what I mean? And
Right.
that's your bottom line. So I think that a lot of times when people speak of these things or hear these things, they jump to the conclusion that the person is necessarily saying, this is the way it is. You know what I mean? It's not that. It's not that at all. It's very arbitrary. It comes down to the fun factor, period. So,
Right. I agree completely, and well said. And Dave, he played BX first, third, fourth, fifth, and back to BX. And so you skipped back me, Dave, and then you skipped most wisely second edition. Nice to know. Don't make me report you to WotC or something. Here we go. This is a good one. So for those of you that came in late, we've learned that Pathfinder is the best system. Old stuff relies too much on DM Fiat. And Dooms is actually the dummy of his TTRPG friend group. Well, my TTRPG friend group in like real life friends, like people that I personally know, is 1. And for people that I really like is about 5. 6 maybe.
That's right. I'm going to say yes, pretty much. And you couldn't figure that out already on number 3. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, well, you know.
No, he's super smart. Pathfinder is great, man. It scratches the itch perfectly.
It really does, and it also gives you, you know, not to try to beat the dead horse or whatever, but it also puts things in perspective as far as the importance of any particular rule. Whereas you might look at, let's just say second edition, because that's supposed to be the best version of AD&D according to what the market materials and whatnot would say, and people in a generation just behind us would say. It gives you no indication whatsoever of what's a load bearing rule and how changing one thing might have a ripple effect, you know, might bubble up through the entire system.
Exactly.
And 3 does that. You know, it seeks to create a framework, position everything within this framework, note exceptions and how exceptions outside of that framework might happen and why. And then it provides the discerning DM with the opportunity to be able to modify the system without breaking it.
Right. You can capitalize on the options you've got. So, you know, you can literally, if you want to fight orcs for 20 levels, you can get progressively harder, and you can fight orcs for 20 levels without fighting a million orcs, you know what I mean, at once, and things like that. So, and it's all done, you know, fairly and legitimately. So, you know, you can create the 20th level orc shaman. Well, guess what? He's awesome. You know what I mean? Here it comes.
Right.
But in all editions, though, as you get higher and higher in level, I generally tend to think it becomes more comic booky as you go up. So I would say that the earlier editions are better at containing that aspect of it a lot more. They sort of keep it in line with fantasy, because 10th level in Pathfinder and above, same with 3.5 to some extent. Actually, definitely in 3.5. You start to get to
Remember why War Mage?
Oh yeah, dude, well, it gets very challenging,
and it's like I don't need you guys anymore.
Oh, exactly. Well, it gets very challenging too, but as a DM to continue to provide in-game challenges for those high-level characters,
right?
And especially if your party's smart and knows that play the rule, you know, is playing by the rules as well,
right?
But that kind of squaring off is not really, I think, how it's best done for me. You know, like I said, examples. If I'm playing, like, let's say, some kind of berserking humanoids, their understanding of tactics is what it is. You know what I mean? They're going to fight in a cinematic type of way, not necessarily in let me optimize the battlefield for these particular combats. They're going to role play it out. Now, then you come across some leader type of guys who are more intelligent, more tactful, and maybe are commanding them. Then they start to act a little bit differently. So you can have kind of levels of of monsters that persist. You know what I mean? I love orcs and I love ogres and things like that. And I want them to be around forever. I don't want to wear them out, quickly, and then you get to the higher levels and you got to fight planner stuff all the time and things like that. It's kind of where it goes in any game, though. Honestly.
Right, right. So Great Old Ones points out that he knows what he likes, but won't disparage someone else's choice.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I agree completely. I don't think anyone should disparage anyone else's choice. I personally, I prefer 1E. That's what I like best. But that's also for me, with what it is that I like to do and what it is that I want to accomplish as a DM, it gives me the biggest open sort of area with which to do that without jumping into like DM Fiat
Hmm.
and that kind of thing. um and also maintains sort of a sense of wonderment. Yeah, the players are going to have to learn the rules. They're not going to necessarily have to learn the rules as well as they gonna have to learn them in 3.5 or Pathfinder if they're
Right.
playing with an experienced group, because
Yes.
that's one downside to like Pathfinder or something like that, is that a new player in a group of experienced players
Hmm.
is going to have a hard time, right? Because those experienced players know these rules inside and out. They've all gelled into this this sort of uh efficient fighting force. And new guy comes along, if he doesn't know the rules, then he's not going to have sort of an optimal character,
Right. Well, that's
right?
why that's where you come in and buffer those things with the story and with the role playing, where
Right.
you don't want it to be an optimal. You want to be able to play subpar characters in the games and have it enjoy it as a role playing experience, also knowing that you aren't necessarily going to die. You know what I mean? Because of course that kind of ruins it for everybody. You know what I mean? You know,
Right,
you can
right.
enjoy that particular character. But I think when it comes to knowing the rules, that's the DM's. That's how the DM interfaces you into the game. You see
Mhm.
what I mean? And it's easiest to start at first level, obviously. But you do, but it does, but it comes down to that investment from the group. To me, a solid group invests in the game in themselves cognitively, you know what I mean? And to some extent by doing a little bit of homework, I know that can be off putting, but, I think it's so easy to print out a sheet or look at a description or click on stuff that tells you exactly what your character can do. When you are at low levels, you know what I mean? You have a lot more options than you did, but not that many. But
Right.
it'd be like saying this, it'd be like, okay, so we're going to play Monopoly, but I don't ever add money.
Uh,
Okay.
right, right.
Whenever pieces of paper touch my hand, I rip them up. Okay, well, that you ain't really playing Monopoly then, buddy. I don't know what you're doing. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
so I like that investment. I like that investment that we have to have in it, and it's okay at first. The first three levels or so, I can compensate as a DM because there's not a lot of options. You know what I mean? I mean, there are, but I've got to memorize for the most part. But once you start getting past that third level, absolutely, your character's success is going to be created by your ability to understand what they can and can't do. Which, if you think about it from a dramatic sense in role playing, it's like this: a basketball player, right, is using the laws of physics to hit the ball, right?
Sure.
You could pause that moment and you could say, okay, here's a percent chance for this, that, this, that. So if we throw it this angle, it's kind of like you could establish the rules for making that shot. If the person does all these things and mitigates these variables, this thing will occur. See what I mean? The basketball player doesn't think
Yeah.
about it that way. They just know it. That's how I feel about it from the characters, right? When the elf makes some crazy shot across the battlefield, they ain't thinking, well, that's okay. What's the distance here? No, they're just like, boom, they feel it. That feeling is the manifestation of the rules to me. And that's how I envision the understanding of the rules.
Right, right. And it certainly requires an understanding on the part of the players.
Exactly.
And I would argue that 1E, because I'm just going to go with 1E here because that's what I prefer, is that 1E has that same sort of idea, but it requires sort of a philosophy of understanding by the DM himself more than the players. And the players have to be able to trust the
Mhm.
DM's knowledge and judgment and adjudication, and that's why, for the most part, I tend to refer to the one EDM as the referee,
Mhm.
right? Because it needs to be unbalanced, or I mean, balanced, unbiased rather. Need to have an understanding. Need to communicate any changes necessary to your players. Need to make sure everybody's on the same page,
Mhm.
and player knowledge of the rules isn't
Right.
as important as it is in a more codified system. Um, and just for me personally, with AD&D, I kind of like to tinker. And 3.5, I don't really need to tinker much. Pathfinder, I don't really need to tinker. I can just take the rule set, the system, and I can just roll with it.
Mhm.
And if anything comes up that requires adjudication, almost most anything, there's a little area outside the rules that allows me to adjudicate things that might not, that require adjudication. And uh everything else is sort of right there,
Mhm.
and I kind of like that. And I like both of them, for different reasons.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. And we don't. There's no reason to get upset at various factions or even have them. It'd be kind of like hating somebody for liking a different kind of music. You know,
Right.
you could try to convince me all day that the music I like is bad, but at the end of the day, I'm going to look at you and go, "Guess what? I like it." Nothing changes that. You're not going to logic me out
Yeah,
of something I'm intrinsically liking. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
You got to keep that on the brain. But you can only
Exactly.
make such a. I mean, I'm not even trying to make an argument here. I'm just telling you again. We can have these discussions and realize this is just my opinion. But I can also say that I don't have a ton of memories of first edition. A really hardcore rules following DM anyway. You know what I mean? And that might be an experience that other people have had. With the particular game, I've never had. You know, I'd say like again, I would have sort of leave those experiences up to the particular DMs because I was young and trusted they were playing by the rules. So they were
Right.
sort of establishing what the rules are through them as opposed to me reading them. See what I mean? So I can't for sure say I had an authentic experience, but I played with a lot of different DMs, so I got to assume at some point I did. You know,
Well, that's actually, and Cooley brings up the point. That's actually the interesting thing, is that because every time I DM second edition for you guys, I always made sure to bring in my understanding of first edition rules
mhm,
into the combats. It was a long time ago, obviously, but of the campaigns that I ran, the ones where we met Brad and Tom in my garage when I was like, what, 15, man?
right.
All that stuff included first edition mechanics while using second edition books, because the thing was, second edition didn't actually answer
Mhm,
how this stuff was supposed to happen, sort of from a logistical standpoint and looking at pieces on a board. So
right.
I
Never,
used my understanding to do that. But if my understanding could be suspect or not always consistent, which I'm sure happened more often than not,
mhm.
then that's a problem. um
Yeah, well, that they're absolutely right. Talking about like drifting rules, you know what I mean? Is that happens to me all the time. Like sometimes I will sit here and conflate the 3.5 3.0 with Pathfinder, and that's why it's good to have other people that know how to play Pathfinder to go, wait a second, that's it's like, how do I remember that 3.0 rule that was like 15 years ago when I used perfectly and screw the Pathfinder rule up, which I just read. You know what I mean? It's like, okay.
Yeah, yeah, and
Look
I've
at the
noticed
rule.
that you're particularly um, uh, critical of yourself when you don't when you forget one of those things,
No, I
and I
hate it.
think every DM should. Right.
Yeah,
I guess we
horrible.
spent hours streaming about a crap game then. You know what my first
Pathfinder's
love
great.
is, George. Well, I think. uh, Thank you, sir. Should have known before we started, us. All right. Michael again. A 3E codified challenge rating, but a broken and inaccurate version of it, right? I think Merle's just recently came out with math that works. What's the story behind that? Do we know? Was it a flood by Watsy? So what do you think of the CR system in general?
I think it gives a good foundation for making up adventures. That's a fact. You know what I mean? So to keep, especially if you want to make up an adventure that is gets the characters from first to second level, kind of like that's kind of how I think about it. You know, an adventure concept for me. Hopefully, you get a level throughout it, right? And it gives you a good idea of how much XP would need to go into that, so you can track it immediately, and also how much treasure a given character should have. So you end up with these pools of resources to spend, and that's where we talk about like tinkering with the rules. Well, when I tinker with the rules, it's like, okay, I've got these resources to spend that characters would have going from these two levels. What can I do with them? How can I make this realistic, challenging, and have a story go along with it with role playing while still providing, I don't know. I like the limitations. I mean, it might seem like it's limiting and I could just make up whatever, you know what I mean? And not even worry about that. But I like it a lot. I like the CR when it comes to figuring out the balance of the encounters and figuring out how much XP that you get from them. So from a
can I stop you there for a second?
Sure.
You said to make sure that a encounter was challenging. You said 3 words, and I had it.
Well, and still had story and role playing in
it. Yeah. It was challenging, rewarding,
right,
and story, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, is that the basic thing you look for?
Yeah, exactly.
Out of every encounter in D&D,
absolutely.
regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And it gives me a good foundation to do that. It's like a start, it's a starting point, and again, it limits the DM Fiat. It doesn't allow me to go, I envision 1 million skeletons coming at you. And you're like, where's that?
Right.
And that kind of thing, so it makes it more gamey for me. Now, some people might not like that and think it is limiting, but I like that aspect of it. It's like you got a building block of things. And then anything that you don't have in that particular box, well, guess what? There's templates and rules to put them right into it that will still align. And so you can make up that crazy thing, but not worry that crazy thing is going to need to be ad hoc regulated in the midst of it because you didn't plan it out properly. Right? Like, here's the crazy thing. Whoa, that's too crazy. So now none of that matters. There is no planning. It's all fiated, and I made it too crazy. Now I've got to
and now I got to scale it back. Right. It gives you a system.
Everybody knows it. And I would get upset in games like that, and I'd be like, "Dude, just kill us." Well, that wasn't the intent. Right. Well,
but that's what you should be doing right now, because this thing is more powerful than us. It's clearly more powerful than us. And if you don't kill us, you're going to be doing an injustice in your position as a DM, because you're going to be ruling in our favor, and I'm going to lose my fun of the game.
And then what happens next time? What happens next time? So the next big scary thing that occurs, we really don't got anything to worry about, because if it heads, as long as everything happens the dramatic way you envision it, then we're cool, right? But outside of that, that's all we're shooting for. You see what I mean? So what happens next time? Should we be scared, or should we just like go straight at it suicidally?
Right.
Can things kill the party? I don't even know. You know what I mean? You get that kind of confusion like that. So
and that's as an aside, and I want to bring up these next comments because they're directly related to this. But as an aside, that's why I only play AD&D if I'm DMing, or if I'm playing with DMs who have laid out the things that might be contentious beforehand, so that I have some expectations going into it. Just to make it real quick, and I don't want to drag on, even though I ramble. If I start rambling, let me know. But remember when we were in Dave's apartment, right on the Lake Eola or whatever, Dave was running Linkmar, and Les was sitting there, and Les said, "Well, are we playing AD&D or some other game?
Yes,
because if we're playing some other game, I would want to know the rules." And to an extent, Les was right, even though Dave kicked him out of his apartment.
Do you remember the follow-up for that? You probably don't. Do you remember the follow-up?
When Dave ran downstairs and went to Les's car and told him it beat his ass?
That's your perspective. Yeah, that's the follow-up I'm talking about. Here's my perspective, right? This guy was my ride. So I'm like I'm thinking, first off, Dave is the living incarnation of Conan. What are you doing?
He was.
So the
He
guy
was.
running his mouth, I didn't understand. Plus, it was rude, and he was my ride. And I'm like, and it's not. Dave didn't tell us to leave. So you don't remember that part. We just got late, and we did leave. And then when we went downstairs, we were sitting in the car, and it was I forget the other
Oh,
guy.
because you had to leave with Les.
Right,
I
exactly.
forgot that part.
Suddenly,
Right, you
we're
got kicked
backing
out
out.
with Les.
Yeah, we're backing out, and a shadow falls over to drive. I'm in the passenger seat, and the shadow falls over to driver's side through my seat and eclipses all of like Orlando. It's how big Dave is. And you hear knock knock on the window. It wasn't like he didn't bang on the window, but it was some. I felt the resounding nature of what was coming. Les rolls his window down, right, and Dave puts his hand in. He goes, "It's been real. It's been fun, but it ain't been real fun."
Yeah.
And when he holds out his hand, he shakes it, and he goes, "Don't come back." And then Dave turns around and goes away. And I said, "Dave, what about me?" And he didn't respond. Which then I had nothing to do with it, which then made me feel as if, I had to call you. I was having anxiety.
Yeah.
I remember all that, right? That's the first time.
Yeah,
because
you went right.
Yeah,
Because I wasn't downstairs when when Dave did that. You told me about that, right?
Yeah,
right. Yeah, and Dave was the living incarnation of Conan.
I feel like Dave could have grabbed the back of his little car and held it.
He probably could have. I saw him do some crazy things. All right, so CR broke when you mixed creatures and sometimes wasn't a good estimate.
That's true.
Okay.
Yep. That's true. It's not perfect in that translation. So you absolutely. I mean, yeah. There's that's happened absolutely. Yes. So there is kind of a max of what you can. But then again, I guess it doesn't really bother me too terribly much because most of the things I'm thinking about doing are again Lord of the Rings based. So they're not like way out there where I need some massive deal. So like my favorite things to do are very basic. Give orcs fighter levels and barbarian levels. You know what I mean?
Right.
Allow common to actually, have spells and be tough, stuff like that just make generally tougher versions of the guys. For the most part, I'm in favor of even taking monsters and describing them entirely differently, but running them as they are. You see, with the
right.
So.
Yeah, and I agree with that. They could be anything, as long as they fit that particular template.
What was it in third edition? It was the gargantuan. It was the what was it? Gargantuan, demonic, legendary, great crab of death or something like that. I don't remember what it was. This crab was huge. And it was I forget, my buddy Scott had stacked all these templates on this crab in 3.5 that was massive, a colossal
right.
I remember the end was crab of legend, and it was terrible. And then it was poisonous and stuff like that too, right? And the thing was huge on the battle mat. Back in the day, we cut out those paper chips, and you'd be proud of a chip this big on the battle mat. You push that.
Not to mention the battle system. Counters or whatever, we use those for years, man.
Oh yeah, I had chips. I put in my bag.
Yeah.
You're like, oh no, this is a 6x6 yellow square coming at me. No, it's not.
Exactly. It lets you know exactly how long
crab,
something was, how wide something was.
Mm-hmm.
If it was square, perfect.
Yeah. Well, I remember that encounter specifically. It was one of my legendary moments actually, because this guy who was playing a Kensei, he got stabbed by the crab, right? He had some kind of like scorpion pincer on it, and essentially came down to he needed to get a 20 or he was going to die, right? One of those situations.
Right.
I remember reaching over with my golden dice, which I've had for almost 30 years, the 20-sided, being like,
and you still have it, right?
I still have it. I should go.
Yeah, you don't have it to show off?
No, I didn't think about it. And I go,
come on, you didn't you can't show off Goldie?
It's all put up in the thing over there anyway. But so I tell I will next time. I'll do something.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, whatever. So anyway, no, it did happen. So I hand him the dice, and I'm like, dude, it's a Goldie moment. And he's like, are you serious? I'm like, it'll serve you. And then boom, here comes that 20.
Yeah. And that's one thing that was really cool back then, and we don't get that much with. Obviously, we don't get it at all with virtual dice, right?
Right.
but
I
having
think you
your
do.
dice, of which I have plenty of, and just rolling the number that you will,
Mhm.
and that's
It's
something
certain
you
weight to it.
get. Yes, absolutely.
I mean,
And
but I think with the virtual dice, I've felt the transference of the spirit though, a couple times.
yeah,
So
I agree with that.
I think the dice
Um,
rolling, chutzpahs transcends all mediums. It's something
yeah,
that
and I
has
think
it in
this
them.
was basically, yeah, I think Michael here is, it does transcend all mediums. I think Michael here was basically echoing, that was the answer to the question, what Cooley said. Often there were synergies between abilities in 3.x that made it easier or harder than the codified elements describe, particularly for new players, because you end up, as a player, if you play long enough and play enough characters, you end up understanding some of the synergies early on.
Right, and those synergies came
Speaking
out
of
big
bad
time.
music, what do
Those,
you listen to?
oh, me? Well, I love my metal. I love my grunge. I like basically everything but country. My wife loves country, so I can say that.
Lucky you.
Yes,
So does mine.
uh,
Lucky me.
I love my metal absolutely, and that goes hand in hand with D&D.
It does. It does. So CR worked fine when you looked
Yes,
at the core stuff, but just
yes.
like later
Let
stuff,
me
looked at the core stuff later.
let me
Yeah.
jump on that.
Go.
That's I
Absolutely.
literally was just about to say that. That you notice in my game, right? What's my Pathfinder game? I only allow the core stuff, right? That's why. When
Right.
you get out there, that's when it starts to break. You see what I mean? You've got
Yeah.
plenty of
Yeah.
options in the player's handbook to do things
Tons.
right. To do things right, but see, exploring outside of that is where we come into some problems. You see what I mean? It's like, again, I feel like just more time tinkering and using your imagination needs to be spent looking at some of the core stuff and going, wait a second, I don't need all this
I don't
extra
know.
stuff. I can make it all right here with what they've given me base
On the
and my
kitchen counter.
imagination. But yes, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. But that's why I
Right.
keep everything core in my game and I don't let it go outside of the basic core stuff for that reason.
Yeah, and the core in Pathfinder gives you more options than you have really in any other version of AD&D. They don't call it Mathfinder,
Right.
derisively, I might add, which I don't think that they should, for no reason. So less the numbers, more the way individual powers may stack between creatures. Then Kev, yeah, I think we basically answered that. And yeah, it's a bloat problem.
I think all the splat books have been below problems. I'm trying to think of the splat books that were good. I like the kit for second edition. I think that was kind of, I mean, just because you could be a paladin cavalier was cool.
That was really
Barbarian.
yeah, I think that was really the creation of the splat books,
Yeah.
because most of the AD&D one ebooks, in my mind, yeah, Unearthed Arcana had a little splat related kind of stuff to it, but really it was just trying to do what should have been done, although it might not have done it in the best way, which was to make the fighter a little more valuable.
Right. That's always
But
been my issue
one,
because as a lover of thieves and fighters, as my primes, you know what I mean? The only thing that I wanted a little more to distinguish between two thieves than I was getting. You see what I mean? So,
yeah,
and this kind of gave me the ability to do this. Kits did that too. You know what I mean? So I like the kit books back in the day. But,
I liked them as well. I think they wouldn't. None of the adjustments of Unearthed Arcana with regard to fighters would have necessarily had to been made had DMs actually used weapons versus armor class. I think that would have made a huge difference, and maybe also taking the cleric weapon proficiency slots from 3 down to 2. That way, the fighter has 4. Every other class has 2 or less. I think there are ways that it could have been tweaked without adding weapon specialization, although I don't have a problem with weapon specialization as long as it's restricted to the fighter only. Likewise, I don't have a problem with double weapon specialization as long as it's restricted to the fighter only and not his subclasses. Ranger, barbarian, these guys, they get enough already.
Right.
And then yeah, and the kit books were cool. They really should have. I mean, I'm not going to fault the company because, of course, they're going to make more books, right? If they can sell them. But you could have contained it all within a single book. Maybe a single book on classes, single book on races, and you would have got all the,
Right. So essentially,
all the variation you
second
needed.
edition didn't go far enough, as far as it needed to. But again, backing up and thinking, in its time, it was a step. You know what I mean? And a lot of great games were played in second edition. So
Many great games, more than I ever played in 1E. To be honest with you, I mean that's some of my greatest experiences were with 2E because it was at that point that I was able to have a social group around me who was like-minded and could understand without having to wade through a bunch of pros, because they were younger than us or older than us and didn't know a damn thing.
Right. Or we trusted them to because they were older.
Yes. All right. So Cooley was speaking of abilities on the same creature versus abilities between creatures. I've forgotten the point. So I'm going to move through these pretty quickly. Interesting. I wonder why they always push more player options and less settings. Now, in 2E, they did push a ton of settings. Remember when we go to the hobby store, man? And it's a Forgotten Realms out the ass, Ravenloft out the ass, stand up cardboard, Count von what's Strahd von Zarovich, Al-Qadim. Brett used to make fun of us about Al-Qadim. Mastica, there was a bunch of that and a bunch of novels that went along with that.
Right. But you see what's happening there? They're capitalizing on the idea more than the mechanics, right? So they're not trying to sell you another way to augment your character. They're selling you a land in which to have some fun, which ultimately I like better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good point.
But when it comes to, at the end of the day, I love my Greyhawk, man. I love my old school first edition Greyhawk the most. I don't remember who said it, but it was some point somebody pointed at a Greyhawk hex map in front of me as a person.
If it was awesome, it was probably me.
And they said something to the effect of, do you know how much adventure is in that one hex? And I was like,
right.
Well, being that that's 30 miles, I'm going with quite a bit. And then that,
yeah. Sure.
So I enjoyed that.
They push more player options because they buy more books.
Absolutely.
This is true.
That's what I say. I don't know how the company stays in business because I haven't bought shit. I've got the main books, and within that rule set is enough to customize anything I want to do without going anywhere else. So at the end of the day, D&D is like you think about, our campaign. I'm using the Pathfinder rule set, but we're playing a campaign that's set in first edition Greyhawk.
And the SRD makes it freely available, at least the rules portion of it.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the problem with corporate RPG, and it's not just related to WotC. It's Paizo as well, right? If I have the core rulebook, which I have on PDF because I bought it from them, even though I've bought it I've bought the hardback version, which I have behind me. I bought the PDF version. I have it in Fantasy Grounds, this and that. I don't necessarily need to, because that's really peak. You can't, like, if you're into that math crunching type of style of
which some people are. I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. And I like each way in different ways and under different circumstances, but you need nothing beyond that. Just as if with AD&D, you need to have more. You need to have your core rule books. Don't necessarily. A lot of people will say, "I need my core rule books and deities and demigods." You don't need deities and demigods. You need your core rule books, Unearthed Arcana.
Well, you did.
Wilderness Survival Guide, Dungeoneer Survival Guide.
You needed
get that.
You needed your deities and demigods. You needed your deities and demigods so you could have Cthulhu. I mean, that's why you needed that.
Yes, true, but you're never beating Cthulhu
right here. No, sorry,
or any of them. More people are going to buy stuff that makes their character stronger than they will a book. Yes, yeah,
That's right.
because whoever's buying the Kingdom book is the DM.
Right. Exactly. Well, and then again, you can make up your own campaign world, so you don't even need that necessarily. But you don't. But again,
Right.
some things are just fine as they are, you know. And honestly, I think I've always had the best time in games that kept everything core. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, that harkens back to the idea of Lord of the Rings and that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Where it's not super duper high fantasy stuff, which I've never been a big fan of. Once you got into like Spelljammer and that kind of thing, I don't know. It kind of turns into. I mean, I love science fiction games. I love me some Star Frontiers and stuff like that.
Yeah, but yes, they
But
should
if
be
I'm going to have
separate games about it.
spaceships, then I'm going to go play a spaceship game, like Star Wars DC.
Right, and even the AD&D 1E DMG teaches us, hey, you can transport your people to another part of, for lack of a better word, multiverse. Even though Gygax wasn't using that stuff, you can transport them to another campaign world and use one of the rule systems related to whatever
get there.
game it is that you that you've transported them into. You don't need a Spelljammer. Just take your characters, pick them up. You went through a portal. Now you're in Star Frontiers. Mechanics are totally different because we're in a totally different world.
No, that'd be a weird campaign anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, it would. Although Expedition to the Barrier Peak started it.
Yeah, but that kind of
makes
makes sense.
You Dooms was
so.
Yeah,
I like,
it was really cool.
They presented that to you differently though. They didn't present that to you as if you were a spacefarer. You were regular
right.
Going, yo, what is this? Which is cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is really cool. And same thing could be said for when he cited transposing the characters or transporting them or whatever you would say into the Wild West with like Boot Hill. It's kind of like the Back to the Future 3 or whatever. The guys just pop out and they've got swords and stuff, and the other guys have 6 guns, right?
And it's like, I went from pixie to train robber.
Yeah.
No, anyway.
Shumatsu plotted.
What's up, Shu?
7251. Shumatsu. I think they released more options for players like me. I've been playing 3.5 PF1E for 16 years. I like variety. Let's be fair, the core classes are still the most powerful. I just like variety. I do have a shelf of them behind me. I've got the Bestiaries, Advanced Race Guide, Advanced Class Guide, Player Guide, Ultimate Combat, Ultimate Magic, Ultimate Equipment, Adventure Guide, and I like to read them. And I would like to play some of them, but that's at least there's a clear demarcation, right? You've got your core rule book, which the DM can say, okay, core is included. And then there's the demarcation for all the other books where you can take bits and pieces and, talk to your GM about what it is he will.
Well, but the thing I like about it is that you, like she was saying, I mean, assuming the rule's not broken and you have an extra situation like that, you could at any point in Pathfinder or 3.0 go and, hey, I'm going to take this one single thing out of this book, and it's got a slot in the main rules that doesn't change the system entirely. You see what I mean? So it's like this balance, even though it's weird and different, it shouldn't break nothing. You know what I mean? That's of course assuming it's been tested and everything, not a oopsie, which there is plenty because they got a rata out the yang. So
yeah, absolutely. Yes, one of the reasons I'm here is to school my hey. Thank you, Jeremy.
That's right.
I'm happy to school anything I can.
Hey, I'm going to take 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, right on. I'm going to throw these things up on stream here. How long did 3.5 run as a mainstay? 8 years before 4th? Well, I can tell you that I started 3.0, I think, in 2000. And it was about, I think it was 2009 that we switched over to 4E just to have a change, because we had played in a 2.5 year campaign, and that was really just playing all day, really just playing in Return to the Temple of Elemental Evil. prior to that, we had done Mongoose Conan, and we had that for almost a year. But yeah.
Yeah, Mongoose Conan is a good example of the best Conan game. Best
Of
Conan
me
game.
hating you.
Well, that's because you hated the Dutchman, not me. But
well, it's easy to hate the Dutch.
well, he's just one of those min maxers. But the best Conan Sumerian game I ever ran, or Hyborian Age game, was when I ran it in 3.5. Yeah, there you go. It was when I ran it in 3.5, and I let them use the netbook of feats because there was only martial classes available. And I said, I'm not even going to bother looking at the netbook of feats. Go at it. That was some broke stuff in there, but it was pretty cool. I mean, it was fun. So
yeah, and Modifius Conan is really sweet. I just haven't had the opportunity to play it. I would like to at some point. Where are we at?
But then again, you're in a world at that point, and so you're trying to capture the Hyborian Age, and then the rules specifically just become your flavor of getting there. You should still be achieving the Hyborian Age, and any rules that come into play that don't let you achieve that probably try to have a Conan campaign. So be Conan like. That's why I remember in my game I had no casters. You had to be a thief or a fighter, or one of the martial classes. See what I mean? And that's when some of these feats really came in handy, was that you could really customize your martial classes anywhere from, we had a Shemite Lancer, and then you were a barbarian. We had was he from Koth? Kuhn from Koth, I think he was. We had several thieves. It was good stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that clears it up. 3.0 came out in 2000. 3.5 ended in 2007. So 8 years. And I was telling them in your absence that I think we started 4E in 2008 or 2009. Here's a question for you directly.
I don't remember.
How do you feel about balance in a game? Should encounters be balanced, or should the players be able to run into something way more or way less powerful at any time?
Well, that comes down to railroading situations. I don't like railroading games. So there should, to me personally, yes, you can run into things more powerful. And that's when I make up my game, it's not this rudimentary and simple, but I will think, okay, so if the party goes in here, they're like in an EL10 area. This is going to be some hard shit. And I have that ready. This area might be EL3. That's just the way it is. They walk in there, they're going to roll it. You know what I mean? I don't change that because I'm not going to tell them to go to either one. Ideally, the cool thing for me is they walk into the EL10 area, get stomped, run away, go to another area, feel victorious, come back some levels later and be like, remember that? Let's deal with it. You know what I mean? Or evolves in a campaign plot. So to answer that question, I mean, it needs to be the EL that it is. So your party level will interact with it at that. I guess the way I look at it. Now, when I make up the Pathfinder adventures that are like linear, then absolutely. I make sure that's balanced out perfectly and that it's always scaled correctly. And you can conceivably deal with it. I had run for Pathfinder Society for some time, which was pretty cool. And I just run the modules, you know what I mean? Because then they get the points and they level up in Pathfinder. Anyway, point being is you run modules. And the modules, if you ever see how they're laid out, they're very balanced. They usually have like 3 encounters in them. Because it's about a 4-hour time frame, and you're able to succeed in those combats because they're balanced. See what I mean?
Right.
So, but yeah, so you essentially have no choice but to deal with them, and if they were to make them impossible, then you die for sure. Whereas in our campaign, I don't like to make it that way. I mean, I could pull up right now and show you the unvisited areas. It's terrible. You know what I mean? That's some areas I was psyched about, which I'm pretty sure I fleshed out for absolutely no reason at this point. But that's what makes it dynamic. You see, I want you to think in my games, hey, if I go into that neighborhood, there is already something there. That neighborhood is established. It has constraints. There's these NPCs. This stuff's going to, you don't have it fully fleshed out building by building, but as opposed to, oh, this area is the seedy side of town. I will now make up ad hoc everything that exists there. as we go through, and I will react to you. I want to go to a place that is ripe to be explored because it's already there, ready to roll as much as possible. Now, that does take an irresponsible amount of prep. You may lose
it, absolutely, because nobody's ever going to explore all the things that you prep, but you need to prep for them. And there's a lot of discussion amongst people that, no prep and zero prep. And I've done it. I've done no prep, zero prep for months on end with people who just wanted to play D&D, particularly when I was younger. And it's fine. You can do that. But
some people are good at it, man.
Yeah. Well, I know you'd be good at it as well. But
yeah, I don't know. I feel insecure. I rest on the laurels of my prep to know. See what I mean? I feel like at any point, it's just probably kind of stupid, but and I know you guys never would. But if any point you guys said, "Hey, that's BS. Show us where that was planned in advance," I can go screenshot right here. And you could go, okay, that's that is how it's supposed to be. That was not reactive to what I did. See what I'm saying?
Right. I think that I had a lot more experience with just improv D&D because I was basically slave DM for a few years.
Yeah,
while people just people just paid my rent and they were like, "Hey, don't get a job, just run D&D." Yeah. And D&D Next One was supposed to be internal, but only lasted about 10 years before they broke it. And now a 60, perhaps the 60 is coming. Man after my own heart, fuck most country.
I don't mean
yes, I agree.
I can't say that too loud.
Oh yeah, Castle Guide and Catacomb Guide.
Yeah, those are the best.
Right, there are a few. Yeah, there are a few too.
And those are arguably the best too. Right there.
Right.
I mean, the Castle
Guide. And and with regard to 2E, I actually have a copy of on my shelf. I only bought it for $15, right? Of the Arms and Equipment Guide from 2E, which was a great book.
Oh yeah.
And I bought it from Frank Mincer and got his little autograph and all that. Nice. Bought it for $15. Of course I ended up buying other stuff from him, but whatever. There are people like me who, when they buy one book, they then have to have all the books.
That's right.
It's good. There are people like you. That's basically everyone.
You walk up and smell your books. Your bookshelf smells good. You stand there. You don't have to read any of them. It's like I haven't opened a single one.
Yeah. You and me both, Jeremy.
We in the adventure corner. You smell. You don't think so?
Jeremy spoke in class today, and he's absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
A creative person with drive and time could play with absolutely.
That's exactly right, and that's the best part.
Right, and this is true as well, Jeremy.
Mongoose Conan, exactly. Yes, that's what basically we were doing. You know what I mean? So it pretty much was the same thing. It just added in some rules for the casting and stuff like that. But I just
and the Modiphius Conan is just basically 2d20 advantage, disadvantage, but it's wrapped up in a nice package. Unfortunately, when people create Conan games, the licensing gets pulled from them right away. It always does. That happened to Mongoose. That's happened to Modiphius.
By who?
By whom?
Isn't it in public domain now, Howard?
No, because you've got the whatever it is. I'm gonna sound like a fool, but it's like I think it's what is it? It starts with a P, doesn't it? I think it starts with a P. They own that entire license, and they've subletted it out to Funcom and stuff like this. But they pull it whenever they want. It's somebody help me out here. Anyways, the Netbook of Feats has so many feats.
Yep. Oh, I know. And that's why it was the best to chuck it at some fighters and thieves and say, have at it. I ain't even reading it. I just trust it. Go. And they were like, some of the broke stuff you'd hear my players chuckling about. It's like, oh, he gonna let this in. Watch this. But then I start making up my guys using the Netbook of Feats. See what I'm saying? And I'd be like, oh, this broke right here. I can't wait to use this with 1,000 guys. Watch this. You know what I mean? And it was fun.
Right. And it's the Howard estate, but it's what the Who's the man? I used to know this like the back of my hand, but the primary licenser of it now is the only one who would be able to make a movie or whatever, um, because they have the licensing now. So when you see things like Mongoose Conan, Modifius 2D20 Conan, they're all great, but uh, they're all gone at some point, and that's
Howard is the
how
national treasure.
rules. He is. He is. Game World, Star Frontiers, Gangbusters, etc. All would. And by the way, I've seen on Great Old One's channel that I didn't get to comment. He has a short on visiting the Howard Museum in Cross Plains, Texas, and I always wanted to go. All right, now I'm going to come back a couple. Right, so these are specifically related to you, and this is from the ambassador to the RPG community and social media, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so this guy's important. So I would like DMD to get into his campaign prep, especially after his "I want Game of Thrones level shit in the background" comment. How does the behind the scenes prep go for that? How much is he playing out behind the scenes at any one time, and is he RPing it all out as the NPCs would act?
I'm trying to. Do you want to show them the shibboleth stuff, Bill? It's probably easiest.
Yeah, sure. And oh yeah, man. I'm gonna leave a comment on that video. It's cool. If I had it right at my hands, I'd drop a note. I always wanted to go, but I never drive through there, and I've never been close enough. I've been to Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, but both times I just had a rental car. And also, just because something is in the public domain doesn't let you publish stuff for it. Yeah, it's Pinnacle, right? Thank you, Jeremy. I think that was it. All right. So what do we want to do now? Paradox. Thank you, Coley.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah. So they divested 50% of it to Funcom. So basically, if Paradox or Funcom decide to release an RPG or decide to license it, that licensing is going to be limited because they shut it off every single fucking time, and that's what Paradox does. But now that we've got 50-50, maybe it's a little more stable, right? And Cabinet Entertainment. Yeah, thank you. All right. Yeah. So what do you want me to do? You guys still here? You still up for this?
He was asking.
I'm chilling.
He was asking about campaign prep. So
all right, you still around, Dale? Type F in chat to pay respect.
Cthulhu stuff is the best.
Yeah. You know, I don't know. I assume Gonzalo is asking about in terms of licensing. I actually don't know the answer to that because it's bounced around a lot too. Like I've got a numerous Cthulhu stuff that is out of Chaosium, right? That's not Chaosium. All right. So he says he's still here. Yeah. So you gonna hang out? You want to dig into some of that prep stuff? Because I'll show it. Whatever.
Yeah, that's up to you. Like I said, not a lot of experience doing these things, so I'm just sitting here chilling.
Yes. It's being
so I'm happy to show it. Yeah, we can do it
right now. Yeah.
I don't know what bores people and stuff, you know. So.
Yeah. Well, that's why I ask if they're still here. If they're still here, then I guess they're not bored. And if more than a few are, then I guess that's great. All right. So what should I do here? And I'm gonna have to take a piss too. Sorry. But let me bring up whatever it is I need to do. So do you want me to bring up your Foundry game and show your game prep, or do you want to bring it up and share your screen, or what do you want to do?
I don't want to accidentally show stuff that gives you hints, and I'm worried about that. Sorry. I know it's stupid, but I know I pay attention to those things. And if like I see a menu open and it's got a little thing, I'm like, ooh, a thing. And then I hate knowing anything about what's coming in any kind of game I play.
Yeah, me too.
It ruins it for me to know anything in advance. Like experience it. So I'd rather you just pull it up and kind of show it to you from your perspective.
All right. Well, I'm happy to do that. I installed it. I have a particular name for it. I'm not going to tell you what I named this, but I installed Foundry as a web app and named it the thing that most represented the individual who I was playing with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You don't want to know what it is because then you might be like, fuck you, fuck you. But
I'm sure that's my preferred response to everything you say.
That's how we roll, man.
That's right. You
Come on, adversarial DMs and adversarial players, raise the roof.
No matter what Bill says to you, he pretty much loves you. So it's when Bill doesn't talk, it's when Dooms doesn't talk to you that you know there's a problem.
That's probably true.
He's making fun of you. You're there. It's right where you need to be. You sit back, sit tight, enjoy the show. You say thank you when he insults you. Can I have another, please?
Absolutely. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to go take a leak. And I'm going to just stop my video. Right. And I can still hear you guys.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I did.
All right. Oh, looks like I'm the only one here. This is the first too. I can't believe people are listening to me. I find that strange. At least in this capacity. All right, so this is.
I will, buddy. I will, buddy. Well,
all right. Well,
how about this? Does this make you feel better?
It makes me look better.
They're listening to you. It does make you look better.
That's right.
Pretty nice. All right.
So this is Shibboleth. Basically, I wanted to. How do I campaign prep? I don't know. I got to think about that. I'm not sure how I campaign prep. Anyway, well, obviously, I've got an idea for a story, but for me, it's always started with a map. And Greyhawk is always, I get some kind of inspired with an idea. And then really, I just kind of look at the things that are in front of me. And the map that I was like super inspired by it's always been Greyhawk map. It just holds that nostalgic value for me. So activate. So this is the map that I chose, and essentially, I mean, if this is the city right here that they're all primary stationed around. This campaign comes on the heels of a previous campaign that ended. That was at the tabletop, also set in this particular place. So it starts with a map, and I always thought about what that influence on me said about, hey, there's a lot of adventure that goes on in that one hex right there, and it just kind of struck me. But basically, I just had an idea for how I could take the Greyhawk world. And why I like the Greyhawk world from first edition is that it leaves so much open-ended. So you can, it's got a good structure to it. It's got some cool background to it. But I don't use anything past that. I just use the regular Greyhawk book with the red cover that came out of the box set with this particular map in it. So, and that's always been enough baseline material for me. So for prep, basically, I try to put together my stuff like a module as much as humanly possible. I don't know why I do that, and sometimes I labor over some of the stuff. Let's see here.
I always have.
Yes.
I've even wanted to write box text and stuff, and it's screwed me up. Hey, take it easy, great old ones. Really appreciate it, bro.
Hey, good night, George. I'll see you on Saturday night.
Yes, sir. Have a good night at work.
I'll show this.
Or a day at work, rather.
I guess I'll share my screen now and give that a shot. It's just easier. Otherwise, I'm going to show campaign stuff. So let's see. I'm going to go share.
I'll hide that one.
Working.
There you go.
All right. All right. So essentially, when I try to make the module, this is Foundry. We started playing on TTS, a tabletop simulator, which is super cool looking, by the way. It's a virtual tabletop. Honestly, I loved it, and some things made it work easier. But I realized in TTS that tabletop simulator that since you had to use the virtual tabletop and zoom in on certain areas, that my particular experience with that might be different than I was trying to convey to my group. So if you look over here, these are my basic modules that I've written. They shouldn't. Bill's looking at titles here. He shouldn't see. But at any rate, they're currently looking there.
I wasn't even looking.
Okay, yeah.
I was looking at my viewers and setting up my little stream.
All right. So this is an adventure arc that they're currently in. And I try to make it just like a module that you might purchase at the store because I need that myself. And then I just add to it. So here in CLC, I don't know what the party's going to do exactly at all times. So I kind of have these arcs positioned there. And this is the background arc.
Hey, you want to, sorry, man, you want to crank down the music just a little bit? About
I don't have
20%.
You can control that.
Oh. Are you guys hearing that?
I don't hear it.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm just going to, should I just dump out?
No, just go ahead and turn your music volume down.
Right.
Go into your yeah, right
here. Yeah, I got it. Sorry.
You have to control those. I got everything on 70. Otherwise, I don't know. I mess with variant volumes for things, but it's just easier if you guys do. So, because I'll blast it constantly because I think it's awesome. So anyway, so I come up with an idea. I try to write a background up here so you can see, like, if you read through this Dooms, you'd be like, oh man, I remember that. All this stuff has been around for some time. The Right of Exchange, the Cleric's Plan, the Fate of Terrazzo, like all this stuff has been here forever with specific rules. So if you remember this was an introductory adventure, but again, I try to make it just like the module. So when I go into prep here, you can see that looking at the Black Boar of Redbridge here, this is a built monster that I wanted to make more ferocious than a regular pig. So in that case, I'm going ahead and putting down the stats for them and using the rules of Pathfinder to add on various templates, in which this case, what was it? Large magical. Yeah, I put large magical beast on, made him extra planner. I don't remember why. So that's the kind of detail I go into. And then I try to always have something for skill checks. I think one of the great things about Pathfinder and moving on to 3.0 and above is the ability to achieve things by rolling dice that aren't necessarily combat. And that's why I love the skill check. So I like to plan for that though, instead of make those reactive the best you possibly can. You can't always, but you can see right here. I try to go down pretty much to be very detailed so that I've got a decent base of what's coming and I'm not being reactive. I'm offering instead. Um, I don't know. I know this doesn't go over well these days. I understand, but I love me some AI art. And for my campaign, I use it. And that is simply because, unlike many people out there, or like many people out there, I wasn't born knowing how to draw shit. So all my friends could sit around and draw cool characters, draw cool scenes in D&D. And here I am describing it in words. And I always wondered, is that vision being conveyed to the people that are playing? Right. And so the AI art like fills it in. I mean, the control that I put over it means it's authentic, in which case you can look at pictures like this and they have something to do with the game. It's not just some kind of background stuff.
Yeah, I want to say something about that real quick, and that's that if you play in a game with a DM who uses AI art for his scenery and his handouts and whatnot, it is, in my estimation, going to be a superior game.
Well,
And having a superior game is the ultimate goal, right?
yes.
Yes. Michael's exactly right here. That's the way I look at it. If you want to use it for other things and whatnot, just go ahead. But and assess that on a case by case basis. But for handouts and whatnot, it's without compare. You will play in a superior game if the DM uses AI to give you a picture of what it is that your characters see, and then it's just a fact.
Yeah, and you can make it very specific so that it actually counts. So if you look at like, let's see, let's get down here and look at some. Okay, so remember the interaction with the doors, right? Well, if you remember, I gave you this picture, right? I described the
right. I do.
Yeah, inside the vault of the counters looking like this for a reason. Remember, but this is what they actually look like. I spent considerable time making sure that the image itself reflected exactly what my mind's eye can see. And I got to say, I'm pretty impressed by how accurate it gets. I mean, this is something got into my brain. Now, of course, it took 3 years of my life to make one picture, but still.
True. But I will remind you of what I called this. I called this a guy with a crown sticking his head in a bag full of his own parts.
Yeah. Well, and you can, and
once you see it, you can't unsee it, but it's awesome.
Well, and since you called it that, I'll have to cheat when I roll against you next
time. Stinking cloud.
Yes.
All right. No save.
That's right. I'm ruthless. But see, remember the riddle in the
absolutely,
in the Chamber of Unsettled Accounts. See, so I can scroll in, but back here back there, you can see what they had to solve. And I read it out loud to them too, but that's exactly what it looked like. You know what I mean? From my perspective. So I do that as much as possible. I love to have the NPCs fleshed out so they got names on them, and so that they become real.
Fleshed.
Yeah, so they become real. So here's characters.
Right.
All these guys are pre-made by me, and you've interacted with them all.
Are you taking those and then putting your own text on them through like Photoshop or whatever, or is the AI generating the text? Because if so, the AI is doing much better.
It'll put text on
creating.
It puts the text on for me.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's fast too. You know what I mean? I mean, for something so cool looking, it's. I mean, it's so quick. You can generate anyway.
Right, and you're using Google.
Chat GTP. I pay for a subscription.
Right.
Yeah, like if you look right here,
they're all Chat GPT images. Right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's all I pretty much use it for is D&D stuff. It's really cool. Like you see this guy right here, like, this means something right here. Remember when you saw fetches here?
Yeah.
So this means something. And it's like, you know what I mean? So so that's part of the prep I put into it.
It meant he was getting his head cut off.
It did. That's what it might have meant in the end, but it means something going forward.
No, we don't care about that.
Yeah. So then you got to make up the scenes and stuff like that. So we'll go to the vault here. So there's that aspect of it. So basically I write the adventure. it comes from a map first. I get a map and I look at it. I've always been that way. I draw a map out on paper or find one that's cool. I have no context, and then I go through and just begin there with an image. So once I have the module generally written, then I start to have to do the mechanics of it, and that's an extra layer of DM responsibility that I'm sort of getting used to. Is that you can't just write stuff down now with pencil. It was so much easier. Like, or well, I'll look up the monsters in the book real quick. You see what I mean? You have to have. There's got to be something tangibly prepared in terms of technology to get across what I want to. So you start to make the scenes up, and then let's see here. Let's go over to one. Mm-hmm. All right. So, yep. Don't look at that. That shouldn't be it.
Yeah, don't show me anything, because if you do, then I'm claiming foul whether I win or lose.
Right. So you've got. As I put the basic scenes together for the adventures, I try to have a combination of static scenes like plates they can look at for pictures, as well as adventures themselves. So here you can see an example of a basic encounter for this. I'll activate it. This is that sewer bend encounter that we had.
Right.
Yeah. So I try to put the sound stuff in there. It's pretty cool. I think most people do that, but then I try to have these guys as well, where whereas you're doing things, you say like this, then you can have some kind of background to look at, and I would have all the character mats out there so they can make rolls and stuff. So as adventurers are going down hallways like this, I'm trying to make it where they don't move around on a battle mat. They just describe it to you, and then there might be challenges that come forward, but we'll look at this picture. As far as how I put together to make the background, I've got a complex plot. If you look, this all categorizes like all my NPCs. I've got 3 campaigns that you shouldn't even see that word there. Ignore that word. But see, these
I don't look.
Yeah, this is all the wealth of NPCs that I've created. Each one has a backstory, and they've got their own AI art. This is the previous campaign, Moonwater. It doesn't have NPCs in it yet because it's getting stacked with them. That's the old campaign I was running, Tabletop. That's about to matter here in a minute. Then I've got the region that is laid out, and then here's the city of Shibboleth. I guess we'll go take a peek at that. Activate. So this is the city that they're in. This is Shibboleth. It is the second biggest city in the Grand March, which is within the Sheldamar Valley of storied Greyhawk. And
okay. Sorry, audience. This is Founder?
Yes.
Right.
So I had to make this map. This took a bunch of work because I want the party my campaign world is open-ended and they can go anywhere. And I really want, and the only way you can really make that happen as a DM authentically that I've discovered is to work your ass off. Also, you have to kind of predict for everything that the players might want to do and have a little something there. So in my campaign, there's adventure all over this place. I let the characters kind of guide me there to where they want to go. And then, of course, I don't have every adventure fleshed out. So I see which way they point. When we get to situations like where we are with my campaign currently, they're in a decision-making mode. It kind of makes me nervous walking into a game session like this because I can only plan for what I can plan for, and they're humans and they're apt to do whatever they're going to do. So once I know the course of action that they're going to be on, then I can flesh that out specifically with rules and encounters and things like that.
Right.
So I had to make all this up. And then these are all locations all created by me. If you click on any of them, it's a pretty cool interface. Like you should be able to double click it. Yep. And then it pulls up just a basic description of it and what's going on there. The players can see most of these things. The more fleshed out places, we'll talk about some of the NPCs that are there. Let's see. Bill's character, he's a priest of Erroneous, or Doom's character is a priest of Erroneous.
Tell no one about me.
I'm sorry. No, well, I'm going to. Hall of the Just Spear. So this is some of the major players in the Hall of the Just Spear.
Bitch number 1, bitch number 2, bitch number 3.
He's interacting
with 1.
He's interacting with all these guys, and they have a spot in his backstory. The way that you make it like Game of Thrones is you have to have the characters have more of an investment in what's going on than getting stuff. So there's some non-tangible investments that are called being cooler. You see what I mean? So when a character gets highlighted in my campaigns, they're getting stuff and they're powerful and they're combat ready and effective and they get to whoop it and have a great time whooping it. Is highly important, fun games. But here, Bill gets to turn around and say, from my character's background, I know all of these people. So
Right.
if you're a priest of Erroneous, I gave him access to the information on this particular tile. Other players, depending on their knowledge of Shibboleth, might only have the description and the picture, or maybe just the picture, or maybe they might know of the cardinal or something like that. These are pretty notable characters in Shibboleth. So I get the character backgrounds together, and then I begin the weave of the character backgrounds. It's when you try to really get the investment, and I design the adventures around those character backgrounds to try to accentuate them. And then I spend a lot of time trying to go from player to player and giving them their little moment in the spotlight. We're in an arc right now where Doom's character is pretty central to it, as well as some of the other characters when it comes to the role-playing level, because he's a cleric. So that's a lot of the background. And then yes, I've got to devote a certain amount of time to doing this work. But once you get I will say the method of work is easier once you get that. That's what I'm still working on now, is my way of work, how to make virtual things up, because again, it does take a little more work and you got to plan for that. So my point being is that it does take in a considerable amount of time to make, this level of what I'm trying to do, for sure. We play bi-weekly. I'm all in favor of playing more, but I can't even tell you, how many things exist here that they've never even touched. So that's the hard part, but it's very satisfying when it all comes together. We had a moment. I don't know how mysterious it was, but we had a moment at the last gaming session, if you recall, Dooms, where I think it dawned on you that the merchant's half of the of your sword by Sir Kalen, if you recall that.
Yes,
I don't know. You just seemed like it just dawned on you at that moment, so I quite enjoyed that moment. And my point being about the rules and stuff is that, in the event that that somebody thought that was like not planned for or whatever, you can roll in here and you can actually see where I have described these things specifically with Bill's character. So, which is Petrus. I'm just going to find it here.
Right.
There it is. Look, see? So
yep, Uther Potenson learned that Petrus had recently taken his grandfather's sword, steadfast to the Hall of Arms for reforging.
Mm-hmm.
See, if your game is properly prepped and it tells kind of a story, everybody can call me a theater kid as much as the fuck as they want, but that's ultimate role playing.
It's got to do with theater.
So
you
role playing. I know, but there's the underlying narrative in the TTRPG community, particularly the old guys, and I'm going to stand on a soapbox and just go ahead and tell them, because I don't get much opportunity to do so, is that role assumption is the first step to role mastery, right? So you assume the role first,
right,
and then you play the role. And I think people don't understand that. They limit themselves to, hey, yeah, man, assume the role. Just assume the role. Don't worry about what the thing would actually do or acting it out or whatever. Assume the role. That's what you're supposed to be doing. No. True role-playing mastery is assuming the role, because that's basic, and then becoming the role. Like I said, I don't drop character to the DVD commentary or whatever the hell.
But you can also it all works together though. It's not a mutually exclusive concept, is my point. You can have you can have the gritty mechanics, you can have the role play, you can have the plot, all going on, and play well within the rules, and ideally hit all of the buttons for everybody. I mean, wouldn't you want to have a combat against an enemy that in your heart, and because the story had actually done something bad to your character, so you're getting that motivation, plus it's a badass fight against a boss, right?
Absolutely.
And you're going to advance the plot by doing this in an adventure because you have to go through a dungeon to get them. You mix all those ideas together. To me, it's a lot more satisfying, you know.
I agree completely, and
And
I
that's
think
what
I think if I might interrupt, and I apologize for doing that because I like listening to what you've got to say here. Um, but I think people think that if you're playing that way, it must have been predestined. But this stuff can come from emergent play as well, right? So I can start my first level character. He doesn't even have to have a backstory. Nobody even knows who the fuck this guy is, right? And I give him a voice, I give
Mhm.
him a personality, I assume his role, like,
Right.
hey, he's a fighter, he's gonna do this, right? Naturally and stuff like that. Um, and then the campaign can emerge with that. I just really think people who sit on and I'm ending up complaining about what I'm doing, right?
Mhm.
I sit on one side of the argument over role playing versus role assumption and theater kids and all this. I just think that people are being closed minded, staying on one side
I
of
know
that,
what they're. I
and
know
that's
what
the
they're.
last I'll speak of it.
Well, I agree with them on. I know what they're saying about theater kids. I know what you mean. That,
It's a backlash to 5e, but it should not be a
that's always
condemnation
no.
of that behavior in older role playing game
They're
systems.
talking about people that throw the rules to the wind, don't play a game, run
But
their
they don't.
mouths, and act. That's lame too. I don't like that either. Just like on the flip
Mhm.
side, I don't want just
I
a role
hate
play.
it, but that's not what they're
Yeah,
saying. They've
no.
invaded the 1E space and they're saying, "Hey, anybody who uses their," and I've had these conversations with these fucking people, and I'm sorry, guys. It's not for kids, right? I've had these conversations with these people and they have flat out said, "No, that's not how you're supposed to play.
Oh, there's
You
no
don't
supposed
do
to play.
that."
We'll stop right there.
Huh?
There's no supposed to play, so we can stop. That ends that argument immediately.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I don't tell them how to play. I don't say, "Hey, dude, you know,
Well, it's
don't do
like
the
this.
voices."
It's like I
I
said.
like the voices.
You can come and look
Fuck
at a
that.
game of players having a great time playing however
Real
they
talk.
want to. What are you going to do?
Yes.
Go in there. I noticed you looked like you were having a good time. You didn't realize that this was inferior and you should have been having a miserable time. So you actually didn't have a good time. And everyone's like, oh, you're right. We hate it now. You know, that's not, you look
Right.
like an idiot. It's like, no, we're actually having fun. So, which is the objective. So your argument is, well, it's stupid. Maybe for you, you're not going to play that type of campaign. And I totally respect that. I've left campaigns like that before many times. See what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And that's a yeah. Yeah, that's what it is, man.
One
If
second.
your
Let me let
players
my
are having
dog
a
out.
good time, and it's cliched, but if your players are having a good time and you're having a good time, then whatever it is. And it's important to understand that role assumption doesn't preclude you from having people in your game who speak in the first person or the third person or whatever. And the opposite is true. So if I like to be first person guy with the voice, that's just what I like to do. That doesn't mean that people who are third person, hey, where I'm like, hey, yes, I run forward toward the door. And the other guy's like, yeah, man, fighter number two walks towards the door. You're both welcome, man. And that was it with that. So what do we got here? Uh yeah, I want to get back to that comment when he shows back up. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm still here. I'm still here, right, chat? Right. I mean, it seems like I am. Yes, I am. Okay, cool. Thank you. You never know, you know. So anyway, uh all right, I want to get back to this comment, but I'm going to move forward to this one. You have to allow for the possibility PCs will miss significant encounters, areas, environments in your campaign. It's just like secret doors in a dungeon. If they have to see it, then it's real. Absolutely. I agree with that 100% and unreservedly, unequivocally, in fact. Role playing is in the name of the game, brother, and superior to just role playing. It's
Sorry.
just a skill checker for everything. Absolutely agree with that 100%. Hang on, I'm just rolling through a couple of these. I can reshow them here. Let me reshow them. Yes, general campaign advice, and speaking specifically about something that we had talked about earlier, which is the railroad. If they have to do something, if the PCs have to do something
Right.
in order for them to move forward in the adventure, then what you've got is a railroad. Particularly if there's only one way that they
Right.
can do it. If
Exactly.
there are multiple ways that they can do it, and it's reasonable that they might be able to discover those multiple ways, then you do not have a railroad.
Right.
Yes, and role playing is in the name of the game, brother, and superior to just role dash playing, just a skill checker for everything. Yeah, and speaking of which, how would you suggest that other DMs and other players think of you, Dungeon Master DMD? That's your new name. Thank you, Michael. How do you how do you think things like perception and passive perception and uh, skills that both auto roll and have to be rolled impact the game in terms of it? Do you expect people to kind of explain what they're doing in the case of a sort of an active perception roll, or how do you
Pathfinder?
reconcile that? Yeah, and any modern game.
Pathfinder, all perception rolls are active except for if you're about to step on a trap, then you get a perception check, pop it right then. But outside of that,
okay.
you have to declare. That's why I like it a lot, because you get that take 20 rule. So you can say, I thoroughly take my time to search this 5 foot by 5 foot area or 10 foot by 10 foot area. It takes one round, or it takes one turn, right? 1 minute. So
yes, and if you haven't done that, then you're in neglect.
Right. Right.
But they still give you the chance of avoiding stepping on a pit trap or something like that.
Yeah. But you
based on what your character might understand.
Yeah. Well, so how does that translate to the role playing and the description of what's happening is the question. So you can mechanically automate moving through a dungeon pretty well by saying, okay, here's our marching order. Thief move, or whoever's got the perception, probably a thief, moves ahead X feet, X amount of squares, light sources, assuming everything's taken care of, right? As far as light and everything goes, and you've solved those issues, then you would say, all right, we move to the dungeon with my thief 25 feet ahead of the party, 20 searching every single 10 by 10 area that I come across, taking the full time period to do it. So then you could say, you say, all right, you just do that all the way down the hall and then I would wait for them to say, until I find something. All right, cool. So once you tell me that, then I can railroad you down the hall a little bit, because now I've got a process where I'm not sticking you into a dangerous spot. At any moment, if I were to say, hey, you just fell into a pit, then you'd have to sit back and go, well, damn, I was 20 searching and didn't see it. This must be some pit, and trust that it's some pit. You see what I mean? On the flip side of that, you would know that you were going to find basic stuff, which then makes it more creative, right? Because then you start thinking about hallways and things like that, and how monsters think about stuff and how bases work, right? And you realize, if I'm a chaotic organism, I don't want a pit sitting in a door that I go into for the mess hall every day. That's annoying. I'm going to fall into that. At the very least, it's annoying. And just imagine a pit in your kitchen you have to jump over. You know what I mean? It's like,
no, I'm not having that. The floor is lava when I go to the stove.
Yes.
I don't fucking think so. Right?
Now, see, here's where people will come in with criticisms of this, of how this is set up. To which I say, no, there is no criticism. You must be more creative, right? So when does the trap work? I've popped you with pit traps many times using these rules.
Oh yeah,
because you have to know how to bait the characters through description and role playing to get them to fall for it, or you press them. You know what I mean? And be like, okay,
right.
Combat starts. You got 20 feet between you and these monsters. What you going to do? We charge. Oh, good. There's a pit in the way. No way you're going to spend 20 or 10 rounds to find that. You could have done a perception and said, hey, I scanned the ground to see if I pop the pit. That you could do on your turn, a couple times. But do people really think about doing that in combat? Not always. But if they did, there's still that option to do so. See?
Right, right, and that's where it really comes full circle to the entire idea of understanding your rules.
Mm-hmm.
First off, having your rules codified in a way that they can be understand between both the
Mm-hmm.
DM and the players, and you can do that on old school D&D if you create those rules yourself, which you have more flexibility to do, and hand them out to your players and explain them to them.
Right.
But 3.5 specifically does that for the DM and for the players,
Mm-hmm.
particularly if you rely on just the core stuff. And I think that's a really good argument for the system.
It sets up
And
a framework for moving quickly, assuming we agree on some things. But then getting the party to set up that tactic is also railroading. If you tell them how to do it, you see what I mean? So you gotta not say anything, and you got to let them figure out how their method of going through a dungeon is going to be based on trial and error. Hey, we stuck the freaking the insomniac priest in the front. That didn't work. Let's swap guys. You know what I mean?
right,
So,
right.
and
it's and it's pretty well a guarantee that the players are never going to just come up with that stuff, that sort of synergy that the DM would be able to provide them otherwise on their own, because they don't, no matter how experienced they are.
I'll say that, and that's where you come in with the role playing aspect of it all, right?
Right,
because
right.
You allow that synergy to exist only within the method of role playing communication. So I guess if I have a house rule for Pathfinder, it's that you're always allowed to role play. Unless in the event that role playing is giving some kind of player knowledge advantage, like, hey, you're in a cage 3 miles away, but you hear me role playing, so the key's over there.
Right.
You can't do that.
Hey, just sit tight. I'm going to cast a firebolt at you.
Right. But at any moment,
right.
You want to bust some banter in a combat or something like that, you just can role play. Somehow it's like a movie. It like zooms in on you and everything behind you chills so that you can have a dramatic.
Right. So is that a free action in the case? Because I know you say it often.
Speaking as a free action, yes.
Right. I mean, is that a free action in the core rules? Because I can't recall.
Yeah,
but
there's a limited communication in combat, but generally talking, yes.
Right, and you just basically shut that down if it gets too far, as the DM, right?
That's my level of fiat,
right, and that's cool because it doesn't touch any load-bearing rules, and they've shown you, and I would argue that AD&D 1E in particular shows you this as well, is that there are certain rules that aren't to be touched. And he calls it out. Gygax does. He calls it out specifically. He says optionally, comma, such and such. And if he doesn't say optionally, comma, such and such, then don't touch the fucking thing, right?
Exactly. Well, and they even provide for some guidelines around that. So to go straight out of it, in general, speaking as a free action, you can perform even if it's not your turn. That's essentially the rule. Right.
Right.
Now, however, there's important limits. The GM controls how much is reasonably said, So a normal speech might be like,
that's the optionally.
Get the wizard, versus
yes.
Let me tell you of the secrets of the riddle of steel.
Right.
But I'd even allow that as long as it wasn't.
Tell me of the secrets while this combat rages outside of us.
I'm going to count to infinity.
Right, and that's the optionally, comma, part of it that I was talking about with AD&D. It doesn't fall far from the tree here. There's not much difference between optionally you can do this versus, hey, it's up to the DM to do this, right? So each of the rules kind of segregates themselves off, and if there's an area that might fall outside the rules where they know you're not going to break a valid system, they will bring it up in a sidebar. Right.
Well, there's good faith too. There's good faith. If I allow you to role play whenever you want, I'm assuming in a game of mature role playing players that they're not going to abuse that shit. I always make that like I assume none of my players are cheating. I just because if I think
there's where you're wrong because
I'm not going to, but I'm not going to think that because the reason why I think that I'm not going to make it uncomfortable. is it if it happens to the point where somebody's having a bad time or it's influencing the game, well, then it will be addressed. But I'm going to assume that nobody's cheating. I'm going to assume it's in good faith, and because we're all adults playing make believe, pretending like we have pointy ears on. If we can't do that honestly, considering the dishonest nature of our hobby, I don't know, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the dishonest nature of the entire universe at this point.
Right.
We come to escape that crap, right?
Yeah. So I assume everybody's like me, and they're going to play fair, win-win, lose-lose. Try to have a role play, and they're just not going to take advantage of things like that. I would hate to have to step in and tell an adult, "Hey, screaming the exact amount of treasure probably is, something you could do."
Right. Hey, we got one.
Miles between you.
We got one. The Ghostbusters is successful. All right. Except there we go. As a DM, one thing I point out previous to play is that if the players take advantage of gaps in rules or flaws, don't instantly scan and read, please.
No, he's right.
Then I can't talk. So will the NPCs and monsters? Right. And it fixes that shit immediately. Right. So it's basically whatever's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? And that's the way it is. And
that's why I'm kind of rolling in front. I like to roll in front of you guys. You know what I
mean? Well, that's an absolute necessity. And I will also say that if you're going to modify a rule in any RPG, that's the first test that it must pass, right? Because commonly in AD&D, people are like, "Hey, man, I rolled natural 20. Don't I get a critical hit?" Well, yeah, you can. If you want to get a critical hit, understand that most times you're going to be outmatched or outmanned 3-1. So there's going to be 3 times more critical hits possible on you than you might be able to affect on the monsters.
You would think, unless you have terribly bad luck. Like you're talking about essentially relying on the law of large numbers to whoop that ass. That should work. When you've got 17 gnolls firing bows at the same guy, you should probably hit once. But
yeah.
And if you do, that can be devastating, even if they're like regular gnolls and it's a high level character. But if you don't.
Yep.
Yes, the law of large numbers with chump is very important.
Yep, absolutely. And he said, I don't stop it. I use it as well. Yes, sir. Oh, so you found out that Sundering and Grappling is hosed in 3A and your PC was built to take advantage. I guarantee there are monsters that are way more capable than your PC. And that's something that I actually wanted to bring up is that, it's a few and far between that you'll find 3.5 game, 3.0 game, Pathfinder game where the DM is using the feats of the monster because these monsters have feats too.
Oh, I always do. That's the best part.
Yeah, I know you do. But most people you play with in that sort of area of gaming, in the Pathfinder game, most DMs don't use this.
That's how you make them right.
But they don't do it.
I don't know why it's so easy. They make it very simple for you to do.
They make it very simple for you to do. Yeah. And 5e actually inherited that kind of simplicity of system from Pathfinder in my estimation.
Augmenting the monsters. That's the best part.
Yeah. That's one thing 5e does well. It shows you right away, this monster can do this and this and this. Yeah, it goes too far in a lot of cases. Like, this monster will do this when this happens. But,
Well, you have to see that in a homebrew campaign. In 5th edition, it tells you what the monsters do in a situation. Is that what you said?
Sometimes, yeah. So sometimes it tells you what the monsters. Think of it as
DM Fiat area.
Yeah, well, think of it as box text, right? When the box text modules came out, it was like, hey, okay, the party's going to come up on a room. It's a 30-foot by 30-foot square room. There's an entrance in the front. There's an exit in the back, and when the party comes in, if the party is carrying a light source, then the orcs will react this way.
Yeah,
If the party is
that's
proceeding
okay.
completely silently, yeah, well, that's the extent to which 5e, at least earlier stuff, takes it by sort of codifying those things and
Oh, really?
laying out. Yeah, yeah, and it's not. I don't find it particularly egregious.
No, well, it depends on how it's used. I mean, I don't want there to be a
Right.
stock set of behaviors that all monsters have to do. But you definitely, when you make a campaign up and you're trying to make it sandbox, you need to have you got to have a general idea of what the motivations are for the encounter and how they're generally going to react. You see what I mean? So,
Right, right, and that's what that does for the dumb people.
well,
Um,
but I don't want that to be stock in the book every time. That depends on what's going
no,
on.
no, of course, of course.
That's how you keep it real, and so that you don't have. So, like, if you examine this combat here, the things I could have done to you if I wanted to not role play would have been disgusting. If I'd had one more round, it would also have been disgusting.
If I didn't want to role play, I could have come up to where you live and strangled you too, though.
Yeah, so here's the balls of counters. But if you come down here to ring nose, right? Where are you, ring nose? Tribunal chamber. Nope. I think I passed it. Let me back up. Oh,
Man,
where's that Minotaur? Unsettled accounts. Faith in it. You see, you didn't. Anyway, don't even look at that because you. So some of the stuff you haven't
so to
done.
what extent?
I'm
Do
fine
you
at ring nose.
use? Do you use AI in relation
Oh,
to?
it's the best because it will let you go and configure the encounter ELs and keep pools for you. So you don't have to sit there and write it down on paper. I love it.
Right, because this is a whole lot of text, and it would take a long time to write this adventure, right?
No,
So
I
how much
wrote
of
most
this
of
do
it,
you
but
write?
I have it like here. I can have it roll for random treasure. That's something I'll do, but I have it access the rules to roll properly based on what's up. What else do I have it do?
Right.
None of this, none of this, none of this. Like where's a rules example I pop in here? Nope, I made up all this. Okay, here. So say it can pull the skill checks, so I don't got to look them up.
Right. Right.
That's pretty cool. See, so I can describe to it and say, okay, trying to do this. Go check this table on perceptions or what are religions here, and see how this knowledge fits into the whatever DC that it needs to be. See, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love that. Also helping to develop magic items and make them, it works really well. And applying templates, it works really well. It just does the math for you in stacks. You got to double check it, but it's a much easier to say, hey, take this organism, pop this template and that template on it, follow the rules directly, generate me a stat block. I'd say it gets about 90% of it correct, and then I go look at the stat block and fix what's wrong. So I use
and I don't see any sort of issue with that.
no, you're using
Personally,
it for
but that's
that's
one thing that people talk about.
yeah.
It's like, how much do you use the AI for your game and whatnot? How much,
Oh, it's great for that stuff, man. I would absolutely use it. And then you can, if you have a massive, complex web, like one time I had to go, I've made up so many NPCs, and I have so much stuff going on over the last year or so that I've got confused sometime, and I've had to have it do like profiles of the relationships between the various NPCs. I keep a ledger of what happens in our campaign updates. So that would be like another example. I'm going to show you guys one thing though, but like, yeah, so that's ring nose encounter. If you look at this particular encounter, he's a mythic minotaur that I made up, CR6, but he has all kinds of things that he could do extra. Like, what was it? Unholy Blight. I didn't get to use. And the whole reason is because of his backstory. See what I mean? So you could have done that fight entirely differently. And if you look here, right, you could have had that fight. See, look, you didn't do that because you didn't talk. See? That's the other option that could have occurred. You didn't even have to fight Ring Nose at all. You still got the XP for it. But anyway, and then these guys right here, whoever these dudes were, so that's Ring Nose right there. Ding, 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 ding. But whoever those dudes were, that would have affected that whole different fight. He would have helped you. But since you had got hurt, they saw that and they were like, all right, this is our time. We can get through this cage right now. So,
I did.
Yeah, so just kind of planning for those contingencies ahead is really what makes the game dynamic, but also fair. You don't want dynamic based upon, or I don't want dynamic based upon, is he reactive? I want the characters to react to the world, and I want sort of a symbiotic. They react, then I can react back to them, but within a framework. Great example of this is the background here. If you'll look, I'll show you what appeared. But see, now, if you examine this right here, this is a good example. Now, what I had created up to this point was this. If you're right now, and then suddenly you go. Now, your soul was already a friend of your grandfather. I think I told you that in your
yeah.
So then suddenly you go and do that grandfather sword shit, and Ysauld here, if you read my background that I got highlighted, is looking for a place to hide this shit, right? And then she's like, no way. So then I'm like, and then Tamaris, I can bring him up right now. It talks about him in there and going and seeking him out. You can see all that stuff. So then I put my NPCs into play, and now they're going to react to what you did. Ysauld has seen an opportunity here, and look. Beep, 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 beep. See?
Right.
So this is reactive to that I've written into the game. So if I try to publish something like this, I don't even know what to do with that. That would have to go, I guess, because the character might not do that.
Yeah.
But you see,
and that's one of the problems that later modules from TSR and whatnot had. Is that you would have to build that into the story, but I think you can get around that in the modern day by providing a number of different opportunities, sort of a matrix of things that can get people into the adventure. And Michael had mentioned earlier, that was the comment that I wanted to come back to. Let me scroll up a little bit. I don't know if he's still around or whatever. But where I know it's right up here. I'm right in the area of it. Here it is. Dude, if your modules are this fleshed out, you should really think about publishing something when the campaign ends.
Well, I appreciate it.
And that was about 45 minutes ago.
Seems like an extra blanket of work this is it's a massive labor of love with a capital L. It's the satisfaction I get when they do stuff like that. I hope it's as much satisfaction as the players get. I don't know if it is.
Yeah, I can speak to that, but I will do it when you're not around.
But anyway, I just hope they get it all. And that's another thing that you have to keep in mind is that if you, as much as the prep is important, I always have to tell myself that ultimately it's about the moment. You see what I mean? It doesn't matter how many pages I've written up and backgrounds and characters and pictures. If this moment of contact with the game is not awesome, then it's pointless. We've had many campaigns. I've had great DMs in the past when it came to prep and their campaign work that they did, awesome imaginations, but the delivery faltered. So that's the hard part. In the grander you have your background and your world, then the greater expectations you have to have for your delivery, or I ain't gonna understand shit. And I worry about that all the time. And that's one of the reasons I like going to this medium here, is because it was easier to give you, like, now you got your journals and stuff like that. So if you guys look, I try at the beginning of every session, I bust out ye old session updates. I got them all here. I'm trying to get better and better at them. Oops, I keep clicking on the wrong thing.
And then check out the comment at the bottom.
Oh, well, thanks. It's not like you can't just run it like that necessarily. Well, I guess you could kind of. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That's why, because it's a labor of love. It's not really. it's a lot to remember, and this gives me a chance to really remember it all without having paper. I can search the stuff. That's awesome. So my capacity is greatened. But I try to start the game out.
Right. But he makes a very good point. Is that if you already have it, it's fairly trivial to export it in a module format
Mhm.
and sell it to other people or give it away for free or whatever. Of
Well,
course, you'd have to worry about your players grabbing it and reading it and stuff, but
that's true.
none of your current
But
players would do it.
well, that comes out
Because
of the
there's a
first thing anyway. If you guys are going to read the module, if it's fun for you to take and read the module and know everything, but still have fun.
only if I'm
Don't
Brad.
tell me, then we had a great time. I guess you cheated.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But the point being is that everything is worth publishing in some way or another if you have it and if you have the actual wherewithal and time to do it. So people tend to, and I know this personally, people tend to think their stuff isn't as good as it is, but this actually is.
Well, thank you. I will say I like that you can. You got this calendar feature, which made it much easier. So, see, session 22. Oh, no, don't look at that. No. That's too good. Shut up. That's too good for you to see.
Nope, come on, man.
That's on Saturday. That's a great picture, by the way. Wait till you see. Holy.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't see it.
Anyway, so what I was trying to do,
and keep in mind, viewers, that these pictures are shown as the story is being told, and if there's no story, there's no story to tell, and then there's no, I think most of the people who talk to me understand that.
Right. Well, I mean, and it's hard to do because normally, like in my tabletop campaigns, I'd print out pictures of the guys and try to show you guys that stuff. Remember?
Yeah. And I used to do that too, and I'd just like draw stuff, and it would be shit. Yeah, kinda.
I went to the Savage Sword of Conan, black and white, and I photocopied them pictures and I cut them out. Remember back in the day?
Yeah. Back when the 5-cent, 10-cent copies.
Yeah.
And the copy machine and the convenience store.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be like, oh look, that head in the background of this bar scene looks awesome. Let me zoom in on that somehow. But you can't zoom it. Right. You have to cut it out and expand it, and cut it out again, and you get this grain head. But what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to get better at, you can do this. So like what Dooms is talking about is I'll try to read the update, and then get to a spot, right? And then show a picture. And it's hard to click on time. So it says, when last we left our stalwart adventurers, the crooked antler rang with talk and rising tension as the distant drums of the March Rakers rolled across Shibboleth. And then
I don't want to fall behind, and I'm sorry. Not everyone from Jeremy, not everyone wants to publish stuff nor go through the hassle. I think that Michael guy went to sleep. What a punk. Yeah. And Michael, I am still here, FYI, messing with the thumbnail for GPA's interviews. He wanted some mods. Hang on, I'm just trying to get caught up. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Oh, you're fine.
And you're a punk. You're a punk. So I'm gonna have to change it. Yep, and description changes. Right? Whatever. We don't talk about other streamers on here ever, Michael. Description change. Okay, we're caught up. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just showing off stuff. I got to get used to the chat.
Yeah, you were in the middle of something though, and I interrupted it, and I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine. I don't remember what I was saying.
That's the problem.
It was amazing. I know that. Whatever I said, whatever I just said, you needed to hear. And you didn't hear that.
I fucked up the amazingness.
Yeah, if you didn't hear it, man. If you didn't hear it, then you need to burn all your books.
And Jeremy doing that.
You don't deserve.
Come on, Jeremy and Michael.
Mm-hmm. You didn't hear
What's
that.
What's your guys' problem? No, you come here to say whatever you want. That's the deal.
That's right.
So, all right. So we basically covered how you handle your campaign prep, kind of what your game looks like.
Mhm.
Now, if somebody were to want to play with you, how would they go about that? I mean, I know that I can play with you anytime because, come on, man.
There, my campaign.
Yeah, exactly.
You,
So,
you're already playing
what
with me.
about
You can't play with me
here?
more than playing with me.
Let me just show them both. Chat fight. Your interview is now our show's Discord server. Way to fuck up the amazingness.
He is amazing.
uh, hell yeah.
Talk about that one time. Maybe talking about that one time because you went to
Don't
hell.
tell about anything that I did that was stupid, please.
Mhm.
So, uh, what if people wanted to play with you, right?
Well, I love.
How would they go about doing so?
Yes, that's an issue I kind of bumped into is that I moved into the country. And I mean, the virtual medium, like I said, has only been a year, and that's because we live so far apart from everybody.
Sure.
Yeah. So so then to try to find some players, I did that. You told me about that start playing games thing, which we actually got a shoe out of, who, I'm not sure if he's there, but he's amazing.
He showed up in the game from
Yeah.
just that thing.
Yeah. And
And that's
cool.
something.
So that's a pretty cool place to
I'm
meet people. You just got a whole list of stuff. You can search the shit out of it. I'm gonna run. I want to try to do. I think next Friday I'll do it. I'm trying to really get down my role playing for. Well, anyway, one of the NPCs, and yeah, they should. Anyway, so I hate that, but so I think I want to run something next Friday. And then I got to start playing games thing, which is what I was using, and I kind of know how to use it, so it's just easy. And then I could just send out the thing. People could sign up for it if they wanted to, but it's not like serious. There's a whole bunch of NPCs. George played it. Shu played it. It's fun.
So, do you have a couple more minutes?
Yeah, it's a summer.
Yeah. So, yeah, right. And then I suspect that holds particular significance for you. So
Damn straight.
this start playing, right? So it's a paid GM service, right?
No. It's just not for me. Well, I mean, it looks like
right.
It's got a schedule and stuff that makes it super easy.
Right. That's the couple of things I would like to ask you. I would like
I
to
don't know
ask
anybody.
you.
You know Discord, and you've got friends out there on Discord and YouTube, and I don't have that big of presence. So.
Okay, well, you're already prepared to answer it, right? So, what is the allure of start playing? Can you host free games on it? And what might be the allure of having paid games? Because I know people who run paid games, and I know people who pay for paid games. So it's really a three-pronged question. Why start playing? Can you run free games on it? Or actually, can you run free games on it? Why would you choose that platform in specific? And what do you think of paying for D&D in general?
Paying for D&D?
You knew I had to ask.
Right.
You knew I had to ask a tough question, right?
Well, I mean, first off, it's just the only one I went to start playing.
All right.
Yep. What's up, Shu? You still here? So I went there because I didn't know where else to go, and it popped up on the search. And then I was like, "Hey, this is cool." I said, "I wonder if anybody." I didn't realize it was paid at the time. I don't. It's not. It's not actually paid. You just go put your thing up. If you want to get paid, there's a way to do it. I haven't looked at that. So
right. So you can just run it for free if you want, right?
Well, if you don't know anybody, then you have to either have connections. Like you seem to know some people on the internet. I don't. I don't even have social media. So
it just appears that way.
Well, I know you, and I know my wife,
me.
and I know my friends in the campaign. But outside of that, there is no way to meet any new gamers where I live because I'm out in the sticks. So
right.
So anyway, it was convenient and it worked cool. And then I liked the calendar function. It was neat, and anyway, so I just wanted to give it a shot and try it, and it looked like a good practice ground for Foundry, which I was trying to get into because of our campaign to do it better because we had switched over, if you recall.
Right.
And it was just kind of cool to play with some new people. I had a blast that night. I mean, it was neat. You know what I mean? Just to sit here.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of cool just to play a module I had written. And really, I was just kind of wanting to. I mean, I've got plans for it, but Shu kind of changed that because I didn't think we'd get immediate awesomeness, which is what I was looking for, you know. And then Shu's like, "Oh, I'm the guy."
Right.
So
Right. And I had posted on X about that game before we ever played it, and probably several or a couple of people in the chat know me on X or whatever, you know, just Doom Swords, right? And I didn't get much like direct feedback on that. But I think that after people seeing what you do, that you might that you might get a little bit in this long format video or whatever, because it's always a blast. And she had actually said that, here, let me put it back up again. You actually didn't get me from SPG, from Star Playing Games itself, but from Discord post and Pathfinder RPG,
which
that
is
linked over to it.
That's right, which is what you told me to go do. So I didn't even have that.
I know nothing. Doom Swords. I don't know. It's Doom's words, and it's Doom Sword. I apologize, Michael.
Oh,
forgive me.
Yeah, well, I mean, because I was trying to advertise to get some people to try it out. I was geeking over it. If you remember, I'd run it back in a minute. I was trying to get used to Foundry for the most part, you know. And so I made up a little mini adventure just to see how cool it was, and it was super cool. And then I don't know, I just went up there, and that seemed like an easy way to organize stuff. And I like it gives you a link, so you can send people right to the link, and then they can pick the day if there's multiple days and stuff like that. It's all right there. See what I mean? Then you can kind of see who's available. So I like that aspect of it.
All right, so let's say that you were to eventually charge for your game or whatever. What would be the why would people pay for D&D?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, I can tell you right now that I played so much D&D and have, I guess maybe if you don't have a DM,
if you don't have a DM,
that could be it. I don't know about the quality of DMs either, and I hesitate to disparage the quality of a DM. I mean, obviously, I do a lot of prep. That's my way, but I've been in many exciting situations where that's not been the way. But I started thinking about it, and you think like, well, I mean, if I'm out in the sticks and I got nobody, and I really want a good game,
right?
And I want them to show up to the game. When I started looking into it, it was like one of the biggest draws seemed to be like, there's some guys that made some serious loot off this, by the way. If you go look at that and just do some basic math,
some do. Yes,
I can't believe it. I can't even believe it. But then I started, and what I noticed was one of the biggest draws was just like you show up on time and play every time. And I'm like, we're really breaking the barrel on expectations of showing up on time for your D&D game is something that's difficult. You know, if that's like rare.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I don't mean like, you know, just like being there. So I started thinking, well, if you go to the movies, right, and you spend a shitload of money on things you buy from Dollar General for a movie you can watch on your Netflix, you know what I mean? Which I prefer anyway. And you're willing to drop $1,000 on a movie night to which you may or may not like the movie, be able to interact and be involved.
I dropped 100 today.
Right. You know? It's an entertainment option. So, but again, you would have to be a hardcore DM because then it would change the dynamic for the DM because now I'm not.
Yes.
I'm invested in my fun, but now I've got a secondary consideration called, I guess I'm a vendor and there's paying customers.
You are.
Yes. You got an extra layer there that I don't know. I mean, if anybody wants to pay me to DM, I'll take that loot all day. But,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna be changing my shit. You know, yeah. I'm not gonna worry about customer service. You know what I mean? I think that would be weird. I'm gonna play my game and hopefully, I don't know. I feel weird. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'll take the loot.
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept. Obviously, people make some kind of money off it. they got to be pretty good, because you look at some of these guys and it's like, I've run 3,000 games. You start to lowball that money. You're like, well, you made $80,000 from running D&D. Well,
Right.
you win. You know what I mean? Hell yeah.
Right.
You know, get your
Right.
that stuff. You must be the shit. But I do know if I signed up for a paid game and I got anything less than the highest of possible quality and preparation, and I got some loser, you know, I don't mean to say loser, because but nobody's a loser. But you know,
I said loser.
If I got somebody who was so drastically different than my style that it was lame, you know, then I might, you know, I mean, we could complain about it and get your money back. That DM sucked. Well, wasn't criteria on for establishing that necessarily. You just didn't like that DM, but the other 5 people did. See what I mean?
Exactly. And I feel that all the way around. I think if you know, because the reason I ask you this is because there's a vocal sort of majority who's like, I would never pay for D&D or whatever. I would never charge for D&D and this and that. And I don't think, I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. If you want to find a game where you know the DM is going to be committed, you trust him to run a game that's consistent and committed every single time, you like the other players and you feel like that they're invested in the game because they have also paid for it, you meet up at a specific time, and if they don't show up, well, then perhaps they get charged again and that kind of thing. I think it's I can see some merit to it.
Well, I mean, it's an expenditure. I guess you got to look at what you're doing and what your plans are and what your entertainment options are, and kind of do a cost analysis. You know what I mean? I agree that it's strange. I mean, like I said, getting paid to run. But then I started thinking, well, you know, if you go to Dragon Con, for instance, right? Don't you pay?
Yes.
Don't you pay to go to a tournament 5-hour game or something?
Yes, you do.
That? I mean, it's not a ton of money. It's like $3, but you know, that's
right. You buy tickets
at a place and there's some atmosphere. I understand that you're getting the con, but remember, when we went to Dragon Con, you'd have to pay the entry fee, and then you'd have to pay whatever it was per game you went and played in. You see what I mean? And I never had a problem with that necessarily. It was just part of the con.
Yeah, it was just part of the con, exactly. And you would pay, and you would pay, and you would show up, and there would be people that maybe there would be people that didn't appreciate you showing up with a pitcher of beer, but maybe there were people who didn't even appreciate coming there themselves on that particular day.
Well, yeah. Well, great.
So Dave ran free games a lot for the last 3 years, and there were times when people just didn't show up. Right.
As players, yeah, that happened when I ran that game. It was pretty exciting for a few moments there, you know, because I didn't know who was going to sign up for it. Only one person had, and you know, I was like, well, I mean, I kind of made it where 3 people could show up. I just want to run the game and see what the experience was like, and meet some people, you know. And it was pretty cool when at the last minute I had 6 players all of a sudden. I was like, dude, where'd all these people come from? It was kind of like day of.
Yeah.
So that was pretty neat. But again, it's a cost analysis of your entertainment options. You know what I mean? What else are you going to be doing that night? If you're going to spend 0 money that night and do everything for free and be highly entertained, you got a point, right? If you're about to be bored, if you're about to go to see some possibly lame movie, spend $1 million, or go to some restaurant that you may or may not like, or have any kind of
spend $1 million and you probably won't like it.
It's like gambling, right? I mean, if you go to the casinos thinking you're going to make money, you're an idiot, right? If you go there and say, hey, I got $200 to spend tonight, it's going to go to food, fun, drinks,
and quarters.
Gambling, right? In gambling, then when you walk out with nothing, you're fine. You spent your $200. Did you play games in which you didn't win and lost money? Yes. But you didn't really lose money because you had budgeted an amount for entertainment that evening, and that was part of it. The enjoyment that you had in those moments was well worth it. And then you begin to quantify life based on a series of moments, and then you think to yourself, I don't know, some of these people charge. You believe some of these people charge? There's one dude who charges $55 a game running every week.
I know. Oh, shit. It's crazy. When I look at the $50, $35,
but the dude got 1,000 games, man. You know,
yeah, they do it.
$55, there got to be some shit. I'm ready.
Yeah,
Sign me up. I play that. You
yeah.
know what
I feel like joining one just to see if, hey, man, maybe I've been doing everything wrong the entire time, and
I
this
mean?
guy is God's gift to dungeon
Yeah.
masters.
It's like what, the
You
$5
know,
burger, right? That is a $55 game. That's a $55 game right there. I paid 60
right,
shit. I got money. I got
right. It's
$5 money.
crazy.
Well, you got to wonder, right? And so I don't, but yeah, I don't know. So I now as far as playing in it goes, I would probably, my sense of being critical and my buyer's remorse is very strong in reality.
Sure.
So I worry that if it like I don't want to have a bad attitude if it doesn't live up to my expectations. However, I have to realize going into it that it might not live up to my expectations. See what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, and where I would sit on that is I would think maybe $5, maybe $10, you know, on
That's
an
lowballing.
individual
It's like,
game. Yeah, that's not too much to lose
mm-hmm,
t- to find that, hey man, this guy sucks, right?
right.
If this guy sucks and I paid him $5, well, whatever, man. I still have $5 worth of fun.
Yeah, I'm
If this
sure.
guy
Exactly.
sucks, yeah, yeah,
At least you probably had a few good moments that evening. And
enough.
if you stop thinking, sometimes people
And I
get,
met people,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Well, how much did you smile?
Right, exactly. I guarantee you, even if it's a suck ass DM,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off one way or another. It might be detrimental to the suck ass DM. It might be detrimental to the suck ass player, which is myself. But I'm gonna have a good time. It's gonna be better than sitting fucking sneaker gaze or something,
Right.
staring down at my shoes because I'm depressed because life sucks.
Well, I can
Right.
see that too. And when the people like, I mean, so here's a situation, here's a scenario I can definitely envision where I might spend money, right? Yeah, exactly, Shu. That's what I'm saying. I mean, what the fuck is that? Sorry.
It better be basically better than anybody. Man,
Yeah, see,
you'd be hard
there's
pressed to get me to spend $50 to play with the late Gary Gygax. To be honest with you,
no, not me.
yeah, but
I know you're exaggerating for effect.
what's he gonna do? He's
He's gonna sit there.
yeah,
That's
it's
all
a
he needs to
little
do.
bit.
Sit there and look at me.
It's a yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but he used to do that shit for free.
I'd still pay for it. That's a good look.
Yeah, $50. I suppose that's acceptable.
Well, I mean, but see the point that she was making here is that if
Yes.
you're going to exactly, it better blow your mind. But then you begin to think about quality and what's out there. And I don't know. I know you're good. I think I'm okay. I've got a couple
Oh,
DMs.
you're quite good.
Well, thank you. I got a couple DMs in my life that I would trust to play, but it kind of harkens back to that idea. I know that I can be overly critical in some campaigns, right? And so I got to really watch what type of games I play, and I kind of expect the same level of commitment and prep that for other people's games that I give to mine. And when I don't get it, I can be a little crestfallen. But then you got to remember that everybody's different. But you start thinking about the caliber of DMs. If there's somebody that can make $55 for 8 people in a session once a week, well, dang, their other options must suck. That's the other way you can think about it, right? Either he's amazing, he or she is the ridiculous god of DMs, or the average DM quality is so stinking low that even somebody giving a little bit of oomph when it comes to prep, it blows it out the water. I mean, I don't know, but somehow in some way it's working for people. So
Yeah, and that's what I'm most curious about. Really, is getting in one of those games and seeing if it's like, oh my god, I've been DMing wrong the entire time. This guy is the most awesome. Kind of like when you were a kid and you would look at people like Brian Bloom or Frank Mincer. Frank Mincer back in the day was a grandmaster level RPG DM and stuff like that. And about the only footage you can find of him is it's good, but it's a cult of personality type of stuff. Right? Pretty run of the mill DMing. Most of these old guys you find, it's a run of the mill
Well,
DMing.
they're
So
running the game as they understood it at the time, which means they were at the top of the game.
right, but they were even doing it a lot later, like in the 2000s and stuff at Gary Con and
Oh, I
whatnot.
got you. So you're saying they didn't,
Right, right. They're nothing special.
right?
So if you've got a guy who charges $50 for a game, and I can come in there and he's better than guys that I might pay $50 for a game because of their personality and charisma in relation to the game,
Right.
then I would try it, you know.
Yeah.
But
Well, just to play
as it
with them, like,
is,
because
yeah, yeah. Show me how you're the greatest DM ever. If you're the greatest DM ever, I'll pay you 50 fucking dollars a
that's
game.
what I'm saying.
I don't
It's a
care.
matter of
If
entertainment.
you're the greatest thing ever,
Mhm.
then how much money is that worth?
I just don't. I just wonder what the standards are that we have. You see what I'm saying? So,
Right. Probably too high to probably too high in my case to ever play $50 for some dude.
we think, we think it's kind of like dog food, if you think about it, right? Because we all assume dog food tastes like shit, but these dogs love it. And the only reason that
Well,
we think that is because we very few of us have mad maxed out and tried the dog food. There is a possibility that the dog food is better than our food.
true, true. And Jeremy makes a good point. Man, not paying $50 for anybody to DM for me. And
Me either.
I mean, I'm in that same camp. Um yeah, where I'm actually missing. Oh yeah, so Dave's comment was in relation to Gygax and whatnot, paying for a window to the past
Yes,
on one of the old grandmasters.
hanging out.
Really, I would argue that it's hanging out with one of the old grandmasters. Um, so Jeremy got conned into playing one game with someone who claimed to be a professional DM.
Well, how
I'm
was
100% positive that he used that game to get the young girls.
it? Virtually?
Uh,
What if they're in different states?
Point. Well, let's see the rest of the story. They used the spell to create 30-mile-per-hour wind to push someone out a window. I was like, go outside right now and tell me that wind pushes you. It was like 50 miles, 55 mile per hour windy day in El Paso. A coolie, not when it's made out of Class D meat.
Yummy. Well, I tell you, when Mad Max takes that last bite out of that can and
Oh, it looks good too,
throws the
doesn't it?
can over to the Doberman, you're like, all right. But
He
you always
gave
got to
away the
wonder
good shit.
how'd the Doberman get his whole mouth in that can, though? It seemed like, I guess his tongue. Anyway.
Right.
All right, I need 5 seconds to
Uh,
use the restroom. I'm very sorry. It's hitting me.
I, I need to too. You're not familiar with the Doom Sword fucking long ass live stream that everybody gets tired of? Come on, man. I'll be right back too. If you guys are still here, bravo. Whoever has hung out, thank you. Curse you, He-Man. We haven't. Yes, this is true. I got too much. Man, why do you guys talk when I'm not here, and then don't talk when I am here? All right, so we already got the the employees with the two can the two cans of Alpo. You guys remember that joke? Well, it might have only been local in my area, but it was the what they say. Your whole generation eats kennel ration. Obviously, not knowing that it was ration, right? Um, but something about eating Alpo. Your whole generation eats kennel ration because you can't afford Alpo. Yeah, good old 80s cracks. Yes, raccoons can eat some dog food and be fine. This is true. I like to give the raccoons when they come around. I like to give them good food though, meat and whatnot. There's signs, by the way, that raccoons are becoming domesticated. At least the scientists say that because their snouts are getting shorter. He also pulled food out of the dumpster. Yes, well, we all have to do what we have to do. We're all bummed sometimes. We haven't hit 4 hours. Yes, this is true. Yes, Michael. I just dropped I thought it said I just dropped like 300 pounds, but no, $300 on He-Man figure pre. I don't know what you were thinking, Jeremy. Let us know how they are. Curse you, He-Man. It's better than She-Man. What you can already close.
I love He-Man.
Yes. And
my favorite He-Man was Man at Arms.
Like he was cool. He was cool. He had that cool armor suit too. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just going to hope it was for something other than him. We had a raccoon that came by once a week for marshmallows. CSB. That stands for cool story, bro. Can't. CSB. Raccoons eat anything. Yes, they do. They like to eat shit in my garage. Milk bones aren't bad. Good for your teeth. Personally, I mean, they're like good for your personal teeth. I don't know if I'd try one. I've tried a lot of shit, but I don't know if I'd try that. Anyways,
remember we used to feed your little brother raw hamburger? That worked out.
What's the Catholic sign thing? Because I had my.
I've advised people to do that after watching the outcome.
Yeah, you should. You should absolutely, under any circumstances. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a financial advisor. None of that bullshit. But you absolutely should eat raw ground beef. Now, you should not
before they
give your younger sister raw chicken blood
and
have her drink that, because that's probably not good.
You can give it to that one sister or that cousin, but not your,
yes. Yes.
So another thing you can do is that you can really use going back to the AI art topic, right? What I like to do is take pictures of real people, in other words, you guys, and use your visages to create the AI art around it so that the character kind of looks like you in the face. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's really cool to be able to do that. It kind of brings across the character very well. For example, Dooms and I have a friend who's dead, and he gamed with us for a long time, right? He gamed with us for so long that his spirit is like part of my gaming, I don't know, my gaming persona. It's like all part of what needs to be there, right? Gaming without this person existing.
God rest his soul.
God rest, exactly. He's awesome, part of my gaming existence identifies with this person being alive, right? So you can use gaming as a creative outlet, and you can make up things in your game that essentially resurrects people that you love. So
Right.
so what I did to make that happen, and only Dooms is aware of this really, is where is it here? Is I brought him back to life and Shibboleth, I
And
think.
he cheats on every roll, I might
Well,
add.
but there is a
And
backstory with rules. Don't you worry.
yes, and he likes to be like 15 years older than the people he games with. Um,
Yeah,
you
see,
know.
there he is. There he is right here. Man, he's awesome, right? So this is our
Love you, Brad.
yeah, I love you. This is our boy. He had a distinctive way of talking, and I feel I did a pretty good job of replicating that. It might be mocking him, but it's something I did when he was alive, so he's cool with it. Trust me. In fact, he only knows that. But in this way, I feel like his spirit has been preserved. You see, because
I feel it
that
too.
looks
I
exactly
feel it
like him.
too, man.
That looks
And I
exactly.
and I miss him every day, and the thing is that this guy was really the guy who got us into the serious campaign play, right? Because we went up to the Enterprise 1701, we made that burned parchment thing or whatever and posted it on the notice board, like there might
Right.
be a job notice board and keep on the borderlands or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 15, you're like 13, and there's
That's
a
awesome.
fucking 30-year-old dude. It shows up. Oh man, good
Didn't
times.
matter.
Good times. Didn't matter.
It didn't matter
That's right.
because it's like I'm convinced that everybody loves heavy metal. They just don't realize it until their inner metalhead
Yeah.
is summoned.
That's really, aside from classical music and the blues, the only music is metal. Really.
Everybody loves it. They may think they don't, and
Yeah,
their
they're
inner
full of
metalhead may
shit.
hide. Some of us, it comes out sooner. Some of us later, but it's there. And exposure to such music is
Right.
what will bring it forward. So yeah, he's like my inner metalhead.
Hell yeah. I do not have a Discord because I'll tell you why, because I feel like Discord separates out or I felt like Discord separated out everybody into these little areas, and everybody would have these Discord servers. But I tell you what, now that I've progressed into some streaming of my own and realized that there's more individuals who are like-minded, and I'm open to that. Right. I'm open to that. I'm open to having a Discord and hanging out in there and tossing all the other Discords I have, except for maybe like Fantasy Grounds, because I have to have that to see rule set changes and whatnot. Um, and then the Discords for the games I play in. So if you guys want that, I'll set one up if people want to talk, and I'm there basically all day. Doom Swords Discord, Doom Swords Discord, Doom Swords Discord, Doom Swords Discord, Doom Swords Discord. Man, I could go on with that. That's not a challenge.
You just made
Seasons in the Abyss, man. What a fucking amazing album, actually.
right.
All right. Anyway,
If we could, one of the big things about D&D and why you do a lot of prep, or just gaming in general, is so that you can translate your ideas carefully to people and have them enjoy them. They sort of take a jaunt in your brain, that is controlled, right? So
right.
you have to pour that creative essence out, and that's where the role playing comes in. This is a encounter that we had the last time, but I don't know how well it went over because it was a role playing thing, but it was it was meant to be that way, and I tried to incorporate some kind of rolling into it. It's this Rumble with the Rakers arc, so I'm going to activate.
Yeah.
Right. So I enjoyed it quite a bit. I don't know how the party did, but basically these dudes right here had come to Shibboleth, right? And then I had found this band online that was really good because they do this tavern metal, right? So I sort of incorporated it together. And if you look at the campaign arc here, can't look too closely because they've I don't even know if they're going to start it or not. Hopefully they do, but you never know. If they start it, then it is ready to roll this next session, depending on what they do. But pop that real quick. Yeah, Rumble with the Rakers. All right, so I'm set for them. You can see I've got my background there. I've got the basics, and here's that encounter I made up, and I took advantage of. Watch out what you read here, Bill.
I'm not looking.
Okay, yeah. So it was pretty cool because then I got to go and take my description here and name the band. Right, the name, the lead. They're all bards. The lead is Maraxis Maxis, and he's a singing bard. Here, I'll move this out the way. He's right here, right?
This was cool, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, he's right here. And then I got the ARR and I described it all to him, right? You're seeing a weird overlay because I turned it into a social encounter. So anyway, that's the band, but they exist like that. You say, and here's the party down here. So they can click on their pictures and pull up their character sheets and do shit. And then I want to have a social encounter. A social encounter, if you're not, I want to intentionally plan for skill checks. I feel if you don't intentionally plan for skill checks, then like how many times have you had a DM look at a party and go, oh, I mean, how many times have I chucked knowledge engineering at you all and you didn't have it? Right.
Right.
Now,
right.
That doesn't mean it's not in the game. That doesn't mean that somebody who has it can't make it. But when I think about it, I think what skills would be necessary to interact with any given situation, and I'll list them. Because if you think about it, right, in one of our previous campaign sessions, because you had an encounter that required the gnome, the sorcerer, to play the lute or play the harp, remember? Right. He took a level of bard because of that.
Yeah, he took a level of bard.
Right, simply so he could just own that and win that adventure good. And then that really set him up for success. And that has now been brought forward into my plans for what's coming. So if you look at this, let's see if I can do it. I can go. Is there tiles here? I got to remember. Yeah. No. Yeah. Looks like I got to remember my own shit. Let's see here.
Most of our game is spent him remembering his own shit, just so you know.
Yeah. Okay. So I made this up where you've got some rules here, and then what they had to do. There we go. Well, because it just takes me a second on the virtual stuff. I got to click shit, and
right.
I wouldn't normally do that at the table. Anyway, so this is
I remember this map.
Yeah, this is the map of the tavern, and here was a situation where I didn't use any miniatures and have a regular fight. The party was here-ish, right in this. You see that? No, you don't. Okay, so the party was generally right here sitting at this table. The March Rakers, where if you look behind this image at these guys, that's them. That's that stage. See the AI art? That's that stage. And then that's this spot right here. And I had previously already made this map a long time ago for this inn. This is, by the way, Dooms is where Indigo and Helios had boxed those two monks, remember? Anyway.
It's the boxing ring, the whatever, the central attraction in the Crooked Antler Tavern. And see, being that the game had progressed that way and emergent play had happened, I, as a player, automatically know that, right? This is the first time I've seen a map of it, but I automatically know what this place is about, where the stuff happens, all in my mind's eye, who the barkeep is, who, the various NPC personages who might show up in the place are, and all that.
And that's because it was all pre-created and planned. And so, like, I love to use Sly here. There's your boy. There's your boy.
Dorgle. Yes, sir.
No one calls me Dorgle but me mom. I'll let that one slide, but not again, Petrus. Anyway, that's how we
mom called you John.
Well, I guess we're going to have to cheat now, friend.
Fuck, man.
But
you going to do me like that on live stream?
Just busting a quick role play. Anyway, so he would roll in. You got all that ready, so it's kind of cool to show that. And again, this is AI art based on it looks exactly like he's supposed to look in my brain. Isn't that crazy? I love it. Anyway, so
it is crazy. And I would also add that you could go the other direction and create him and make what you want him to be from the image that you've generated, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what I do next.
Right.
Exactly. So once I have my guys, then you can feed those back into the AI art and you can create scenes with them. And now it already knows. So you'll see at the next session, I've adjusted the updates to be that way. It's really cool. You'd be shitting yourself over some of them. I think, at least I was.
Yeah.
That's provided the characters are invested in the plot, though, and that's the if. But here, what I had to do was I flipped these guys over, and I forget where we started. I have to look at the module real quick that I wrote, but I think we started here. So this guy right here is Devil Fucker, and what happened in this encounter was that they was all
We
drinking.
loved his name, by the way.
Oh yeah. Oh, so yeah, I mean, get that. So this encounter starts, and then we got some role playing. It worked out nicely because the party at that point was in the middle of discussing what to do next. They had just come out, not really come. They're in the middle of an adventure arc with some weighty decisions that are coming their way. So this is their inn. They convene at the Antler. This is the inn that they just randomly have picked. And I could go to the map right here. I'd show you. It's just one of the many inns that are available. Since they found this one, it was already fleshed out. So then I carry it on. And at this point, they were just, so it went perfectly. So there's a renowned troupe called the March Rakers, a troupe of bards that goes all throughout the Sheldamar Valley region. They're the number one musicians in all of the Sheldamar, right? And they've got some interesting band members, and you can see them back there on the stage. So essentially, I found this really cool music here. Yeah. So like that kind of stuff. And then I got a little mix here. Find it.
Oh my! All right.
Here we go.
Sorry.
Anyway, I still kind of get a little confused when I find sometimes it's just so dense. Anyway, I won't go over and over looking for it. But anyway, so I found this cool music, and it's got like 5 or 6 metal songs. They're really cool, I think. And so they're getting the role play. Now, this is all going on in the background while they're getting the role play. A couple events happen, a couple plot events occur during this time period. But as the night's going on, the crowd is getting wilder and wilder. And then during one of the peak performances, Devil Fucker, who is the lead guitarist, the lead, he plays a storm cittern. And suddenly his string breaks, right? His final string. He goes ballistic, right? And starts basically smashing his storm cittern all over the inn. And the people that love the March Rakers is everybody. So this kind of simultaneously inspires the March Rakers to play on. He's getting morose, and the crowd starts to become crazy. So at any of these levels right here that you can see is if the crowd gets to here, and I turn over all of these that I made up for this little game, then the party basically fails and gets less XP for this role-playing encounter, because this will mean that, well, if it got to here, then probably I would have had to burn the inn down. Just so you know,
I was going to do that anyway. It's what my character would have
but
done.
you don't want to do that because you're an authority figure in Shibboleth. Now over here, Devil Fucker started out here, and this is a psychological condition he's in, and he needs to be brought out of that condition. And there's a variety of ways to do it. So what I had created here was a little social encounter, which I love social encounters. Because you're satisfying the goal, you're getting XP, there might be treasure, you're rolling dice, you're using your character, and you're playing a game.
Can I say something real quick? I had not experienced social encounters or known anything about them. I had assumed it was polished enough that it was actually something within the rules, but I still don't even know much about it, but it was very interesting because it kind of mirrored the dynamics of combat while not being combat at all, not being a physical thing.
Right.
So I found it really interesting.
But it could be, because there was some physical activity that occurred.
Right. I wanted to stab everybody, including myself, in the head, but I didn't.
Yeah. So if you see here, you got Devil Fucker's breakdown track, right? He starts at 4 where he's frenzy, smashing tables. Remember what that happened in the game? He's smashing the bottles,
Yeah.
right? With the I should say Storm Citron. Sorry, not Warlock, but anyway, with that, right? So he started at 4 there, so I had them all flipped over, and then the party and the crowd starts at 2. Mosh pit.
Right.
Crowd areas are difficult terrain. So what that meant essentially was the party sitting over there at their table. They had some things to do, and then they all kind of, it was really neat what they all kind of did. But you have some options here, and what you don't want to have happen is the tavern riot. See, that's what
right. Well, now I'm seeing the mechanics behind it, and I kind of
see, look,
what is it you would say? I kind of intuited these mechanics through the actual experience,
the role-playing experience.
But the role-playing experience, absolutely.
So here you see that I'm not making anything up ad hoc, right?
Oh, well, and I knew you weren't.
I'm describing things in a cinematic manner where it might seem like it's all random and
right.
But there's an underlying at least guidelines for me to make sure I regulate myself and don't go outside of the game for my vision. My vision should stay within the game.
Absolutely, and that's a good point. And I was gonna say, well, having known you, I would know that's never the case or whatever.
Right.
But that sounds like fucking blowing smoke up your ass or
no,
whatever. No, it's really like this, and this is for any viewers. This is what I tend to strive for. I don't prepare like this. I might need to based on how I want my games to go. But that's mostly because a lot of my running of games over the last few years has been convention based. So that's a little bit different. But to maintain a campaign, this is deep knowledge that the DM has, and I would argue that if you use AI, I assume, right? We've already talked about it. I assume that your use of AI.
Here's a good AI moment right here. Ready? I'll show you. So
right, and then first off, I'm going to tell you one thing, and I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, but if you're not using AI to format at least tables and markdown to paste in other documents, if you're doing that stuff with regular expressions or whatever you used to do, you're fucking doing it wrong. Because that thing can spit out all of that stuff and save you hours.
Look how good it looks.
Stuff.
This will be an example right here. So see how good
right, because it's all markdown now.
Yeah, look all the tables though. They look all good, and there's like the extra shading.
Yeah, because it's all marked down now.
Here's what I wrote. See, I wrote the basic rules of it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So all this stuff right here, I've wrote. You see, but I didn't write it as a cool looking table. You know what I mean? So like I have my notes jotted down. Frenzied equals this, right? Raging equals that. I have this jotted down, right? And then I type it into here, and then I say, okay, it'll be easier to see this if it's on a table with the description right next to it. Make that shit. See what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Next thing I know, I got a cool looking breakdown track that's easy to read.
Right. Without having to format the markdown yourself. All right, so let's get back to before we lose people and whatnot. Let's get back to, so I've asked people, hey, if you want to play with me, come play his game. What's your next one? I'll play in it. I'll play in it, man. Just let me know when it is and I'll clear it.
I think I'm gonna
run. If anybody wants to play with me, then by all means.
Well, I'm gonna run something. I think I want to run. I want to run next Friday. I'm going to, and then I'll do my Legends round 1. I kind of want to work on this NPC a little bit, see if I can do it a little better than the first time I made it up as the prototype, So I think it's cooler now, and there's all kinds of things I know better now. So I'm willing, that's one thing when you make up stuff in this medium. If you write it down on paper, you don't seem to have the same emotional, hey, I just did an ass little work connection with it as I do here. Once you got pictures and stuff like that, and everybody's named, and you got charts that are so easy to make real quick, and format.
Right in the VPG.
Yeah, you don't want to, you want to you don't want it to run one time. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
I thought the adventure was cool. And anyway, I want to run it. I want to run it again, or just try to run it and see if it's better. It's kind of like running the same module a couple of times. You know, I mean, I've run Typical of Elemental Evil for multiple people, yourself included. I don't even know how many times returned to the Typical of Elemental Evil. Ridiculous. So I think I'm going to run that.
Right.
Yeah. So I got a link here if you want to put it out there.
Yeah, I do, but I want to hit Dave's question here. What does DMD listen to when he's prepping? What like gets you in the mode for making a dungeon, filling out all that tedious stuff? You know, man, because that shit can be real tedious, to be honest with you.
I'll show you. I don't find it tedious. It's a labor. I really enjoy every minute of it. Sometimes the problem I have with it, with some of the online options, and I'll get to the music in a second, is that you got so many freaking options that before what used to be a, hey, I draw a map on graph paper once, turns into, hey, that 5-foot square is beautiful. 7 hours ago when I started it wasn't that good.
Yeah.
I can't wait to do the next 30,
Right.
So that's the
issue.
and
it takes a little bit of time. It also takes a little bit of time to get sort of into that mindset to be like, hey, I'm going to set aside a little bit of time to work on a dungeon. I know I'm going to set aside 4 hours maybe, and I have to realize that after 4 hours, I am not going to be done under any circumstances, and I need to not get stressed out while I spend the next 8 hours after that initial 4 on it. Right.
And then you get like,
yeah.
You get worried. You're like, oh no, I better hurry on this. I'm getting stressed.
Yeah.
Coming up,
what the fuck,
hurry.
man? Dude, I've only got like 40 hours left, and it took me 12 hours. All right. So here we go.
Yeah. So here's
don't show any of your prawn, man.
Huh?
Just playing.
Oh, all right. So I've had these. Bill hates Doom's probably. You want to see Doom?
You can call me Bill.
You want to see Doom's favorite song?
Oh man, no! Come on, man! Not the brown.
Oh, you're lucky I got rid of it. Look into my eyes.
Thank God! But if you go back a folder, I'll actually tell you a couple of my favorites if anyone's interested. So obviously Basil Polidorus, the Braveheart, yes, I like that almost all the way through. Amon Amarth, it depends on what's in the folder.
Everything.
Painkiller is awesome. Yeah, with Amon Amarth, I would ignore Thor Arise, and I would probably go from Avenger. Yeah, that's hard. We'll talk about that sometime.
This is
Midnight Syndicate.
Yeah.
Midnight Syndicate. We found that when it was TSR stuff, right?
I think so. Yeah, it came in.
I mean, we had the old CD.
Yeah, so this is it. I mean, it's basically everything. And I've kind of found all these guys.
Yeah.
I've had these forever, kind of saving them from hard drive to hard drive. And then this is literally the same files that I would play at your house at the porch, Dooms.
Right.
They've made their way here from hard drive to hard drive. Not even kidding. But then I go on to Pandora, and I just found them all. So kind of that stuff.
Yeah. And I will say that that Midnight Syndicate CD, I don't have it anymore, but that's what we used. I will say that your playlist, I find nothing offensive in.
Well, now it's cool to know. It's easy now to do the. I always like to set up a certain song for a situation, and that's the song I'm thinking. Right. Sometimes the music will inspire a situation, and it's pretty cool to be able to pop that clip, stick it into Foundry, and then play that shit. You know what I mean? Right when it needs to be.
Right.
It's very inspirational, as a matter of fact. I found this. Did I already close it? I found what's really good is these. So this is the level I kind of go to get inspired. If you look here, I consider this to be the Shibboleth official background music. Where is it at? Let's see here.
Show it here. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you can see me? Okay, yeah. So there's where's it at here?
Yeah, the CD was kick ass, and Amon Amarth. Hey, me and DMD went to probably what 5, 6 Amon Amarth shows
Who
together.
knows? Lots.
I don't know, plenty of them. Yes.
If you look here, it's kind of cool to pull these things. Like, I don't know if y'all remember, it's an old jar, but see this Greatest Adventure? If that doesn't
Right.
bring back some nostalgia, you're lame. Let me find it real quick. Remember this one at you'd watch the cartoon of The Hobbit, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's coming through the stream and everything.
Yeah, see.
Nice.
So if you look, I had.
Yeah, apparently we're gonna get copyright something.
Oh.
I don't know if that means that. I don't care. I don't know if that means that's like one strike against my stupid little channel,
Who said
or
that?
if that means that it just won't be monetized. Who was it? Oh yeah, Dave. And I responded that I don't even know what the fuck that is, but
No, I'm just showing you like you can go pull cool. Like
yeah. If it just means demonetization, I don't give a shit about that. Yeah, they did put on a great show, but then the hipsters attached to them, Michael, and that's very, very unfortunate. And they started doing things like, oh, we're gonna do they'd have a hipster area in the mosh pit where they'd like row or something, and it's like, man, I'm either gonna be right next to the speaker, the stack, or I'm gonna be in that mosh pit busting ass and getting ass busted.
you might want to think about that because the rowing is not terrible.
Okay. Well, I had not seen it. I mean, I'd only seen it in videos, but
It's pretty
if
cool.
I'm going to be in the pit, I like to just be in there,
Oh yeah. Well, you get old, you know,
Yeah.
and start thinking about that pit a couple times.
Right. I haven't been to a show in some time now.
I went 2 years, like last year. Anne Marie took me. And it was,
Oh, right.
yeah, but you think twice about
If it's
it when you're our age, which is weird. So
okay. So yeah, it was Dave, and it just means they won't kick me off YouTube or whatever, right?
it was fine.
So
It was
we
like
can
2 seconds. I didn't even. I turned it right off.
Yeah, but man, they got a goddamn, goddamn AI bot or whatever
It
that
literally
doesn't care.
was 5 seconds. There's no way. I would.
Yeah. As long as it don't kick me off, then play all the music you want,
I won't play it no more.
and it'll be no. I want you to play it.
What if I sing it?
Fuck, everybody wants you to play it.
What if I sing it?
Hey, sing it.
The
I ain't monetized no ways.
Adventure is what lies ahead. The moment of your life has yet to be read. One time, Dooms called me, and I was really young. Remember when we used to have answer machines, and the tape and stuff? Well, he called one time. That I hadn't answered the phone.
The cassette.
And, he said, "Now I'm going to read. I'm going to read the whole Lord of the Rings." And then he ran the tape out.
Yeah, I did, and I believe your mom was pissed. Yeah, Cooley. So instead of participating in the pit, as is or as does happen in a modern non-gay metal concert, they've decided that there's a group of Amon Amarth fans who clear an area in the middle of what is traditionally the metal pit and do a rowing thing.
The metal pit was still there. Everything was fine.
Dude, I'm just telling you right now, if I actually saw that in person, and thank God I didn't, thank Jesus I didn't. If I actually saw that in person, I'd probably charge towards it and then get kicked out.
Nobody clears a spot for one. I think.
All right, I could be mistaken.
You got experience.
I might be 5e-ifying it.
Well, the problem is you look around that room there in the concert and you realize that most people that are there are geriatric, and
that's the problem. Yeah.
So it might be like, I don't know about stage diving at 50, but The
Yeah,
rowing,
that's
like a second option that's pretty energy filled. I enjoyed it.
yes, that is the true problem. Actually, is that because I was listening to them maybe 20, 25 years ago, uh, as much as or as late as maybe 17, 18 years ago, they ended up getting older and getting an older crowd that glommed onto them as some sort of pop metal, as it often does, ruining true metal.
Well, I get pretty
Unfortunate.
inspired by the rowing.
Uh, well, to each their own. I get inspired by the music that makes me feel like I'm rowing.
Exactly. Plus, there's that one song, like the Dragon's Tail song. It's about that swamp hunting the dragon down. That's a pretty good
Oh
song.
yeah, yeah,
One adventure.
yeah, and the actual eponymous song, Amon Amarth. So Amon Amarth is and Lord of the Rings fans come and crucify me or whatever, but Amon Amarth is how do you say a Cinderin elf for Mount Doom.
Yeah, it's like the
So
Elvish name for Mordor or something. Yeah, Mount Doom.
yeah, yeah, the elvish name for Mount Doom. Yes.
Which is a great name, and I mean, you just. So I found those other guys that apparently I can't show, and they do this metal tavern stuff. Man, it's really funny. So that's what you were listening to at our game.
Right. Oh,
That's
the
kind of
heck is that right now?
immersion that I really try to shoot for.
Yeah, right, right. And it was very immersive, as a matter of fact. As a participant in the social encounter, um th- I'm a warrior cleric, so it's not necessarily exactly what I want my character to do or whatever. Because I take the game time seriously, but seeing that the encounter was built in a combat related way, uh with a social sense, did not bother me. I actually enjoyed it very much.
Well, if you think about some of the imagery that occurred too,
Yeah, that sold it right there, man. To be honest with you, I'm glad you brought that up, because without the imagery, so basically, what he did is he released. I mean, as the description was being built up, it was almost like a UFC fight card kind of thing or something. Man, I don't know all this stuff, but it was like, psh, hey, I introduced to you the the drummer, and then
uh
it would pop up in the screen in front of you, and it
yeah,
would have the guy's name and exactly his instrumentation and whatnot, and it was really cool.
yeah,
Right, so that was the main image for the whole
and these
group.
and these are real guys
Um,
too that I think are not real guys for real, obviously, but this is
are you sure they're not real?
they feel real.
Come on, dude. They're actually real.
They do feel
Be
real.
honest.
Find the module or the game. They do feel real, but yeah, and that's the hard part to do is to click things on time. But that's them, right? And then um, there's my map. And then I started like trying to write. So I was reading my description I wrote, which is here. So the encounter they did was the last string. That was the name of what I named that encounter. I write this here, or no, this all the bullshit, right? So, and you got to watch
Right.
when you make stuff like this up. I realized you have about this is too many sentences, honestly, or too many paragraphs. You don't want to have massive descriptive paragraphs where you read forever, no matter how dramatic.
Yeah, you're not gonna right, and you're
Yeah,
not gonna be able to pick out the keywords in it when you're trying to run the game either, I would imagine, right?
right.
Because that's a lot to stare at. So I tend to try to bullet point. Um,
Well, no, I've
you
got that
know,
all memorized. So, I mean, it's
Yeah, of course, but I mean
but-
for a DM who isn't as involved in the process as
oh, right.
I'm sure this is trained, right? It'd probably be better to bullet out the things that are important to them, I think.
Well,
While maintaining this same structure of
right.
say a journal entry.
If you can describe that well, I guess it would be the thing.
Right,
Sometimes I find
right.
myself at a loss for descriptive words, and if I can, and then I'll go like lay down and think about. You know how you have that situation in life where you go and go, man, if I just would have said that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Instead of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes I'm not happy with my bulleted stuff or I wing it. And I was like, man, I should have said that or that would have sounded cooler. And then it bothers me. So I kind of think, okay, that's why I write the descriptions, at least some of them, so that I can and I don't write them all at once too. It'll be like, okay, I'm thinking about this encounter, for instance, right? And I'm developing it in my head and I keep going back to it and adding to it and changing and adding and changing as the ideas come. You see what I mean? So,
Right, right.
and so I don't know. So I just really try to prepare well for it. But yeah, as I was reading this description here, see how it talks about like he's introducing all the guys. So Captain Decapitate is the drummer, and then I would try to quickly go down here and be like,
Yeah, and you did a good job of that.
"Hey, there he is."
Um,
That's exactly what he looks like in
I
my brain.
wonder, could you not? And I don't want to dig into the weeds or whatever, but could you not create an image journal entry and then attach descriptive text to it? I don't know. Who
Yes,
cares? That's
that's what I've
unimportant.
done already. I'm doing that for next
Oh,
time.
okay.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I
Yeah,
developed. I was having trouble clicking fast enough, so I would like read something, and then you'd have that
yeah,
dramatic
yeah.
thing, and that's right when the picture should show up because you're mid-read, and then you don't click on time, and then you're like, wait a second, here's a picture, and it's about 5 seconds late. You lose that moment.
Yeah, right, right. It
Same.
was a couple of seconds late, and I certainly didn't mind that, but at the same time, I also noted that it could have been smoother. But the basic idea is the same, right? You're able to use the journal entry system
Mhm. Right.
i- in such a way that you can create a flowing campaign narrative,
Mhm.
inserting images that you've created from AI along the pathway and switch to them like handouts and
Yeah.
show them virtually with almost zero delay. Right. I mean, I think that's what you're trying to do here.
Right. And I think I got that for this coming time. It just took it. It's what you said. It was embedding the images directly into. I'd show you real quick.
Right.
You see some stuff, so I don't want to show you yet. But yes, exactly. So basically, what I would need to do is this. So let's say, all right, if you look here for this encounter, the last string, right? I would need to in Foundry roll this and go in with this picture option and stick that shit right here. And then
Right.
I'd have all 5 band members. This is what I realized I needed to do. I'd have all 5 band members here as pictures next to each other, and then that's closed, obviously. And then they'd appear right here. And then as I was reading this, all I would do is go click and they'd show up immediately if you do it that way. And they'd be sitting here, as opposed to going, oh, go to this, hit that, plus share.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You can read and click.
Yeah. You can drag in any type of records you want into a
Mhm.
journal entry, and they'll pop up, and you can share from there and whatnot.
Oh, I got some campaign stuff at the bottom. That's going to have to go bye-bye. I didn't realize I was referring to the region's instability out loud like that.
Well, you didn't realize that Petrus Potens knows all.
Well, it's not hard to figure out. It's been very unstable since the great earthquake that rocked the Sheldamar.
Yes, sir.
That's another
So,
thing you can do with this is it makes it so much easier. Normally, I'd always keep campaign calendars, but you write it down on paper. Again, there's no paper here, and that's been the biggest transition I've had to make. Is I don't have paper. I mean, I had paper for some of the
right.
games, but you kept looking up and down, and then it was hard to show what the paper was exactly. So, like showing a calendar, I'd take a picture with my phone and stick it into TTS and show it to you, and that's lame. Then you got to write twice. It takes forever. Anyway, but this right here has this guy. So see, this is the simple calendar feature, and it's pretty cool. So look, we got, and then I go in and I put, so here's the last session. I don't know who made that. I guess I did. Bye. All right, so then I go through and
what idiot did this?
No. But this is this is the quick what happened that day calendar, you see? So this is my notes essentially that I'm taking throughout the game. And then if you look, all these ones right here are notes that I've taken, and I can expose some of them to the party so they can see. Then I've got things like this, which is an upcoming thing about to happen that the group doesn't know about. That's on the 25th though, and currently it's this day right here. You see, so it's really neat to like bundle it, and then it makes it nice to keep track of your whole campaign. So I can get my whole campaign calendar and all the important events back in the day that sets up my campaign background real easy. And if I need to show stuff, this is referring to my old campaign. See, that way I can remember because they go right in next to each other. All this stuff is pertinent to what they're currently on. But this way you don't got to remember so much stuff, and you can go say what happened on that day. And it's really easy. Like I have an earthquake that's occurred, and that's kind of like a catalyst for the game, right? And it's important that is understood, right? So here's the Missing with Moonwater. That is the old campaign. And here, yeah. So open. Yeah. So here, if I was to expand all of this, then it would give you quite a bit of information about the overall. I have a big campaign arc for the entire thing, kind of like the main quest, I guess, in a video game. And then I've got the other stuff, you know what I mean? So it's easy to keep track of this here with this item, and it puts little journal notes, and then you can show them to the party as they go through shit. And then when they open up their calendar, it stays there. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, that's real cool. And that's the thing with Foundry. It's like anything else. You're gonna have to figure out a workflow. Define what it is you want to do.
Right.
And right. And it's going to take some time, but it gives us the opportunity to do things that we never would have thought possible.
Oh yeah.
Before.
Right. Well, look at like saving functions. So if we go, let's see, I don't want to fuck it up, but if you look at, let's see, in the event that you guys decide to return to the vault of the counters, it all stays. So I can, hopefully you don't see too much shit. I'm gonna try to click on somebody real quick for you. See, okay, cool. Let's see. I don't know how to blind people yet. I will figure that out, though. I think they're rare. There you are. All right, so let's go over here. I'll click on Petrus. It was here. All right, now, if you look.
That'd be me.
Yeah, that's Petrus's dooms. Excuse me, burping Cleric of Erroneous. But what's cool here, I won't change it, but they left here, right? And they know there's a door here. This room here hasn't been fully explored. There's a fountain, right? Through here is where they kind of ran into some organized individuals they didn't expect because this old vault got breached by an earthquake, right? So my point being is that it saves it right here. So at any moment that the party wants to return here and maybe see what's in these other rooms or go search them, it's available to go back to. In other words, somebody had asked about, CRs and scaling, right? Well, I mean, I guess conceivably I'll give you, conceivably you guys might not ever come see what's in that room, right? There's actually a treasure hoard that the party stumbled upon in my game that is a orchestra made of solid gold instruments, right? And they appraised it at about 20 grand. That's the big treasure hit they got. And of course, you divide that by the party and it lines up with the treasure expectations per level. But in a homebrew, they haven't even gone out and they haven't even gone and gotten that treasure. So it's interesting how it destabilizes the balance of the game. I'm sitting here going, hey guys, you got $20,000 worth of gilded instruments you can go sell and then spit that money up and go spend it in the markets. And they've been so busy in the role playing and the story and moving forth from plot to plot, right? And active in what their characters are invested in their character that's just sitting there.
Well, catch the bus, my man. That's how you get to interact with the populace. Right. So,
makes it easy.
Right.
And then you look at like a way of work, like here's one right. Oh, no. Stop.
I've already memorized all that shit anyway.
You're such a cheater. All right, there we go. You cheater. You cheated.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Well, like I
You
said,
ain't first, you last.
if you're truly that type of player that's got to cheat to have fun and it's not ruining it for anybody else and only you know, then I guess more power to you. You had fun cheating. If that does it for you,
Everybody's
then
got one of those in their group anyway.
it's a well. I mean, I get I just assume that's not happening. You know what I mean? If that's your
Yeah.
brand of fun and it ain't ruining it, that's my number one rule in my campaigns. I've always established is that the number one rule, like my rule zero, is that no player or the DM can take any action which intentionally infringes upon the fun of somebody else just to do it. See what I mean? So if you were bullying somebody at the game with your character, that kind of thing, then it would just be no, you're not. You can't do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. So yeah, you're just not allowed to. Yeah. So I figure if you like to cheat and look at stuff and that makes you happy and you had a great time knowing a little extra and it didn't mess with anybody else's fun, just go for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For the most part, I mean, I agree. What else are you gonna do, man?
Yeah. As long as it ain't messing up.
Really, not much. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, you gonna jump up and fist fight your friend because he fudges his dice rolls or his die rolls by picking them up and looking at them?
I've seen two table flips, so that's possible.
Well, it is possible. But I just don't want to do that. I don't want to beat nobody's ass because they want to add a +2 to their die roll.
Hold on a second. Before you say
all
that,
right, mate. So are you gonna you gonna teach me how I should want to beat somebody's ass?
No. I don't want to. But watching it happen when other people are involved and you are guilt free is a whole different situation.
Now it is.
There's a little entertainment value there when you. In my previous my Conan campaign, I never kind of described it to you after yours. We started differently. What we did was we went for the gladiatorial arena. Now I told the players you need to make up two characters because one ain't gonna make it. Period.
Right.
You make sure you like them both the same. Do not make a favored character making assumptions and then make a shit and then get stuck with that character based on what happens, because then you won't be happy. I said, don't do that. Most people listen to me, except for one, and he threw all his shit into his fighter. And then how the campaign started was they had the opening thing was you're in the pits of you're in the Vanir slave pits of gladiatorial arenas, and now you're going to battle each other, right? And then the person that won that battle, character versus character, me regulating it, of course, making sure it was fair, they were rewarded by getting an extra level right then and there. And they got to continue to play that character as a party leader. As long as in role playing, the party agreed that was the leader, they got to keep their extra level. You see what I mean?
Right.
So the party leader was always one level higher than the rest of the party and had jurisdiction. It could basically act however they wanted to, as it would be in Conan's time in a mercenary band. And unless the party was going to actively challenge that through game, then they stay the party leader and they keep their level. So this other guy makes up this monk who's a grappling monk named Kinjo, right? Using the netbook of feats. And he goes off on those grappling feats. So broken. If we take that netbook of feats and bust that grapple, if he got his fucking hands on you, you forget about it, right? I mean, it was you did not want him to get when you got in the grapple was over. He had abilities to grapple you and punch other people. It was ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he kills everyone himself, pretty much, right? And then, I go and I look. I remember specifically looking to the right to check some hit points, and then I hear, "Yo, what the fuck? That's some bullshit." And I look up, and the dude who had made that fighter and got too attached to him flips the fucking table up, right? And he's like, "Dustin, you're a piece of shit." Anyway, it kind of devolved from there.
Yeah,
I felt like the gladiatorial arena. It was. I didn't realize you could inspire such emotion.
Yeah.
That's a real game right there.
Can.
That's a real game right there.
Yeah, it is a real game.
Bring that Monopoly over here. Nobody get up. Nobody flips a table over. I don't know. I ain't fighting.
Well, if they're kids, they will fight over Monopoly like you've never seen.
Yeah, well, these were adults, not kids. We're making adult.
Yes. Okay. So, how do so? Anyways, what's the game? What's the game time? Short blurb, elevator pitch about your game. Okay. I'm going to play it, right? I'm just going to tell everybody right now.
Oh, when you guys want to play?
Hell or high water. Well, what is it? You said you had a game, right?
Well, I mean, I was kind of looking at my let's see what we can do next. You
You're
said you
gonna
got some
do. You're
people in
gonna do
California and
start
stuff.
start playing, right?
Yep.
You're
So
gonna
you
do
can,
the game on start playing.
yeah. So I'll put a little thing up, and then then you just go. I don't know what you do, if you make an account or what. Obviously, make an account. You did it. I just did it. So you can go and post that link, and then people can just sign up for it, and it'll be next Friday. It says for
Yeah. Which link?
uh, well,
So you're gonna run the game next Friday.
yeah. Run if you guys want to give it a shot, just to see. I don't know. I want to play
But,
that.
well, I'm gonna join anyway, and anybody who's still watching, you get an opportunity to come play with me. Not like it's some sort of
It's a huge
great
honor.
privilege or whatever. Yeah, yeah, but you know, I'll know who you are, and I like most of you. What is it?
Half as well as
I
I
like
should.
I like most of you twice as much as I probably should.
That's
Let me
right.
say that.
Yes. And the rest of you half as much as you deserve, or more than half. Oh my God, yes.
The rest of you quadruple as much as you deserve.
Let's muddle
In
the
actuality,
Fellowship of the Ring. Excellent.
yes.
Personally, I thought I'd have been a great. Well, it's one of those missed opportunities in life. I don't know.
Plenty of those.
Yeah, I felt like certain things would happen to me in life. Like I would be, if there was ever a movie of Lord of the Rings, I would be Aragorn.
Right.
Whatever. Thanks.
Well, you can do it in D&D, man.
That's right.
And that's what these fucking people forget.
Mm-hmm.
You
Exactly.
can be fantastical in this motherfucker.
You can have it all.
I apologize for my language, everybody, but
you can have it all, man. You just gotta not don't pigeonhole your fun into certain expectations,
right,
and then jibe with the people that you're gaming with in the DM. It can be done. It's not easy to do, but when you pull it off, if you can pull it off, I'm not saying I do pull it off. It's very satisfying as a game master and world developer, I will say.
I'm trying to throw these up.
Yeah, so here
I'll give Dave Mills. He can do Mondays and Tuesdays. And Jeremy's wondering what day and time.
This is just a one shot. This is just. We can fuck around and do it at some other time if you want to, but I don't know. Friday looks good just to play around. It might go later than it says in the thing. In fact, it will.
What?
Sorry. Let's see.
This week, next week?
Next week, not this Friday. Yeah, no, this is the.
Week. Next week. So, what do you got available next week? And
I got Friday at. I'm trying to put it up here. I'll send it to you.
Somebody's got Mondays and Tuesdays available. You might actually have. I have a Tuesday day and a Monday day, but that's really the only time. As far as the nighttime, I can be there on a Friday.
I sent it to you in the private chat thingy.
All right. Well, we can work it out anyway. Let me post it for anyone who's interested. If I can find it. All right. Got it.
And again, it's just to mess around. So there's pre-generated characters and stuff, and they're all kind of funny and goofy and fun to play. They all got like a little mini plot that goes with them.
That's it right there. Yeah, I don't know if you need to create an account, put in your email, sign in with Gmail, whatever. I don't know. But it's basically just a matchmaking service. And I don't know if they expose your data to somebody else. I don't know none of that. But it's a good place to find people, paid or not.
Well, it's just easier than getting a buttload of chats,
Yeah, that's the thing. It's easier than getting a bunch of that, especially without like a Discord server. And once again, if you guys want me to start a Discord, I'll do that. If you guys want to come around and talk or whatever, I'm happy to do that. Just let me know. Let me know in comments. Whatever.
Yeah. So, so we can give it a shot. It should be fun if you want to.
Oh yeah.
My favorite NPC, just so everybody knows, is I mean, you want to talk about somebody capturing my mental imagery is this guy right here. I love him. He's my favorite. He's so important and so cool. Where you at, buddy? You gotta love some liar mouth. Don't you just look at look at his ass? You gotta love that guy. He's my favorite to role play.
You fashioned him after yourself.
I did. Look at that mustache. Yeah, mustache. Well, you gonna trust that mustache? Nope.
Never trust a man with a mustache, but not a beard.
That's right. Look at him. Look at him. He's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Remember him? You haven't seen him in a minute.
No.
That's when you were fighting the sticker gang.
Yeah. Well,
y'all want to see stickers with him? Look at sticker.
We're fighting. Sticker's the worst.
Yeah. So it was a gang, right? And they were run out of this. Basically, there was a big earthquake happened about a month and a half ago in some of the ruined districts of Shibboleth. A lot of people got killed, and they've been various outlaws and stuff as the city directs its various its resources towards various things, giving crime an opportunity to swell, especially in the ruined areas. So this guy's named Sticker, and I took a picture of Alfred E. Newman. I put, you know what I'm talking about? Matt, the comic.
Yeah, of course. I think most everybody who watches this knows who that is.
Sticker.
Yeah.
So that was a great adventure.
We don't get adolescent people our age watch this and older, primarily.
That's right. And so this guy comes up to him in the antler, right? Sticker here. And remember, he has badass disguise and stuff like that. And he was using all his bluff and stuff, and which the party just lost all their rolls. It was great. And he convinces them that he's some kind of orphan with a broke leg. That's how good his disguise roll was. And that he needed, his brother had gone and heard about this crypt someplace and had never come back. And he was running out of money and things like that. And the crypt they had actually run into earlier because there was a sign up in the inn that referred to raiding a crypt. All of it was bullshit, though. What Sticker had been trying to do is send basically adventurers trying to take advantage of the chaos after the earthquake in the city, do-gooders into the ruins here, where he would then tell his little sticker gang to get ready for them, and then they would ambush them and kill them and take their stuff. So it was pretty cool, like the sort of back and forth here with this guy sitting at the inn, and petitioning to the party. And then they went after him, and then they ended up killing this guy. And in that process, this guy was kind of Liam here, a liar mouth, was helping with the sting. At the end of the day, though, when liar mouth surrendered at the end of the fight, when they finally had a big battle with the sticker gang, and they threw his ass in jail. And he's developed as an NPC since then in a variety of ways associated with some of the criminal underground in Shibboleth, or at least they think. But look at that mustache. I mean, come on.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I can't wait for my Cleric of Erroneous to curb stomp this guy because that's coming.
Look, he said that guy works for me. Works for Pittsburgh North Side. That's what I was thinking about. Come up with him,
Yeah. That's actually pretty funny. Because I know, and as a matter of fact, my mom lives in Pittsburgh. What would it be? Southeast side, Irwin, Pennsylvania, and her boyfriend up there or whatever. He's from there, lived there his entire life. I visited a couple times and got some 30. They sell 30 packs of beer or whatever. I got some 30 packs of beer. But the thing is, instead of y'all, they say yens, right? It's the craziest thing, man. You'll go up there and they're like, hey, y'all want to have some fried chicken? No. Yens want to go out and get some fried chicken. Yens want to go to the park and grill. Craziness.
I'll have to work on liar mouth for that then. Yens.
Yeah, yens. That's the key. And maybe that's part of the new thieves camp in your world.
And then if you look at, I want to show this real quick. I don't know if will a video translate or mess things up?
I don't know. I have no idea. Try it. I'm cool
So
with whatever, man.
what I'm working on is, since I've got all this stuff like a novel, and I don't want to write a book because, you know, you know.
Yeah,
And,
I know.
so
Yes.
I was like, man, I could make like a little movie, and take all my stuff and ideas and stick them together. And then this was pretty neat. If I can find it here, let's see here. Oh, here it is. Look, so I don't know if you can see
Well,
that.
now you've found your way to
I
the
hear
right
it.
table.
Okay, so let's see here if I can share that. Share window. There you go. Oh, look at this. Look how cool this is.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna try to show it on stream.
Yeah,
Let's see
check.
if it plays. That'd be pretty. Oh yeah, cool.
Watch this. I took that picture, right? Watch.
Right.
Well, now you've found your way to the right table.
Indeed, you have, friend. See, I took my voice and I recorded my voice,
Oh yeah, man.
doing
Nice.
his voice. And then here's my wife right here. She looks exactly like this. I took her face.
Nay, fiend.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. I'll show you this one. And so I was kind of like messing around, and then one of our players who's really into the plot is starting to work on something like this.
Tis
So
I who shall be put.
Hold on a second. Let me show you. This is really cool. You'll like it. I thought, at least.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be able to stream that through the fucking interface too.
Well, it's just cool to be able to have this level of being able to, show what your mind is thinking for real. You see what I mean? So it's like it authentically
Right.
like this. Did you catch that?
Yeah, and Dave knows what I'm talking about.
All right. So this is I took my wife's face and put it on here and had him develop everything around her. She's the ranger.
Nay, fiend. 'Tis I who shall be putting things in your booties. Pointy things.
See, it looks just like her. Isn't that awesome? I love it. So I kind of go back, and it's like real stuff, and that's the campaign I'm looking for, is something that you think about the combats and the stuff that happens individually, but really when you walk out of it, it's an experience that you're part of, as if you were in a novel, and we're thinking about what occurred. I always describe to new players, D&D is essentially, so somebody who knows nothing about D&D, I would always tell them, imagine you're reading a book and then you're a character in it, but when it gets to that character's description, what they do in the book, somebody pops in and says, hey, what do you do? And then that shit gets written down, and then the book carries on. So that's the best way to describe what I consider a great D&D game. Has to have those elements to it. So
yeah, and you actually get those elements nowadays where you never actually had the opportunity for something quite like that in the past.
Right.
You get those opportunities, and a lot of those opportunities come from use of AI. I mean, come on, man. What are you gonna do? You're gonna prep your game for 2 weeks, and you're like, "Hey, I'm gonna figure out exactly how to animate a character."
Right.
And
you'll never do it. Well, if you're
and rig it, yeah, you'll never do it.
But if you're standing there in front of people, it's a whole different dynamic, because if you recall from our games back in the day, that would be a factor of acting out.
Right.
But you can't
right, because you can look at those people and you can kind of mind meld with them and make sure that they're seeing the same thing that you're putting out there.
Right.
Because I think a lot of people forget that is that when you're DMing, especially old school, when you're DMing, when the rules are less codified or whatever, you have to explain what the characters are seeing and also implant that idea in the players' minds. And if you're able to look at them, you can do that. If you aren't, yeah, you're fucked if you aren't. Even if you're looking at them through a camera, it's not the same. Like, because I would have to look at this camera directly and do only that.
Right.
But I'm not going to do that because no.
But even then, if that's what you did, so you're exactly right. And that's one of the big challenges I'm still working on with the virtual medium, is that, I'm a pretty large bombastic person when I run a D&D game. I stand up, I'm big, you know what I mean? I can I can tell when the audience is with me and when they're not, and when they're not engaged, then I can correct, or or whatever. And it's hard to tell in the virtual medium how engaged the audience necessarily is, or even if they're actually focused on, if I was standing in front of you with a picture of Liarmouth at the D&D table holding it like this, a piece of paper, you'd have no choice but to look straight at it, especially if I was role playing the guy. So I would know we're all engaged in this encounter. And then if you weren't engaged in the encounter and I saw you kind of drifting off, maybe you thought it was boring or something, then I could turn in the role playing and bring you into it directly through the encounter to make sure you were engaged. Liarmouth looks to you and makes fun of you or something, right? So in other words,
And the other thing we used to do is hand out the person to the left of the DM,
right?
Let it pass around the table, and then describe it afterward. Everybody get a look at this, and then I'm going to describe to you what's going on. But this actually gives you the opportunity to show it as you're telling, right?
And then if you spend
which is impractical.
And you spend your time with it, I mean, it's really illustrative of my mental image, and that's the coolest thing about it. You know what I mean?
Good night, Jeremy.
Night. I'll be right back and use the bathroom real quick.
We'll probably I'm gonna work on getting my illustrious guest to wrap up soon. I think I'm gonna wrap up soon because I can talk forever. If you guys got any final questions, post them in there. And yeah, that's about it. Everybody who's watching, I appreciate it. Yeah, Tuesday day. Well, you know what I really think, I'm thinking now is that, I mean, if it has any sort of traction or membership or whatever, is just to create a Discord that each of us would be in and be able to play games whenever we had the opportunity, right? Yeah, because I've looked for Discords like that and I don't really, I don't really find them. Not like I would like. Bring that guy down here. Yeah, I agree. I'll work on that before next time, and if anybody expresses an interest, I'll throw out a link in the stream. I've got one of maybe 3 people next week. And if any of you guys ever want to hop on and do one of these streams, I'm not gonna like keep you for 4 hours mandatorily or whatever. But if any of you guys in the audience ever wants to do something like that and sort of talk about kind of this kind of thing, where you came from, what you're doing, what's kept you interested in D&D over the years, just hit me up.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
Yeah. So, anyway, what's next?
Yeah. I mean, I think we've probably wrapped it up for now. I mean, yeah, I know that. What do we got from Shu here? I know that you and I could talk, just like me and George or whatever. Yeah, I could go on for another like 6 hours, man. you know, I
Traveler.
mean, we actually have the makings of possibly a marathon live stream, but I haven't informed my family that this could potentially be a marathon live stream. So Traveler was brought up earlier. Have either of you played it? Oh, more just wondering on that. I liked it, but most of the others didn't like how crunchy it was, especially when it came to fuel and such. I have played Traveler and first edition at that. Yeah, I like it. Uh, Gritty science fiction, kind of realistic science fiction more than like space opera, kind of Star Frontier stuff and whatnot. And it's a good game.
Yeah, it was a cool. Traveler was the game with the big ass book in the store. And if I recall,
Look at this. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, because I commented, hey, I'm not. If anybody wants to do this, I'm not gonna make them commit to 4 hours. Man, it's almost been 5. Are you fucking serious?
It's a basic conversation.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Yeah,
half a game session.
but
Yes. Anyways, back to Traveler.
I remember that was the big book in the gaming store that had the cool front with like some 1,000 pages or whatever it was, and it wasn't that many. That's the game nobody wanted to go learn to play because that required reading this stuff, tons of it. You know what I mean? So I would, yeah. I love a good sci-fi role-playing game, man. I wish there was. I wish. I don't care what they are. I love some Star Wars D6, man. That's the easiest I've ever played.
Yeah, I've briefly played that, and I did like it. I like Star Frontiers quite a bit, but you know, I mean, it's not only sci-fi stuff that I like either. You know, uh, post-apocalyptic stuff, military stuff, and
Yep.
we played a little of all of that kind of thing. But the true champion, the true king, is Cthulhu. So if
Yeah.
everything that was said has been forgotten and lost to time,
Mhm.
play Call of Cthulhu. Earlier editions, fourth and fifth, third through fifth, really.
I will dovetail that because I mean, despite all the discussion, all this work I've done, the Chaosium Call of Cthulhu is my favorite game. And if you think it's the game design and how it's put together that makes it perfect. You see what I mean? First off, what makes it really good and why it's easy to have that dramatic flair with a simple rule system because you're constrained by real world physics. So nobody's going to try to fly off of a skyscraper and have rules for it or, I don't know, throw a boulder. You can't do that because you're a human. You know what I mean? So you immediately understand what your constraints are because they're the constraints of reality. You see what I mean? And then any of the gray areas in the game where you might need to find out, can you do something extraordinary, are simply taken care of by a percentile roll. You see what I mean? It's truly your mind versus the plot. Thanks, man. You too. It's truly versus the plot. You know what I mean? I've run the Trail of Cthulhu or the Curse of Cthulhu 4 times, that campaign all the way through. No one's ever beat it. Who cares though? You know, I've had some of the best times ever in that Cthulhu in Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, who cares?
It's my preferred system. Now, I don't necessarily want to make up adventures for it because I think I would go into type A craze, trying to think about everything that could occur. I don't think I'd ever even finish an adventure. I don't think we'd ever play because I'd never be done. But the modules that are out there that you can buy from Chaosium are friggin' amazing. They're good writers, man. I've never seen one I don't like.
Yeah.
And you get familiar with them. And what I had realized is that I recently reread all of the Lovecraft stories, right?
Right. I've got the collection on my shelf.
Yeah.
And it's actually a good collection. I'm sorry, guys. It's the complete it's not works, the complete fiction of H.P. Lovecraft or something like that. Man, you can occasionally get that thing for like $15 on Amazon. Yeah, everybody should buy that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it goes through all the short stories, and it's prior to like posthumous edits and whatnot.
Right.
It's really, really good.
Yeah. And what I realized is that if you look at that Curse of Cthulhu module, if you look at where's it? Let me find the name of it so I don't screw it up here. Let's see here. It is the just to be very cool here if I can find it. This is why you look stupid. Where are you here? I can't remember the name. I should love telling a story and then forgetting the name of it. Oh no, I can't remember. Lovecraft Stories list. I think I'm gonna. Yeah,
dude. What's your problem?
My problem is I can't find what I was looking for. Where is it at?
Yeah, well, that's not a very good excuse.
I know it's a terrible excuse. It's not The Outsider.
Yeah. Well, as long as you know, The Outsider is excellent, and as a matter of fact, the band Argus, which is sort of a doom death kind of blend that's reminiscent of Alice in Chains, has a song called The Outsider, and it basically paraphrases the short story into a poem.
Right.
And plays it. I can't remember the name of the album offhand. It's man, I can't remember.
I know.
It might have just been called Argus, but it's good.
You're in the same situation.
What was the name of the book for Shu? Here, let me try to dig it up, man. I'll tell you exactly what I bought.
Backstream Quest. I'm gonna find this.
Returns and orders. Search all. It is the complete fiction of H.P. Lovecraft, Chartwell Classics 2. Ah, dude, 1089. Fuck, man. You guys gotta buy this for 1089. I wish I had an affiliate link. I should have set one up. But 1089 for this book. I mean, I paid 15 for it, and I was like, this is a hell of a steal. It's good paper quality, good binding, nice cover, nice enough, dust jacket and whatnot. That's a steal for an actual read of Lovecraft's work.
It's awesome. Well, yes, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward. That's it. Just came to me. Yes.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't have to look it up. Nice. The Case of Charles Dexter Ward. So, if you look at the Curse of Cthulhu Adventure Trail, right, which is my opinion, the best one, it's that story, The Curse of Charles Dexter Ward. And it wasn't until I read it before, then played the adventures and didn't make the connection, then read it recently. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's a roadmap to that entire adventure. It makes sense. So they take it directly from that. And I realized that a lot of the Chaosium authors were adventure writers and developers were able to take the stories of Lovecraft directly and then make them into adventures that were actually playable.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Sandy Peterson also was involved with Doom to a controversial extent. He says one thing, it says something different, but he was also involved in Age of Empires. And he was so basically the Call of Cthulhu source book was Lynn Willis. Well, Sandy Peterson and Lynn Willis, remember? So but yeah, man, he's on like Twitter or whatever, and he's talking all the time. You can talk to him anytime and tell him whatever, X, I suppose. Yeah, he's out there, and you can just talk to that guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had some serious memories, and one of my favorite moments in all of my gaming experiences was when I played that character through that module. You had played it as well, and Brett was running it, if you remember. And
is it Howard Hill Huge? or a different one? Remember when you played Howard?
Yeah, that was that's that game, yes, but not him. Remember, I had called my character Eric Zan, which actually ripped off
Oh yes,
a
yes,
name.
yes.
So what?
Brett hated that.
Well, he can kiss my ass. It was fun. Anyway, so I was proud of this character, which is, anybody who knows Chaos of Cthulhu realizes that's a mistake. And I had been, what we do in our games is we would have the Eric Zan Society, if you remember, named after my character, whose name I unrealizingly ripped off from a story. But at any rate, and so we had a pool of adventurers or investigators at any moment. And this particular character, if you got too much sand loss or you got hurt too much, remember wounds can often be permanent in Cthulhu, then you would hire them and you would bring them out as a utility character as necessary. So if you wanted to have a mythic text read or looked into by somebody with a high Cthulhu Mythos stat, I might roll out this character at the society to do that, of course, taking all the chances that go along with it. And then that's the only time that character plays. Remember how we'd rotate the characters in and out like that? It was super cool.
Yeah.
So I could have my current character that, which is I just got, calling up the society, talking to my old character. And as long as they weren't on the same adventure together, then it was legit. Well, that character, if you remember, he had become in one adventure, I think a bear nailed his ass and he had become a paraplegic or a paraplegic. Right?
Yeah.
He couldn't walk. So he's in this wheelchair, right? And I get all cocky. And the party calls up Eric Zan, right, in the middle of the adventure. And he's like, all right. And I'm like, all right. I tell the GM, the keeper, I'm like, hey, I'm going to swap characters and bring in Zan. So I wheelchair myself out there, right? And I've got spells and everything. I think I'm the badass shit. Next thing I know,
yeah,
my paraplegic ass in the wheelchair is on the moon. Remember the moon? And then
yeah,
this is the irony right here: is they wheel me up to the moon. You ready for this? This is the character that lasted the longest in our game. They wheelchair my ass up onto the moon, and then. The keeper's like, okay, you see his corridor end, you're in some kind of zero gravity environment. The corridor goes up. Do you want to look down the other side into some kind of moon crater? I'm like, nope. And then I don't remember who it was, but somebody's like, yep. And they wheelchair me up to the edge of it so that I have to look over. And then it turned out to be some fungi from Yuggoth down in the crater who all see me. And then they see the rest of the party. But geez, that's not a problem because I'm in a wheelchair and the party just has to be faster than the dude in the wheelchair. So they ran away, leaving me there. So I'm trying to wheel my insane ass out of there on my wheelchair before these fungi get me. And you know how well
on the moon.
You know how well that's going to work. I think old Dooms here was the first one laughing his ass off as they got back to Earth. So I remember being mocked and being told, "Oh, you brought out your badass." He was our bitch. He was our bitch. He read some spells. He figured some stuff out. He looked over the edge. He gave us everything we needed, and then we left his paraplegic ass there, insane. What you think about that? I was mad.
Well, what is it Brett would say? Them is the breaks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you got a super dick DM keeper, rather, that makes it so much more fun. I mean,
yeah, he was a prick, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's what you want, though. You don't want
exactly.
You don't want no keeper rooting for you.
Yes, absolutely.
Just not
you
fair.
don't. No, you want a complete dick as the keeper.
But you see, then like looking at it from a rules perspective and a game perspective on Cthulhu, it's designed around that idea in mind. So
right.
If you screw up, right, you're limited by human physics. If you screw up, you just expect the worst. Murphy's Law always occurs. You know what I mean? So once you know that in any situation where it could go your way or could go the other, we're not sure will always go the other.
Right.
Once you realize that, it's so much fun. You see what I mean? Because it
is super fun. That's a really good point because it provides you with a lot of freedom.
Yes.
The freedom is basically, hey, no matter what I do,
right,
I'm going to die.
And the trick is not. The trick is not to. So you
Right.
know what I mean? And that's what makes it super fun, is to get that character that actually lasts a little bit,
Yeah,
And
get some
I love it.
mythos points and whatnot.
Well, precisely, and just how do I get through this? And it's not going to be the way I expect, and then you kind of pitch your brain against the keeper, knowing that the worst case scenario is what's waiting. So how do I mitigate any instance within the game in which case
Yes,
Murphy's
yes.
law could be applied? I don't want to give Murphy an opportunity to raise his head. That's how good
Yes.
I got to be at this. I got to really be ahead of him, because as soon as I lapse, it's over. I cannot make a mistake, which is really, if you think about it, well, it's how it would be in real life. You think about your average video game. How many times do you respawn in a video game? Well, if you consider a game like a movie and cinematic in nature, then there's not a respawn. Every movie you've ever seen is the first play and a perfect playthrough. You see what I mean? Which we know never happens.
Right. And I now completely and entirely, I think I did before, understand why Brett hated you and your stupid character.
Well, he didn't like I was good at
it. Well, man, Brett loved comics and stuff for a little while. And he sure ass hated your characters.
Well,
He hated mine too. I remember I had that detective Chuck Sage.
Oh yeah,
was
love
his
Chuck.
name, and Brett hated Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because he was
Brett
good too.
Yeah, he hated him.
When you were
Once
good,
you got a mythos point, see, that's the thing. That's the thing to take away from this is you have not played Call of Cthulhu until you get at least one mythos point. And then the game changes.
No, your maximum sanity decreases.
Yeah, well, yes, and the DM has to deal with you in a different way.
Oh, exactly. You become a force, but that
because now you have a mythos point.
Yeah, but that's a dead end road for the player. I mean, you can.
It is.
The more you know, the worse it is, and the better it is in Cthulhu. And that's the best thing about it. You have so people don't understand how the dynamic works in Chaosium. Essentially, you've got a skill called Cthulhu Mythos. Cthulhu Mythos is kind of like, you can only get that skill from certain situations. You got to earn it, right? You can't just invest in it like you can some other skills. You have a maximum sanity of 100. If your current sanity points ever gets to 0, you're done. You become permanently insane. You become a character that the keeper controls. The higher your Cthulhu Mythos skill is, the lower your max sanity is. You see how that works? So the more you know, the worse your max sanity is. You can get a few sanity points back, temp sanity, like current sanity points between adventures, but your max sanity regulates your top end. So for instance, if I have a character with 100 max sanity because I just made him up, then and no Cthulhu Mythos, well, that's great. So suddenly I go out, I play an adventure, and then I get 5 points of Cthulhu Mythos. Well, that skill allows me to know certain things in upcoming adventures a little bit easier and understand them better, but it also just brought my max sanity down to 95, meaning it can never go higher than that. So at the end of a typical Cthulhu adventure, if you've done well, you might get a few sanity points back because you lose them throughout the game. So the more Cthulhu Mythos you have, the less your max sanity is. The lower your max sanity is, the more likely you are to fail a terrible roll.
Yes.
And then if you fail a sand check by too much, you can go temporarily insane and then lose a lot more sanity. It's the worst. So
yeah, and sanity is nothing to play with in the particular time period that we're talking about. You end up in an asylum. Yeah, that's it. You're toast.
Well, sanity points are the same as hit points, but they're for sanity things. So either your hit point or your sanity going to 0 kills your character and it's awesome when the sanity goes to 0 in Cthulhu, because as it clearly states, and as I would do regardless, you go to 0 sanity, it doesn't necessarily mean the party knows that. You become an NPC, right?
Right.
And then now you're
like Entropy.
Yeah, you become a cult.
And AD&D.
Yeah, but now you're an evil NPC with a whole shitload of Cthulhu Mythos and ability to cast spells and stuff, and now you become a formidable you don't want your party to turn on you because they're usually a little more powerful. So that's why you would retire your character before you'd ever get your max sanity down to where that was an issue. So my previous character in the other story, I retired him. I think he got down to like 78 or 70 max sanity. At that point, I realized if I keep playing this character, there's too much of a chance I go permanently insane from an encounter. So time to retire that guy.
Right.
Yes. So he'd live forever, and then you ask for his help. How's it?
Yeah. So Friday, right? That's the link I posted for next Friday.
Sure.
Next Friday night.
I'm down.
Yeah, and yeah. Let me make sure it shows here. Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah. 3 needed to start. 1 player following this game. Who knows? Like
all that stuff is just, it makes you put something in. So I don't know. I don't want more than 6 players. That's too slow. And then it had a bottom end of 3. So all those parameters and stuff like that you guys see, it makes me put something in, and it's not like, hey, let's go game together. But I had to do stuff like that for people because I didn't know anybody. So
yeah, I'm gonna share it one more time here. So this is DMD's game next Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and I'll be in this one. So if you guys want to play with me or whatever, and we can judge him entirely based on his merits at running a virtual tabletop with Pathfinder 1E, which I think we may be able to do, then come and do it with me.
Yeah, that'd be fun. We can just goof around. It's like
Absolutely.
I said, I've got all the pre-generated. It's about as easy as it gets. I've got all the pre-generated characters. Just pick one, and you guys can just chit chat about which one you want. They all got a little backstory. It takes seconds to get
right on.
In this kind of game, was obviously railroading because it's a one-shot adventure, so I can't just say go anywhere. But it's got some funny stuff in it. Plus, you haven't played with Doomsword here. It's hysterical.
Joe,
one time, let me tell you all this real quick. Ready? So we were playing Temple, or I was running Temple for him, and he was playing Wizard. Now they had just finished up a big fight. Well, not really. They were in the middle of finishing up a big fight. They had one guy left. He had some serious spells, and they knew they kind of watched the fight. Well, obviously. And as I was dropping every other character besides him and Thief, they were watching this guy's tactics. So it kind of came down to a moment where if we don't deal with this guy literally right now, if he gets another turn, who knows? Because he's been wrecking us. So that's when Dooms here looks down at the battle mat and realizes that he can definitely take this guy out, no problem, in this battle. One round with a big old empowered fire. A big old maximized empowered fire.
Maximized. Yes.
Yeah, the Mac Daddy of fireballs, right? And he's like, if I drop it here, problem solved. Well, dropping it here meant putting it right on top of the Thief. So that was one of those almost fist fight moments because he had to go with the greater good. And then I remember the Thief going, bro, don't kill me, bro. Don't do it. I swear I'll freeze. And then you couldn't tell if that was in real life or his character, because his character like him when you role played. So
yes.
Like, do it, bro. I swear to God, bro, don't do it. And then Bill was like, I must do it. I must. It is the only way we'll all be slaughtered. Don't do it, bro. You already did this once. And you already killed me, bro. And then James is like, there's no other way. And he just looks up and he's like, and I used to make them put their hands behind their back before picking his origin point for area of effect, because, the wizard's looking at the battlefield. He can't just go and measure. So I said, put your hand behind your back and point to the spot. He's like, right here. I'm like, yep, that definitely went to kill the Thief. And yeah, and it did. And it blew him to pieces. It worked perfectly. And, I think probably I forget how much it is exactly. It's not $5,000. 5,000 golds for a raise dead. What's the true res? Anyway, I remember they had about 1,000 less than they needed for the true res. And since the character was dead and could have no say, so saying to what happened, they cast a raise dead on him, which caused him to lose a level. It was awesome. So remember back in 3.0 or 3.5 or whatever it was, you'd lose a level if you cast raised dead. You take that negative level hit.
Right.
So then he lost a level. I mean, it was almost as bad as the time that one dude ate that habanero pepper with the Blair's hot sauce put in it that was grilled. Remember that? And he threw up on the battle mat. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
He threw up on the battle mat, dude. And it was right as a dragon roared. I'm not even kidding. It was like, and then he pukes all over the battle mat. And then everybody was stunned for a moment because if you looked at the array of puke across the battle mat, it was like, you somehow hit the area of effect correctly. It was amazing. Big old cone, little puke cone.
It weren't me.
I also remember back in the day that you'd somehow at 4:35 in the morning at the end of Friday night on a 3-day gaming weekend, like the same songs would come on our playlist.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, well, how does this song always come on right now?
Right.
That was weird too.
It was a good time though.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it sure was.
All right. So, we got anything else? Anyone got any questions? I'm gonna go eat something, I think. And I very much appreciate DMD being here and sharing his wisdom. Man, I appreciate you coming around with some sort of real like conversation that was very gripping.
I'll take
directions.
I'll take if you want to. You're trying to wrap up here. All right.
Yeah, may as well. I mean, unless because we probably could do this for like 24 hours. Yeah, but I probably should get something to eat because
I don't know what the plan was. But I thought that I'll end with this.
Right
on. If you remember the very first adventure in Shibboleth, that was when we were using Tabletop Simulator. And initially I had an idea for this game where the party would kind of perpetually work for this rising merchant lord, right? And then they didn't because they didn't like her. And they left. And I was like, okay. So they thought that she had they thought that she was like manipulative, which she was. But I thought that let's see here, this particular character would be enough to keep you engaged forever. So if you look right here,
all right,
like I'm telling, if that person hires you, you're telling me you're not going to work for them. That's a halfling, by the way.
Yeah, we kicked that thing off into the river.
That thing is Penny Portnot. Now this character ties directly into the previous campaign. Do you not remember Penny?
Oh, I certainly do.
Yeah, you had mentioned her.
And its day is coming.
Why you keep calling her an it?
Well, I'm sorry.
So
I'm a cleric of Erroneous.
The party all started here.
A member of the natives of Shibboleth, and I'm xenophobic.
Yeah, so it all started here at the Portnot's Crestfall Estate with a commission by this halfling who was a rising merchant in the city in which the nobility is becoming displaced by economics. And I thought for sure they'd kind of stick with her because it was easy work, but they got manipulated by her and they didn't like that. And so they quit, which I had to compensate for that really quickly.
Almost long enough to get you through a whole workday in the headphones. Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. And here's the shipyard. Remember this?
Yes, absolutely.
See how I can take the characters and stick them on there like that? I love it.
Yeah.
Portnot Trading Company. Good stuff, man.
So I have one other question.
Shoot.
So assuming anybody wants to get into your game on next Friday, which I'll be there for, we'll probably not stream it or whatever because I don't really know how to do that. Do you
That'd be fun. Let's do it.
so
Figure that out.
yeah, well, we can try to figure it out. Yeah, we can try to figure it out. We've
I
got
got all my
time.
voices.
But let's say that somebody wanted you to show them how, I mean, this sounds spammy, advertisey, or whatever, but I could see myself, for example, being like, hey, man, can you show me how you did this and that? Would you do that for people?
If you ask me a question, will I answer it? Yes. Sure.
Yeah. And how would people go about doing that? I think I need to set up a Discord that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody asks you a question or whatever, you answer it if you can.
I wasn't prepared.
If you'd be willing to do that. Huh?
I wasn't prepared for this question. I have no answer.
I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared either. But it occurred to me that a lot of the questions and why we've been on so long is that people were a little bit curious about your setup here in the game. Yeah, and I was just wondering if somebody wanted to find out more. Let's say hypothetically they wanted to find out more about how you did this. How would they get in contact with you?
I wasn't prepared for that question. I don't know. What do you recommend?
Right.
I don't have a contact.
Let's talk about it. Because maybe we set up a little Discord like had been mentioned earlier. I mean, I know it's another Discord server or whatever, but it could be related just to this thing. And, maybe people could occasionally ask you questions if that's something that they wanted to do.
I've got my own. I've got a Discord handle. Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm talking about maybe just well, let's talk about it. Right now? Because they could hit you up for sometime before your game next week. Because because I could put out your Discord here,
right?
But then every bot on freaking YouTube's gonna have hold of it or whatever,
That will be,
and then you're gonna get spam like crazy.
It'll be exciting for a few moments.
Yeah.
A few moments of relevancy, and then that's it. But I mean, I don't know. You've got. I got the Discord there, and then if you go sign up for the game, it sends you to the little Discord thing I made for running.
Right on.
So, and then it gives you like a link to it, makes you a member. Not really a member, but I had to give you a role basically. Otherwise, you couldn't see the pre-generated characters.
Right on. So one way to talk with you would be joining the game and getting invited to the Discord. Then the other way would be however we decide to do it. Otherwise, if it's not related to your game. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. But do I give it
yeah
how to use Foundry? Well, I've only been using Foundry for a little bit, so I'm kind of learning it still. So
yeah, but you've done something here that's pretty remarkable.
Well, thanks.
From my estimation. Yeah.
I just wanted to take I mean, you've played in my I mean, I played with you more than anybody else probably. And back in the day for sure, and it's just the same shit. I just, I wanted something where you could emulate, drawing something on a graph paper and writing something down on pencil with pencil in the way it used to be, you know what I mean? And,
right.
And that's why I like it a lot, the ability to do that. So all this stuff is things I'd be drawing on paper, or trying to draw on paper, or at least making in some manner by hand with a folder in my lap at a table. But it looks cooler because this shit can draw.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, I mean, you want to wrap up? You good? You got anything else you want to talk about?
Between the times when the ocean
Well,
drank
we could do
Atlantis
that.
and the
And the
rise
rise of the sons of Arius.
there was an
Yes, there
age
was an age
undreamed
undreamed
of. And unto this,
when shining.
Conan,
Well, yes,
destined to
except when
wear the
shining.
jeweled crown of Aquilonia upon a troubled brow. 'Tis I, his chronicler alone, who can tell ye of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah,
That's payback for me doing the Misty Mountain song in his mom's answering machine.
that's right.
It came, but it came late.
Then there's a song. There's a song where the dire wolves have all the hobbits of the Fellowship.
Right.
It's like 15 birds up in the tree.
Yes.
Like
Yes, sir.
little birds in a fiery breeze or something like that.
Yeah. It was just like that.
Then the great eagles come. It's amazing.
Hell yeah. All right, man. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I had a great time, and I think a bunch of people had a great time, and we should talk more. Maybe in the capacity of doing something like this, or in a Discord server or something like that. But I'm open anytime, man.
I could come on your shows and read my campaign update and show the pictures and then leave.
You could do that anytime. Anytime. I'll make a special show for that.
You have
and in the meantime,
called the Shibboleth segment, or the Shibboleth second. I don't know.
Yes. let me paste it one more time. In the meantime, next Friday, there's his game. It's completely free to join. You're gonna have to create an account, I assume, and I'm gonna play in it.
Well, it's not free. Don't think it's free. Like, hey, you're getting a deal. It's a platform with some dates on it, and you can go to it and it sends you shit. See what I mean? So it's just it's an easy way to hook up.
Yeah.
It's the first one I found, and it seems pretty. I mean, if you go look at it, though, I know you need to want to wrap up, but there's a lot of games on there, and
there are
the campaign. So I thought it was a pretty cool way to, just meet random people who can just browse for a game. So probably it's a good expenditure of a weekend if you're bored or something like that, just to go. I'm going to do it at one point. Just go find a game that starts in 2 hours.
I want to too.
Yeah, just go join it and just get in there and then have some fun real quick. Pretty neat.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of them that are entirely free. I think what he's trying to say, or what I'm getting from it, is that it's optionally paid. You can go there and you can do whatever you want, and you can optionally pay for a game if you happen to believe in that particular DM or his ratings or whatever. And I want to do that too when I have like a free day. Just search, find something that's starting up within a couple hours, and just join the thing and see what's up.
And it's not
a good
even
way to meet RPGers.
There's board games too, which is pretty cool. So
I didn't know that.
Well, you just put up whatever you want. You just say, I'm having this game at this time. Here's the way in. And
so you could even tabletop simulator or whatever.
Exactly. Now, what makes it a little better is that, so if you're worried about getting some idiot, which could definitely happen, I will say the application process, if you're lazy or something like that, they don't just put anybody on there. You got to send them stuff to show you're legit. So at the bare minimum, there's some
as a game master.
Yeah, there's some bare minimum. There's some vetting for, you can't just have Joe off Craigslist put a game up 5 seconds ago and then you're stuck in some weird illegal ass internet thing that you didn't mean to be in. The cops show up, that ain't gonna happen. But yeah, exactly. So it's pretty cool like that. And I mean, just imagine going on there if you're bored, just jumping into a game and just having some fun real quick.
Right.
It's fast.
Yeah, and potentially meeting new people. Right.
Yeah. Well, that's the cool part, I mean, D&D and gaming for me has fundamentally always meant adding humans to my life that will, in many cases, such as yourself and lots of people I know, be there.
Oh, yeah.
It's beyond it's beyond like regular stuff. You know, a lot of people become friends with certain people, and but I will submit to you that there's friends that regular people have, and then there's your gaming friends, and that's a different caliber and preferable.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm starving.
All right. Well, pretty cool, man.
Yeah, we're good. You didn't have anything else you wanted to go through or anything like that? I mean, I'll have you on any day. You know how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, I'd go through now. I wasn't really trying. I was just talking. So.
Yeah. Well, I know that as well. But if there was something that you wanted to touch on, I'd stick around for it. But yeah.
I'll touch on. Let's talk about shitty rolling as a DM and how that influences the game, especially when statistics are denied.
Well, let's talk about a social encounter where none of the PCs are effectual at all, thereby questioning the legitimacy of a social encounter in the first place, which is unfortunate. Dude, we all rolled 1s and 2s and 3s for like 8 rounds. Horrible.
Right. Well, yeah, it's and in a social encounter, I think though you try to limit the bias, you kind of want the party to do good. Some great things happened in that encounter, you know, so you don't really want the party to roll bad in the social encounter as a DM. Not that I ever want you to roll bad or good, but you know,
right.
It kind of advances the encounter through role playing if you roll better, you know, not shitty like you did. Now, where I do want you to roll shitty is the combats, and I'm sure all the shitty rolls got out right there in that social encounter. So the next combat.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait because I know that all of my rolls will be true on Saturday.
Right. You remember wasting rolls?
Oh yeah.
You do your pre-roll
rolls is something. Yes.
Yeah, you do your pre-roll and you knock out a few 20s right off the bat in the pre-roll, and you're like, "Oh shit, I should not have rolled."
Yes.
Now statistics.
It's something that the younger gamers won't understand because they're using virtual dice, but you can still affect this. You just have to take a different approach.
Right. Joe's asking if we roll behind the screen. If you have secret, no, you should. Like, I should roll perception checks behind the screen for certain things, and it would probably increase the.
Right.
But on the flip side, that's where my trust of the player not cheating and using player knowledge comes into it. I feel like I should be able to roll, you know, or roll a shitty ass perception or something like that in front of you. You don't understand exactly why, but you don't use your player knowledge on it either. See what I mean? That way I can show you what I've got. And I just pretty much roll it out in front of them at all times.
Right.
Because it's fun to drop a 20. You know, whatever that feels like. Yeah, when you get 120, I had a kind of encounter with 17 attacks and then doubled if they got in melee. You know what it's like to make 34 attacks or 36 attacks and they all miss. I mean, all of them.
Better you than me.
You roll 36 times and don't get a 20, huh?
However, I've made multiple attacks and haven't scored a hit. So
yeah. Now you know who did make an appearance was that number 1. That guy loved. He loved it. He's like, oh, I got 30 chances to come up.
Yeah. Number 1 loves it for all my characters too, and in all my games.
Well, because a simple mathematics will tell you, like, what's the chance of flipping a heads on a coin? What's the chance of that?
Right, 50% basically.
Right. What's the chance of doing it twice?
Oh yeah. Well, then you've
got time to have. What's the chance of doing it again? Right.
Right. 12.5%. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, what's the chance of doing it if you do it an infinite number of times? Multiply whatever answer you've got times infinity. So therefore, every combination statistically is guaranteed in an infinite set. You see?
Right.
So of all those infinite sets, calling in that many fucking ones, it's fucking stupid, man. I mean, it does like.
Well, I'm sorry you suck at rolling. I mean, what else am I?
You can kiss my ass. I'm saving it up, and You'll see. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. There'll be a
Yes, sir.
big old hits coming. I feel big old hits coming on somebody. They go like 150 damage on somebody, dead, insta dead. One hit.
Yeah. And
Can't
if I
wait.
can force the paladin to the front of the party, then maybe I'd have, some sort of opportunity, but he tends to cower. But that's okay. That's his choice.
He's a deep thinker. He's often consumed in his prayer and his ways.
Yeah. And next time be consumed in your sword, asshole.
No, remember the Church of Cultus has a different mentality over you Oronians.
Yes, indeed they do.
If you're going to have a leaning, the Fultons will lean lawful and lawful good, and the Ironians will lean good and lawful good.
Hell yeah. Well, I tell you what, man, I'll catch you later. I don't want to be, pretty soon I'm going to get yelled at by my wife or something. I don't even know.
All right, man.
Yeah, 2:43 here. Not too bad. I appreciate everyone showing up.
Well, real quick,
huh?
This guy here, Joe.
Oh yeah, what's up with Joe?
Yeah, see, that's the guy who understands the chutzpah.
Right.
See, no roll is random. And I'm trying to tell you, although it's not worked for me, like literally at all, it's actually backfired. I used to put so much oomph into those Goldie rolls on the table.
Yeah, me too.
Feel them.
I would hold that die for the 9 segments.
It was so warm, and
yes.
And then, I feel that Goldie, but it just doesn't happen. Remember when that dude threw the 20-sided dice out the back window and it went over into somebody's yard?
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, man, I'll let you go.
Thank you, sir.
There was that one time I'll mention and just leave everybody hanging. Remember when we took a 2-liter and we had the chlorine and the aluminum and we stuck it in there. And then,
I quite remember that.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yes.
So what we did was we had timed it so that it would go off with a fireball explosion. And what was interesting is that if you take I don't know if I can say this. Anyway,
I don't know either.
I don't know, but you can take some things in the sink and make some things, right? Anyway, so we made a thing, and the thing went boom right as the fireball went off. Which funny, so it was like the effect, right? Which funnily enough, we were right across the street from the school, and I guess the football players had just started to come out for their practice on the weekend during our game day, right? And then right when that fireball went off, which resulted in the thing making the boom, I was looking, and they all ran out, heard the boom, and then literally turned around in a line of puss asses and went back the other direction.
Yes,
it was like the fireball affected the football team.
Right. And I remember that quite well.
I feel it did. So my point being is that you can try to transfer that energy into the virtual medium, and you've been successful.
Oh yeah. Good point. Very good point. Man, I'm a little tired, so I don't know what else to say, but I appreciate you being here because this has been. We're going to do this again.
All right. Well, that sounds good to me.
As long as you will.
It's not like it's hard, man. Yeah, I said
no.
Do the same thing
it's
I do.
Not hard at all. Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you. And for the audience, thank you guys too. And everybody have a good night.
All right. Night, y'all. Peace.
5 hours and 45 minutes. Ooh.
Yeah, that ain't got shit on the weekend D&D games. We just show up.
No, it doesn't.
We show up Friday at about 4:30. Game ends Sunday at about 6 p.m. I'm not even kidding.
Yes, sir.
That's a session.
All right. Yep. I'll catch you later. Thanks, man.
Peace.
See y'all. Bye.